Oh. No clue how audible the plastic bottle is, but whatever. No co jest? Co ci tak interesuje? Moje czesanie włosów? Okej. No co? Cię zaraz wypuścimy na dwór. Czekaj. Dash Ducks have 251 live viewers. What a cool Twitch account. The coolest Twitch account. Very loud? Oh, hello. Wait, are you here now? Or is this a message from last time? Wait, I think you responded to me. I think I asked how loud is the bottle and you said very loud. So that means you're here. I'm not here. You're not here. I'm not here as a person whose name is I'm not here. Fido is loud? As always. He completely destroyed my pillow today. But it's fine because actually, you know what? I will say that Nawrocki-Mentzen discussion was super boring, actually. I was disappointed. I wasn't feeling okay as well, so it was pretty boring and I don't know, we will finish it. I will make it into a segment. Yeah, at least it's not the glasses. But today, Mentzen actually had a discussion with Trzaskowski, the lib-centrist guy, and that one was much more interesting because Nawrocki took the strategy of kissing Mentzen's ass at every opportunity and agreeing with everything and being nice, and Trzaskowski took the strategy of basically not agreeing with Mentzen on almost anything and being very confrontational, and they actually argue about stuff. Mentzen calls Trzaskowski a progressive revolutionary, almost. I think confrontational, yeah. He uses the term progressive revolutionary. You know? They actually also argue about trans issues at some point. They argue about the LGBT, they argue about the trans issue, they argue about Ukraine, they argue about everything, and what can I say? It is nice to see it is actually nice to see a Polish politician that is so aggressively how should I say it, advocating for trans people. It's actually interesting to see a politician that is so aggressively advocating for the LGBT. At least when it comes to the Polish realities of the thing. Like, I'm gonna react to it live and translate it, but he's a centristy guy. Although when it comes to Polish politics, he's basically a progressive. but in a wider scale, sort of, I would say that he's more centrist-y. At some point he says that he wants to protect the LGBT community because it's been attacked viciously for a long time. And Mentzen's like, oh yeah? But many other people get viciously attacked too. What about the gingers? The gingers get attacked too. And he just said, well, you're just turning this conversation into absurdity. You're just trying to make this whole thing absurd. I'm pro protecting the gingers. Fido! Oh my god, he just goes to the table and just takes whatever he wants. Oh my god. It's crazy. Apologies. Oh, I'm back. By the way, I watched that whole argument that Mr. President had with Brooks on The Fold. I watched it offline. If you want, I can watch it online and do a psychoanalysis. Because I'm a good psychoanalyst. What argument? About Bernie Sanders. I'm a good psychoanalyst. Oh god. What did you think of it? It felt to me like I could sort of see both of their points, but it just feels like at some point there was a moment where they just stopped listening to one another. It's a little bit sad to see. And they called me out for trying to psychoanalyze him. Oh. Like, I don't know, it's a shame. It feels like it was, like the argument itself felt like an argument of one person saying that there are no immediate tangible results to the actions of person or people. And the other person is saying that even if you don't see tangible results, immediate tangible results, the actions themselves still have an impact because they build up a momentum for the future. That's basically how I understood their positions to be. Co, buraku? You know? Basically, if you do... Hello, Dr. John. What's with the face, Dr. Johns? What the hell? Well, what's with the face? Like basically saying just because this person is not getting, things accomplished right now, it doesn't mean that the person is not doing anything, you know? Does that make sense? Infold argument. Oh. I mean, we can watch it if you want. Do you want to watch it? I don't know. I feel like it could have been avoided. Maybe there's something deeper going on there, but I feel like the argument could have been avoided. Do you? I've seen it already offline, so I don't have to. And we have a lot to watch today of Polish related stuff. Polish Fido. What did he take? Polish election related stuff. He just yoink. Thank you. And now he's running away again. Fido. Chodź. Chodź, Fido. Chodź. Chodź. Chodź, Fido. Fido, chodź. Fido. Chodź. Fido. Chodź, Fido. No chodź. Oh yeah, I can still bribe him with a protein bar. I know. He does just want to have fun. I cannot blame him for it. Aww. Baby boy. There's a very big VC in the cathedral where Sunday called and he was talking about how he had to maintain his online persona in debate. Why does he have to maintain an online persona in debates? I don't get it. Actually, don't bother having an online persona. It makes my life easier, you know? What you see is what you get. So yes, I don't really have a special online persona. Maybe that's why I have so little viewers, because I am a boring person and I don't put on a special online persona. That would be more interesting. You're not really a duck. Yes, I am. No, wait. I cannot say that. If I say that, right-wing lunatics will jump on this channel and be like, oh, this person thinks they're a duck. Look at this person, crazy. Chad Logic's gonna make a video on me. A whole long rant about me being a bird person or whatever. Look at this person, crazy. And they're trans, of course. This is actually a goose. How you react to things in this space and how other people react to you change the others. He let himself be lectured by Brooks, he would be showing weakness. I don't know. You could make a case that it shows weakness to pretend to always know better and to never have anything to learn from anyone, you know? Like strength is to say confidently, yeah, I didn't know that. Or yeah, I guess I can learn about this from you, you know? Or maybe there's a perspective that you can show me. Could also show insecurity. I mean, yeah. Like not wanting to be lectured by any cause could actually show weakness as well. So, you know, it's like a trade-off. You have to tread lightly with these things. Fido. Like, I'm not sure if it was the best choice to say, hey Brooks, what is this? You know? Fido! Sunday justified it by his income being tied to his persona. I mean, doesn't that mean that you become sort of compromised? Doesn't President Sunday always pride himself by the fact that he is not compromised by such things? Doesn't he always call out the fact that everybody's income is tied to unsavory characters and therefore they protect these unsavory characters? And now he's basically saying I have to conduct unsavory behavior because my income is on the line. You know? I don't know. I don't think it's worth it. The whole Persona thing. Persona's a great game, by the way. We should play it on stream once. I mean, I don't even know if it's a hypocrisy in this case. It's more like I don't know. It's difficult because the income thing is real, you know? Like, it's like, I'm not gonna say, oh my god, President Sunday is such a hypocrite because whatever, because he doesn't wanna die and starve by, you know? The unsavory behavior of doing politics instead of games. What is he biting? Hold on. Man, it's a pencil, and I like that pencil as well. And he just bit it. I like that pencil. If the stream dies, then we know it was the internet. The internet cable is like going... The internet cable is going up in the air, and I don't think he can reach it for now. I've figured out a solution for the internet cable for now. Oh my gosh. Fido definitely has a on stream persona. It's never been about people making individual free will choices to act this way. You still have that missile alert up? Yeah, I always have it. I'm gonna want to be in Ukraine on the 5th, actually. I'm going to want to be on... Fido! Chodź! Chodź, Fido! Fido, chodź! Chodź tu! Chodź! Fido! Chodź, Fido! Fido. Now he's looking at me with this defiant look. He's looking for things to snatch. He's sniffing around. Fido! Chodź! Chodź, Fido! Fido! Shut, Fido. Shut. Oh, baby boy. Baby boy. He wants more treats. I could give him a bit more, but... The spaces you live in shapes what you can do in them. Baby boy? Yeah, baby boy means baby boy. Fido. Boyu is like boy, but I do it in Polish. So I changed the word appropriately. Shut, Fido, shut. Yeah, but I want to be in Ukraine on the 5th because I turned on my other phone, the one where I have my contacts, and I seen that one of my contacts in Ukraine has invited me into an event near Kiev. It's opening of a children's shelter place will be opened on the 5th, and I want to be there for that opening. Maybe you could live stream it. No, I cannot. I could actually be a hazard, I think. Fido, shut! Fido! But yeah, I've been invited to a thing. Fido. So I'm gonna have to... I think I'm gonna have to throw him out of the house for now. I'll be right back, and then I'll tell you about the thing a little bit. Okay, I've returned. I am back. He is outside now, for now. Alone in the dark. If I wanted to go to Hassan's treatment, I will go to Hassan's stream. Listen, I'm the cooler Hassan, okay? I'm not gonna say that I'm the younger, more energetic Hassan, but I'm a cooler Hassan. I'm an older, cooler Hassan. I think I'm older. Gonna do with a big bag of shredded romaine. Eat it raw with a salad. That's my... I almost said excuse. That's my advice. Alright, I think we're ready. I think we're ready to finish up the Mentzen thing. Are we not? You're too pro-Ukraine to be Hassan. A cool aunt. What? What do you mean what? We just say what are they thinking I do, then eat it raw with a salad, and I say too late, there's nothing you can do. There's nothing else that you can do. Nothing can be done. What do I do? Oh my gosh. What an exciting stream today will be. Alright, yes. What should I think a new video is up thanks to fake Cal Parker. Also, the video that is popular, like one of my videos took off. It's like 422 views. I'm like, wow, okay. I can't believe this. I'm popping off. Like one of my videos is popping off. Crazy. And I have no clue what caused it. It's like, hello Greater Rain. It's like, it's like 12 views, 36 views, 381, 30, 20. You know? It's crazy. I don't know. What made this particular video go off so much? It has 34 comments. Far-right extremists scored 6% in Polish elections. That one just took off for some reason. I have no clue. I have no clue what caused the apparent success of this particular video. People are watching it and also commenting on it. And people are like defending the far-right guy. Someone commented, oh, he just seems like a run-of-the-mill politician liar. You're not saying anything that's out of the norm. And I'm like, okay. Sure. If that's the norm, then I don't even know anymore. Then I've lost all hope. If this is the norm. If this is supposed to be the norm. Okay. Yeah, it left my audience. We're gonna have so much political fun today. I hear something playing faintly. Oh yeah, I think it's because I sort of played it. Oh, that's already something different. I've played my video, my own video, and I've left it running on minimal sound in the background. Not to ruin the stats. I don't want to ruin my stats. All right, let's. Okay, it's done. It's gone. Nothing's playing in the background anymore. So I guess I'm gonna give you a choice because we have just started. I am in good company. I'm gonna advertise this stream to everybody involved, you included. You wonderful, wonderful, beautiful people. And I hear voices. I cannot be hearing voices. Okay, I don't hear anything. So, what should I? Oh yeah, I'm gonna advertise this, and I'm gonna leave you with a choice. Do you want me to jump into the politics straight away, or do you want me to show you a beautiful game? An amazing game, or gigglers? If all the gigglers from the Discord watched this stream, I would have been like a popular streamer, you know? I would have been a hit, a superstar. Amazing politics, yes. I have this video to finish, which is gonna be... I mean, I want to finish it for the sake of making a proper segment out of it. And then I want to watch a 1v1 debate between the presidential candidates. And then I want to see the Mentzen Trzaskowski talk. Which means I'm going to do a lot of live translating. Which means that I deserve a lot of rewards. Listen, this is exclusive content. Just saying. I'm pretty sure nobody else is doing something like this. I'm pretty sure nobody else is doing this sort of live. Game won the poll. Oh yeah, and I can show you a game as well, of course. Do you know the game Metaphor? I've seen what's the Riverboat Jack? I've seen Riverboat Jack play the game Metaphor. I've downloaded a demo, so I can check it out now. It's like a Persona, but not. I mean, it's made by the same company. The translating and the commentary are difficult to tell apart sometimes. A Persona, but not. Did you say to buy that game? I mentioned earlier. No, I don't have enough money. I have to gather money to go to Ukraine and pay off many different things. If you have mercy on my soul, then you will perhaps, I don't know, you know? If you have mercy on my soul, then you will donate. Wait. What? What? When did this happen? Oh my god. On May 20th without any fanfare? What the hell? Oh wow. Oh my god. There's an enhanced version of Stalker. Original game. Stalker Legendary Legends of the Zone Trilogy Enhanced Edition is now available on Steam. Stalker Shadow of Chernobyl Enhanced Edition is now on Steam. Shadow of Chernobyl, Clear Sky, and Call of Pripyat get a refresh with enhanced graphics, next-gen console optimizations, and broader modding support. The trilogy receives a visual upgrade across all platforms, featuring improved lighting with God ray screen, space reflections, and global illumination for a more immersive experience. Aww. Wow, okay. Wow. That is so cool. Yeah, I have it. I have the OG, so I should get it for free. What the hell? This just happened quietly under everybody's noses? Oh yeah, it's not that good, I hear. What do you mean? The game itself is already good, so it's just a graphics upgrade to an already good game, isn't it? And the Steam reviews? I wanna see. Where's the review? I don't see a review. Oh, it's in the library, but mixed. Okay, it has mixed, so it's not that bad. Let's see, mixed opinions. Honestly astounding, and shout out to GSK for making SOC worse. A truly incredulous feat. You have to agree to some weird EULA. Why? Okay, agreeing to an EULA is unrelated to the game. The original never had that. Also, in the main menu advertises the other games. Just why? Those are complaints about stuff unrelated to the game. Let me admire the CNPP in the background. It's just strange and extremely unnecessary. The Vaseline edition. Oh, I see a lot of new negative reviews. Interesting. I see positive reviews and negative reviews, so I'm gonna have to wait. Maybe I'll just play with original graphics if I'll play in that case. Mixed reviews. I mean, I'm not gonna complain about Russian writings being removed. I mean, it's a Ukrainian game, I'm sorry. Like, I'm not gonna complain about Russian stuff being removed, okay? I'm not in a Ukrainian game. Like, unfortunate as it is, I'm gonna stand in defense. Okay, I guess I'm gonna show you a game then. I don't have enough space. Interesting. Stalker used Russian and Ukrainian language differences for characterization of the different factions. Generally, Freedom speaks Ukrainian and Duty speaks Russian. Interesting. Also, some of the devs are currently on the front line. I'm not gonna be mad that the the developers decided to remove some Russian elements. I doubt they removed the entirety of the Russian language. I highly doubt it. Highly, highly doubt it. I do not believe you when you say that. You are lying to me. My dog is barking, I can hear him. I can hear him bark. Embark on a journey of discovery. One of the devs died in combat defending Ukraine. The game was always pro-Ukrainian regardless. I mean, it's a Ukrainian game, so I would be surprised if it wouldn't be pro-Ukrainian, you know? I would be very shocked if it would be like, if it would have anti-Ukrainian messaging. A game made by Ukrainian people. Oh, no, well, maybe. Do you like Tomb Raider? Have you watched the making of Stalker 2 documentary? No, not yet, because of the spoilers. Spoilerinos. Yeah, like the people who made it literally have giving their lives for it, lol. It was never gonna be Russian propaganda. Yeah. I mean, it's a Ukrainian game. It's not a Russian game. I know one of the sound guys from 4A Games died in the beginning of the war. There are no spoilers in the documentary. Guess I'm just gonna have to watch it then. I wonder if I can watch it on stream. Wonder if that's a thing that I can do. I was surprised that an enhanced version just dropped quietly out of the sky without any warning. Giving your life for things. Disco Olisco. Devil May Cry. Despotism. So many choices. So many things. You know? I don't have enough space. I don't have enough space for metaphor. Baldur's Gate 3, Cuphead. Oh, Cuphead. I guess we could play this for a while. Oh. I mean, it allowed you to say it now. We should try to get some sort of a raid. There's gonna be a big thing. Wait, Tipster raided me? Where did that happen? Hold on. I've been raided by Tipster? And Tipster didn't even say anything? Four people, welcome Tipster viewers. Oh my gosh. Wait, why is this frog coming out of the TV? Something wrong with the settings. Oh yes, thank you for the... Wait, what is the... Thank you, Tipster. Even though everybody who rated me of Tipster left. But as I said, or as I will say once I fix the settings, this is Star Ocean, by the way. Okay, we fixed it. Jesus Christ. Okay, so as I've said before, okay, I'm gonna do live translating. You know, it's something that you probably will not see any other Polish streamer do. Are you based or cringe and gay? I am cringe and gay. Why? So hello, Josh Baker. I'm definitely cringe and gay. I'm sorry. That's just the reality of the situation. But hey, at least I'm being honest. That counts for something, right? My overwhelming honesty should be like, oh my gosh, you're so candid, you're so authentic, and it just makes me stay here forever and donate to your stream because you're so cool. People love sincere people, candid warriors for all that's good. We're gonna do some game and then we're gonna do politics. Boo political. I invited my brother and his wife over for dinner tomorrow. Oh. Alright. Also, what brings you to the stream, Josh Baker? Are you enticed by the Polish politics? By the Polish presidential election? Oh, we got Ashton now. Oh. Lasagna Mountains. Okay, we have an event in the Lasagna Mountains. Where am I? Where am I? No, I don't have enough space. I don't have enough space in my hard drive to do metaphor, unfortunately. So we're doing Star Ocean for now. Also, why am I playing this in English? Why am I not playing this as Japanese? Oh yeah, because people are lazy, okay? People are lazy. Wait, why do I have so many points? Uh, huh. Huh. Oh wow, okay. Combat skills. Godspeed. Sidestep. I wanna... Oh. Because your audience doesn't understand Japanese cartoons language. Listen. It's never too late to learn a language, okay? I'm a language channel also, allegedly. Isn't there a minimap? Oh, okay. You know, it's never too late to learn. Look. What a wonderful, wonderful game. Star Ocean. I've played it as a kid a lot. Teenage years game. What are you stuck on? Maybe I can help. Erin the Kana. I've been trying to do cool streams in which I was teaching Kana, but nobody came. I think it was extra sad because it was on my birthday and was like no people, you know, no viewers. It was the saddest birthday stream ever. Wonderful. Ashton, level 27. Speaking of 1000, there's been a exchange of prisoners between Russia and Ukraine. 1000 for 1000. Greater ain't. Isn't it true that I'm cringe and gay? You have to admit that I am, right? Stone cure. Stone cure. Rose hip. Ashton, have this stone cure. Christian gay. Yes, you actually are. Right? Yeah, I know. I take it as a compliment.
I'm glad everyone's safe.
27. Huh. I cannot believe that I've been rated by Tipster. With 8 people, 8 whole people on Twitch. Oh?
Are you sure this is the right place?
Shouldn't there be a bird or something right here? The one with the king's tears?
Whoa! What about that bird?
Zine, never thought I'd see you again.
Ashton?
You've fallen on hard times, forced to possess a mortal. Where is the mighty dragon that I once knew?
Gone. The mighty dragon you once knew is now cringe and gay.
Times have changed. Sacrifices must be made if you want to survive.
That can't be Ashton. It's creepy and weepy. They're talking.
Creepy and weepy.
Pathetic. How can you unleash even a fraction of your power in this puny body of yours? Not that I expected you to overcome me, even at full strength, of course.
Why does everything have to be a fight?
I wonder about that. Try me.
Don't tell me that being stuck inside a mortal has made you insane already. If you insist, I won't stop you. Let's settle this once and for all.
Be careful. Let's go.
I think my stats are pretty good. I've invested into cringe and gay. Ashton! We're doing pretty well. By the way, this game is made by the same company that made Valkyrie Profile, the game about the goddess that recruits dead people. I'm not sure if you can tell from the blue-haired protagonist girl. It also has the same composer making the music.
Sorry.
Thanks.
Lucy Little locked into Lotus chat. I'm reading chat. Best sass in the game, cringe and gay. You see if I change the other person, will it still be worth being friends with? I think so. I forgot how to use that meter. You should lock in, you know? Like the stream, etc. How do I use that meter? I have no clue.
Twin thrust. Twin thrust. Cross slash. Twin move. Twin thrust.
What the hell? I don't even have... Oh. I don't even have any resurrection spell. What, Dr. Johns? I'm just doing things like your mentor taught me. Xanderhall. What's wrong with being like Xanderhall? He gets better results than I do, which means that whatever he's doing, it must be good. Wait, how do I use that meter? Yes. We are getting too high on stream and... What? You want me to vape on stream? Is that what you want me to do? Database. Tutorial. What? Oh, there's perfect counters. I forgot about perfect counters. The bonus gauge. So you gotta start bulking on stream and not working out. You mean eat a lot of weird stuff and throw up? Is that what you're recommending? I need more items, I feel like.
That wasn't too bad.
Ooh, great.
Gravity Crush. Neutralize. I've learned a bunch of stuff. Hold on. Assault action? Oh wait, I have new skills. Northern Cross and Piercing Blades. Okay, we need to get more items. Everyone should bulk out and not work out. Wow. We're being very mean, aren't we? This is not nice, okay? This is not nice, you guys. It should be nicer.
There's no way around. We can win this.
Don't be a conservative, okay? Why are all of his skills so slow? Like they feel like I'm just opening myself to attacks. I didn't criticize your stream, so I can't be a conservative. You're right, but you haven't donated. Have you liked this stream? Have you, I don't know, have you locked in?
You ready for this?
Yeah, I mean, you're chatting, so that's good. Why are these guys' skills so slow? I did, and comment. Nice. Perfect.
The power!
The power! What a weird voice. The power! Hold on. Alchemy art. Special improve. Oh my gosh. I have to improve on my skills. I have a new gravity crash skill. They added quite a lot of those tweak customization stuff that was not in the original. Huh. Mental brain. Mental brain. Drains magic points from the enemy. Oh. Oh. Okay, combat skills. I wanna... Determination. Ooh. Knife. Okay, I'm gonna learn knife. It raises attack. Why is this Steam desync all the time? I don't know. I don't know. It's like the connection is supposedly amazing, so... Wait. Why do I have so much money? How did I get so much money?
Seems like a fight is in order. Careful!
Like I'm super rich. What's going on? I don't get it. When did I get so much money?
10 out of 10.
I should buy maximum amount of items. I've got like 100,000 currency. Either everything's super expensive in this game or I'm just rich for no reason.
We can win this.
We got enemies.
We got enemies on our tail. Rena. Wait, did someone die?
Thank heavens.
Claude died. What a wimp. He got 0 experience. Heal everyone with spells. Yeah, let's go here. Yay! That's right, Star Ocean 2. Where's the item store? Oh. Okay, I'm rich, so I have to buy 1,000. So I can buy a maximum. Like, I'm super rich in this game. I have no clue why I was so low on items when I'm so rich. Makes no sense. Did you get the bandit gloves? Wait, where do you get the bandit gloves? Also, I don't need bandit gloves because I'm not gonna steal. I'm not gonna pickpocket from people. Wait, do I have any missions that I'm doing? Oh. Oh, I still... customization mission 2. Crafting mission accepted. Okay. Use that customization make a flame sword. Okay. Wait, nobody has customization. Eye for detail smithing. What else did I need it? Smithing, aesthetic design. Smithing for detail. Okay, let's see. All right. So I have to make us ruby. I'm gonna save first. I'm supposed to make us flame sword, right? So what's your favorite Bleach character? Favorite Bleach character? I guess that would be Yamamoto Genryusai, the old guy. Right? It has to be Yamamoto Genryusai.
We can handle this.
What? I failed? What? Oh, come on.
We can handle this.
Success! Flame sword. Is it stronger than whatever I'm wearing now? Dull blade plus. A dull blade plus. I love it. Pangalactic Federation longsword plus 1? Oh, it's actually weaker than what I'm wearing. Well, whatever. But I've done a quest, so... There's a Seaside Town shop, I think it was called. I'm not gonna pickpocket. Well... My favorite character is, of course, Genryusai Yamamoto. It's sad that he died. Report. Learn the item creation skill, customization. Manual wealth. Missions. Crafting mission 2. Use that kit, crafting to make a storm ring. Walls of the Soul.
Here goes.
Wow, that was easy. Damn. Escape shift. Is your new glasses clearer than your old glasses? A bit. I had a whole new eye checkup for these. We might as well do all the missions, right? Oh, new challenge mission. Complete guild mission 10 times. I think these missions give you a lot of money. I think this is why I'm so rich. This game gives you so many things. Crafting. Flare bomb. This game gives you a lot compared to the original. Wait, what was the mission again? Crafting mission 2. Use a kit in crafting to make a storm ring. Oh.
Here goes.
It's like 100% success rate. A gold ring imbued with mystical powers that raise the wearer's agility. Perfect. Report. Crafting mission. What's the reward? Flare bomb. Okay, we got no more missions to report. We might as well go to the Lasagna mountains, right? We got a lot of items. I love how your companions follow you around now. That was not a thing in the original.
We can win this.
We better be careful.
I love how this is not just a remaster, it's a whole remake.
That's it.
They were just way too weak.
True, they were just weaklings. Have you done the secret dungeon, Emily S? There's a secret dungeon, although it's probably not that secret in this version. It used to be very secret in the original. I have the original. Oh, you've played the original as well. Sasuga. The final dungeon? No, there's a secret dungeon when you go to the Colosseum and talk to a random NPC, you can go back to the original planet with your airship, and with your airship or whatever you can go to a secret dungeon.
You ready for this?
Let's go, you guys. Here's some I'd say that was 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10? Only 8? Ashton is about to level up. Yeah. And then you can unlock different difficulty levels.
We better be careful.
Well, you haven't them unlocked from the beginning here. You used to start at the air difficulty, and you had to unlock all the others. All right. I feel like his regular slashes are better than his skills, which should not be a thing. Like, I feel like it's better to just spam regular slashes than use skills with Ashton. I got Opera and Ernest with Rena. I'm going to get Ashton and Precis. I'm gonna get Diaz. Alright. My strength is super. We're gonna do
Are you
this.
sure this is the right place?
This is the right place.
Shouldn't there be a bird or something right here?
The bird is the word.
Tears?
Yeah, the bird is the word.
Whoa! What about that bird?
Let's see. Let me see. New comments. All right. No, nobody replied. Okay, let's skip. We've already watched this cutscene.
We got enemies.
Let's go, creepy!
Creepy, weepy, creepy. I'm gonna kick his ass. Butthole. I got 20 resurrection elixirs. I hate flying enemies. Alright, we're getting him. See, that was easy. Boom!
Maybe a 5 out of 10, huh?
A 5 out of 10. I think I did great.
Excellent.
That's right.
Very nice.
Very nice. Bless. I think I did excellent.
And working together with a mortal. Of all the things in the world.
True.
We have always been alone. It's comforting to have a companion for the first time.
Wait, there are two of you. Aren't you each other's companions?
I have always wished for what you now have. It's unfortunate that my feared existence is destined to be solitary. Farewell.
Aw, that is so sad. Did you hear what he just said? I'm destined to be alone. Did you hear? Did you hear? Did you hear? Wow, okay.
Come on, guys! We gotta take down that giant bird. Wait a minute. Where did the bird go? He was just here.
The bird is the word.
Do you think Zane was somewhat jealous of Creepy and Weepy?
I think so, yes. I didn't think Zane would shed actual tears for us.
Wait, what? I don't understand what's going on.
Listen, Ashton, are you sure you want to exorcise Creepy and Weepy from your body?
My body, my choice.
Of course! That's what we came here for, right?
Well, I guess that means we're going to the Salva mines next. We can only perform the ceremony at the dragon's birthplace. I doubt they would have been born anyplace else.
How do you know they were born in that particular mine? That's... what? That's so silly. This game has been made so convenient. Oh my god. Normally you would have to manually walk all the way there. And now it's just... there's so much convenience in this game. I cannot believe. Can you believe it?
Oops, look out!
We're slaughtering them. We're slaughtering these fools. We're being slaughtered by us. Slaughtered. Like animals. I killed them. Like animals. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. What is this question mark? Beware of dragons. I don't have to beware of dragons. Dragons are already with me. Sente dozo. Mista. This is not right. Rena. Alright, I'm almost here. No more bosses. Crazy. And save points heal you as well. I'm not sure if save points heal you before.
You're all set, Ashton. You've got the chalice and the tears. All you have to do now is recite the incantation, and it will be done.
Yeah. I present my cursed body to the world so that it may be purified for all eternity.
Weepy.
Wow, guilt tripping him.
Form be sanctified and cleansed of the evil with which it was stained.
You know what this is? You know what this is? This is like a metaphor, okay? I'm gonna go political here. This is a metaphor for pro-lifers guilting a person not to get abortion, okay? This is what it is. I'm gonna stand. This is gonna be my head canon now. Okay? So much for my body, my choice.
Creepy.
No! Even in game stream, Lucy makes it political. True. Don't get that abortion. Please stop. Don't get that abortion. Stop. No, wait.
Let my cursed body be born anew by the
Stop.
holy water in my hand, in the light of the gods.
Stop it.
Creepy.
You're gonna murder these children. Twins. I cannot do it. I cannot get an abortion.
I can't do this. I know full well that I can't.
There you go. See?
But this was the only excuse I had to travel together with you. I thought that if it weren't for this, I'd have to say goodbye and go on with my life the way it was. But now that I'm stuck with Creepy and Weepy, I don't want them to leave me. Ever.
Wow. I thought if I had an abortion, you would like me, but you know, my favorite apolitical Polish streamer Lucy has is becoming woke and injecting politics in Mentzen debate. True.
Ashton.
I let myself get too anxious. I was too nervous to bring up what we'd do if I didn't have this excuse to be with you guys. I thought that the only way for you to accept me was to force you into taking responsibility for all this.
I don't like the voice actor. The voice actor is not doing a very good job in portraying the emotions here. And his dragons in the PS1 version, Japanese names. Yeah, Urururu and something something.
That's just silly, Ashton. You've been important to us ever since we first met.
But I don't mind things like that being translated, actually. I actually like the fact that they translated it into the actual meanings and words rather than leave the names that would, for all intents and purposes, just be random noises, especially since they actually meant the goofy names when they picked the names. You know? So the pun was completely lost, or the joke, or whatever.
Thanks, everyone. Creepy? Weepy?
I got a very negative experience with translation, okay? And leaving just a bunch of noises in. For Berserk, of all things. I once translated a whole raw chapter in one evening.
Thanks for putting up with me.
I was hoping that my work would be appreciated and that my translation would be used as the fan translation, but they only used parts of it. And they've pissed me off so much, I'm not even gonna get into it.
Oh, not at all. I'm glad to have you with us, Ashton.
You translated a Berserk chapter? Yeah. because I worked with people that made a translation. Like just as the raw chapter came out, I said that I would help them translate, and I went through the whole shebang. I contacted a bunch of Japanese people to ask them what certain things meant, because there was this chapter in which Guts was trapped in a prison. It was a retrospective chapter, and he met a little fairy, and the fairy had this little thing that the fairy said, which sounded like random noise, like boo 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 or whatever it would do or whatever. I don't remember the thing. And I was talking with many Japanese people on this translation, and they explained to me that this seemingly random sound that the fairy makes means different things, means many different things depending on the context of the sentence, right? So I decided to include that context in every single sentence and include that translation in every single sentence instead of just making it a random Japanese sound. And I painstakingly talked to like a bunch of Japanese people to know what that context was and what it actually meant and what I should write there. And I did it all in a single evening. I did the translation, I did the thing, and I submitted it to the fan translation group. And then they didn't use any of it. They just left the random Japanese voice. They just left the random Japanese sound in, like boo 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 boo, without any, they didn't even explain the context within the sentences. They just left the sound in, which made a lot of the chapters sound like gibberish. Okay, a lot of the dialogue just was just gibberish. It pissed me off so much. You don't even know how much how angry I got at that. They decided not to include a whole bunch of dialogue in English. It was an English translation. They only included some of my translation in it. Whatever. Got so agitated. I don't like this at all. I don't like it. Okay? Whew. I got all worked up. But I think I deserve to be so mad. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like I deserve it. And I decided, okay, I'm never gonna translate for you again. Thanks. Assholes. Jerks. Poo-poo heads. Doo-doo heads. Oh, you can... I kind of forgot that you can fish in this game, which was not a thing in the original at all. Fishing. Are there any new quests? Are they all connected? Are there any missions? No missions for me. Missions for me, but not for thee. My stomach hurts again. Okay, let's Wait, can't you just walk slowly in this game? In the original, you used to be able to just walk slowly. Isn't there a way to just walk slowly in this game? Is walking not an option? I wanna walk. I don't wanna run all the time. I wanna walk sometimes. That used to be an option and has been robbed from me. Guess you should get some ginger candles. Why? I feel like we should do politics now. I feel like we should... Oh, I feel like I should do... candies. Oh. I don't know why, but the I and the dot and the thing just sort of blurred on the monitor. Candies are not candles? I mean, you know. What are ginger candies anyway? Who won the election? No one. Yet. We all lost so far. We're all losing the election thus far. Okay, let's do the... We've done an amazing thing. We have done a side quest. I'm so proud of us, and it's time for politics now. It's time to be miserable again. Time to make the audience miserable again. Isn't that right? Hold up. Excellent talk. Wait, why is it not uploaded? Oh, come on. Fake Alec Kyle Parker. Come on. Come on. Huh. I'm so disappointed. Okay. We left off here.
Przyznaję, że ja nie znam. Bardzo za to przepraszam.
Blah blah blah. Yeah, I didn't know you. Oh yeah. Oh, you didn't know me. Yes, we watched this already.
Podejrzewam, że jako człowiek. No dobra. Mam jeszcze kilka pytań, bo zostało nam...
Okay, there are a few questions left. We're gonna do the courtesy of finishing this up, and then we're gonna go to the interesting one, the one that actually had some conflict, had some pathos. You should get ginger candies because ginger is good for stomach pain. Oh. So he has some more questions that are unrelated to that cringy pledge. I don't think Trzaskowski signed it. I don't think Trzaskowski signed the pledge. Nawrocki was like, oh my god, not only am I gonna sign the pledge, I want to add some points. I actually want to expand on the pledge. Polish erections. I mean, it is what it is. Paul Pugston. It is what it is.
Jeszcze pół godziny postaram się jakoś wykorzystać. Niedawno pan apelował o obniżenie stóp procentowych.
Tak.
Dlaczego?
So you've been asking for the lowering of the tax brackets, I assume.
No, byłaby to szansa, żeby ekonomicznie w Polsce było lepiej, żeby mniej płacić, żeby Polacy mniej płacili za kredyty, mniejsze ceny, więc jakby...
Oh no, I'm mistaken. He meant the tax. He meant the loan. He wanted to lower the loan percentage. Okay.
Obniżenie
He wants people to be able to buy more stuff on credit. So people have to repay less because the interest rate will be lowered.
procentowych, to co mogłaby zrobić Rada Polityki Pieniężnej, było po prostu ulgą dla wielu Polaków.
Czyli twierdzi pan, że obniżenie stóp procentowych doprowadziłoby do obniżenia cen.
So are you saying that doing that would decrease prices?
Na pewno kredytów, no więc to jest...
It would decrease loans.
Miało to być korzystne ekonomicznie dla obywateli.
It would be economically good for the people.
Bo Bo tak się zastanawiałem nad tym. A co pan myśli o...
This is so tame. This is so subdued. Oh my god, this is so boring. Like the one, oh, I tuned in into the today one. There was like blood sports, proper blood sports. There was a proper debate. It's supposed to be an interview, but it was a proper debate arena. Proper internet, YouTube, whatever thing. Not this. Oh, I agree with everything. I agree. I subdue to you, my master, Mentzen. You are my master and I am your slave. Please give me your voters. Like, so pathetic. So sad. Beta.
o drożyźnie, o wzroście cen za rządów Donalda Tuska?
No jest drożyzna cen jest zła, no przede wszystkim.
So you've been talking a lot about how prices have increased under Donald Tusk. Yeah, high prices are bad. Oh my God, what an innovative thought. High prices are bad. Who would have thought? Who would have guessed? Who would have came to that conclusion that high prices are in fact bad?
Drożyzna, jeśli chodzi o rachunek, co można myśleć o drożyźnie? To chyba myślimy to samo, jak jest drogo, to jest źle. Tak,
Czyli
więc
uważa pan, że
How could we disagree? When it's expensive, when things are expensive, it is bad. What the hell is this conversation? No wonder I couldn't finish it last night. It's embarrassing.
inflacja jest za wysoka, że ceny powinny być niższe, że Polaków jest coraz mniej stać na kupno podstawowe?
Also, inflation is too high, the prices are too high, and Polish people can afford less and less. Isn't that right?
wszystkim martwi mnie to, że ściągnięto, to też był sukces jednak rządu Zjednoczonej Prawicy, więc martwi mnie przede wszystkim to, że zdjęto tarcze osłonowe i są zbyt duże ceny energii elektrycznej. To jednak
I'm worried that certain price shields were taken off and that electricity pricing is too high. I prefer high prices. It builds character, says Random 3PO. True! Fake Cal Parker's donated $5. I'm here. Hello. Thank you for being here. But you have not uploaded the new segment. But hello. Thank you for being here. And thank you for the donation of the $5. I'm building up my war fund. Or expedition fund. Or just fund. Let's just call it fund. My fund. What a sad affair this conversation is. Don't worry, I'm gonna show you a better one soon.
tak wpływa z jednej strony na działalność małych i średnich przedsiębiorstw. Mówią mi o tym przedsiębiorcy, mówią mi o tym piekarze, mówią mi o tym stolarze, gdy się z nimi...
So basically, he said that high electricity prices are bad. Small businesses, mid businesses, and big businesses, they all tell him that. The bakers, the carpenters, they all tell him that high energy prices are bad for business, so it's bad.
Spotykam, no, płacimy więcej za prąd, siłą rzeczy musimy płacić więcej na produkcję tego, czym się zajmujemy, co produkujemy.
And since they pay more for electricity, they also have to pay more for production.
No i wpływa to na odbiór także społeczny. No.
A zastanawiał się pan
And that is why society becomes unhappy. Because it's bad.
kiedyś, dlaczego Rada Polityki Pieniężnej utrzymuje takie stopy, a nie inne i czemu nie chce ich obniżyć?
Proszę wytłumaczyć, panie doktorze. Jest pan fachowy.
Oh my god. And have you ever thought why those rates are as they are and they aren't being lowered? Please explain to me, you're the expert. Like, oh my god, such ass kissing, ass licking, I don't even know how to describe it. Brown nosing. What a brown nose. Are there any new comments?
W tym względzie. Ja mówię głosem społeczeństwa, jak słyszę, że jest drogo.
You're the expert, Mr. Mentzen. I just speak with the voice of society. Like, how can you say that and not be embarrassed? How can you do that? This is so embarrassing. This is so sad.
A decyzja Rady Polityki Pieniężnej, o co apelowałem, przyniosłaby ulgę polskim obywatelom, to popieram to.
And the lowering of, yes, what I suggest would make lives of citizens far better.
To apeluję.
Bo chodzi o to, że jak się obniża stopy procentowe,
So if you lower those percentage rates,
to konsekwencją obniżenia stóp procentowych jest wzrost akcji kredytowej, na rynku pojawia się więcej pieniędzy, przez to
which means that more money, like when you lower those things,
ceny rosną. Znaczy obniżenie kredytowej na rynku procentowe, to konsekwencją obniżenia stóp procentowych jest wzrost akcji kredytowej,
the credit sort of action would increase.
na rynku pojawia się więcej pieniędzy,
There would be more money on the market,
przez to ceny rosną.
and that means the prices would increase.
Czy obniżenie stopy procentowej
So decreasing this whole percentage,
oczywiście obniża koszt kredytów,
it would of course lower the cost of the taking loans,
natomiast zwiększa koszty wszystkiego innego.
but it would increase the price of everything else.
Czyli obniżenie stóp procentowych prowadzi do wzrostu inflacji. I
So it would
teraz czego ja się innego? Czyli obniżenie stóp procentowych prowadzi do wzrostu inflacji.
so it would lead to the increase of inflation.
I teraz czego ja się boję?
So what I'm afraid of.
Polityka Prawa i Sprawiedliwości była taka, że NBP, Rada Polityki Pieniężnej, za
So the policy of Law and Justice was that the main Polish bank
tamtych rządów zaniżała stopę procentową.
would lower those percentage rates.
Teraz obecnie po tej obniżce ostatniej stopa procentowa w Polsce, ta referencyjna, to jest 5,25.
And now it's 5.25.
No i mamy inflację w tym momencie na poziomie 3,4.
And now we have 3.4% of inflation.
Ale na przykład jeszcze w styczniu 2020 roku, na chwilę przed pojawieniem się wirusa, czyli kiedy jeszcze nie
But in January 2020, right before COVID,
można tego zrzucić na te wszystkie sprawy wirusowe, inflacja bazowa, czyli ta bez ujęcia cen energii i żywności, wynosiła
the base inflation without energy and food
4,4, a
was 4.4,
inflacja cen konsumenckich 4,3.
and consumer sort of price inflation was 4.3.
Przy stopach 1,5%.
With 1.5% of percentage rate.
Czyli wtedy rzeczywiście stopa procentowa była niższa, ale
And then the percentage rate was lower,
kosztem było to, że inflacja była wyższa.
but the inflation was higher.
Ale się pan rozkręcił teraz
Znaczy,
w
bo,
swojej branży.
bo to akurat pan ma wpływ na to, kto będzie tam w Radzie Polityki Pieniężnej.
You have a say as to who will be deciding on these
No i
rates.
pan apeluje do tych ludzi, żeby
And you're appealing to these
oni
people
obniżyli, tylko że
for them to do it.
kosztem, konsekwencją tego
But the consequence
obniżenia stóp procentowych
of lowering those
byłoby
rates
podwyższenie cen,
would be the higher prices.
zwiększenie drożyzny,
It would make everything more expensive, which you hate, allegedly.
zwiększenie kosztów energii, żywności,
It would make food more expensive, it would make energy more expensive,
w zasadzie wszystkiego.
everything.
I teraz stąd dziwi mnie ten apel,
Which makes it baffling to me.
ponieważ z jednej strony to jest apel o
Because on the one hand,
zwiększenie inflacji,
you want to increase inflation,
a z drugiej
Kredytów, tak.
zmniejszenie kredytów,
you want to decrease the cost of credit, loans,
zwiększenie innych wydatków, a z
but you want to increase the price of everything.
drugiej strony jednak z jakiegoś powodu ja bym chciał, żeby bank centralny był niezależny od polityków, bo oni
But I would like the central bank also to be independent of politicians,
mają swoje polityczne interesy.
because politicians have their political interests.
Pamięta pan taśmę Usowy? Tam było to wezwanie, zdaje się, chyba była rozmowa z Belką, który mówił, że on tam może pomanipulować.
You remember those scandals where people said that they have their ends into the bank
Przy tych stopach po to, żeby Platformie było łatwiej.
and they could control the percentage rates to make things easier for the civic platform.
I ja rozumiem, że pan nie jest ekonomistą, tylko historykiem.
I understand that you're not an economist, but a historian. A historian! I don't know when, I have no clue when this happened. I have not heard him say it yet, but apparently during one of his public appearances, this historian has said that in 2015, there was no war in Ukraine yet, so This guy has embarrassed himself as a historian. I'm just gonna say that. An embarrassing display.
Kto panu to podpowiedział?
Who told you this? Who gave you this advice since you're a historian rather than an economist?
Nie jestem ekonomistą, jestem historykiem. Ekonomistów mam rzeczywiście w swoim gronie doradców.
I am not an economist. I am a historian indeed, and I have, I guess, people who, my advisors in my team that are economists.
Nie chcę zdradzać ich nazwisk, bo są to ludzie funkcjonujący niepublicznie.
I don't want to disclose the names of my economic advisors because they are non-public figures.
No, ale funkcjonujący w tej branży, a
But they do function in this environment of economics.
niestety ta kampania wyborcza zawsze, jeśli ktoś się przy mnie pokaże bardzo często, to od razu spotyka go jakiś rodzaj retorsji.
Unfortunately, those who are around me during this campaign face dire consequences.
I tutaj oczywiście była kluczowa sprawa kredytów i na to, że wielu kredytobiorców na to czekało. Myślę, że
And there was a big topic around thank you, fake Alec Parker. There's a big topic around credits, about loans, and many people wanted the cost of their loans to be lowered.
nie wchodząc w dyskusję ekonomiczną, myślę, że jest więcej wypadkowych tych cen, które płacą Polacy. No, jednej z
Oczywiście.
nich powiedziałem.
Not going into economics, I think there are many other factors that go into the prices that people pay.
Ceny energii elektrycznej, które jakby niszczą także polskie
The electricity prices that are destroying
polskie portfele.
Polish wallets.
Czyli tu wreszcie trafiliśmy
chciałbym,
punkt,
żeby-
gdzie mamy rozbieżność.
Tak,
So finally we have a thing that we disagree on. Wow. I never thought that they would disagree on anything, to be honest. I thought that you would just kiss his ass from start to finish. But I guess a single disagreement is something that is, I don't know, it happens. Disagreements happen.
Chciałbym
To też jest cenne.
cenne. No tak, to nie możemy się
Precious disagreements.
pewnie we wszystkim zgadzać, a chciałbym, żeby polskie instytucje, bo mówił pan doktor o Narodowym Banku Polskim, ja w ogóle
Okay. So we disagree on this, and I would like the Polish bank. I would like the national institutions because you've mentioned the Polish National Bank.
chciałbym dojść do Polski, w której są pewne sprawy państwowe, które mobilizują wszystkie środowiska polityczne. Pan mówi
I would like certain things in the country that mobilize all the political environment.
o ekonomii, ja trochę zawsze uciekam w historię, to jest rzecz
We're talking about economy, but I always escape into history because that is my expertise. Again, he said that in 2015 there was no war in Ukraine yet, so if that's his expertise that he tends to escape to, then God help us all if he wins.
naturalna. Mi się wydawało, że choćby reparacje od państwa niemieckiego będą rzeczą, która połączy wszystkie środowiska polityczne. Ile
I always thought that reparations that from Germany for World War II would be something that would unite all the political groups in this country. Well, it's not that simple, is it? Considering that Poland, because of the Soviet Union, basically said we don't need or want reparations, right? This is a more complicated topic.
lewice i prawice, to
And from the left and the right, that they would all unite on the topic of reparations from Germany.
jest realne, też jest trochę w tym ekonomii, bo to jest 6 bilionów
It is a little bit of there is a little bit of economy because it's like 6 billion,
200 miliardów złotych, więc
6 billion 200 million zlotys.
są te środki finansowe nam potrzebne, jest w tym
And we need those money. We need that money.
sprawiedliwość społeczna, no ale nie stały
It's justice.
się reparacje, sprawą łączącą wszystkie środowiska i
But reparations did not become this topic that unified all the political sides.
gdy tylko przyszedł nowy premier, to od razu wycofał się z kwestii reparacji.
The moment the new prime minister came into power, he immediately retreated from the topic of reparations. I mean, yeah, because it's just an antagonizing thing. Like, Poland has officially said, we don't want reparations. And unfortunately, it is what it is. Like, the Soviet Union screwed us over, and it's over. Like, I'm sorry. Like, you can chest puff or chest beat to the end of the earth, cry about reparations and say that Germany is awful, but what sort of thing do you expect to get from this? Like, what sort of results do you expect to get from this? Law and Justice was not able to get the reparations through 8 years of its tenure, so I have no clue.
To mówię, bo chciałbym, żeby instytucje państwa polskiego, żeby był w nas
And this is part of history, by the way, history that this guy should be well familiar with.
taki państwowy pewien kręgosłup,
We
który
should have a national spine.
łączy ponad doraźnymi, politycznymi
We should have a national spine that would unite all sorts of environments from the right and from the left. And that is why I attack my political opponents at all times.
partyjnymi sprawami interes państwa polskiego i niezależność.
And sovereignty and the interest of the Polish nation should be above these divisions.
Siła polskich instytucji
Yeah, strength of the Polish institutions.
mogłaby w tym bardzo pomóc.
Dobrze. Kolejny
Perfect.
temat.
Okay, another topic.
Zwróciłem uwagę podczas jednej z naszych ostatnich debat, przyznaję, że nie pamiętam, czy to był TVP, czy Republika, powiedział pan, że musimy budować fabryki amunicji, zwłaszcza tej 155 mm artyleryjskiej, bo okazało się, że po tych trzech, zwłaszcza tej TVP czy Republika, powiedział pan, że musimy budować fabryki amunicji, zwłaszcza tej 155 mm artyleryjskiej, bo okazało się, że po tych 3 latach doświadczeń wojny na Ukrainie, że ta amunicja jest potrzebna.
So during one of the debates, I don't remember which TV this debate took place in, you said that we need to build factories of ammunition, especially 155 millimeter artillery shells, because after 3 years of war in Ukraine, it turns out that ammunition is important. That it's important to have these shells.
Czy nie ma pan wrażenia, że Prawo i Sprawiedliwość trochę przespało tę sprawę?
Don't you think that Law and Justice Party, while it was in power, sort of dropped the ball on this, on creating factories that would manufacture 155 millimeter shells?
Były tam inicjatywy tego, aby powstawały fabryki amunicji. Nie powiem teraz panu dokładnego mechanizmu i schematu. Wiem natomiast, że te fabryki amunicji nie powstają. Byłem ostatnio w
There were some initiatives to build those factories. I'm not gonna give you the exact mechanisms, how it was planned and how it was supposed to be, but the fact is that they were not constructed.
W Kotowicach Śląskich, gdzie miała powstać jedna taka...
Here, I visited a place where one of these factories was supposed to be built.
Był pan w Ząbkowicach?
Wszędzie byłem, panie.
Have you been to this enter Polish name of a place? And he answers, yes, I've been everywhere.
W Ząbkowicach.
To jest jaki powiat?
Ząbkowicki.
To byłem.
Tak?
Ja byłem w każdym powiecie, więc mi jest łatwo odpowiadać.
I've been in every single region, so it's easy for me to answer your question.
W każdym. No tak, tam miała powstać fabryka amunicji 100.
So in this region that he just named, that will tell you nothing, he said that ammunition, oh my gosh, factory was supposed to be built.
55 mm, no to jest
155 artillery shell factory was supposed to be built.
rzeczywiście wymóg polskiego bezpieczeństwa.
And that is necessary for Polish security. I'll just add from myself that there's this Polish saying, X was supposed to happen, but it ended as always. It's a very Polish saying, that something was supposed to happen, but it just ended up being as always. And I guess that's sort of the case with those factories to build artillery shells. We were supposed to have so many great factories, but it just ended up as always, no factories.
Tak, ja nie mogłem wtedy 20 sekund czy 30 sekund się rozwinąć, no ale śledzenie frontu ukraińskiego pokazuje, że technologie przełomowe z jednej strony decydują o postępach na froncie, a z drugiej strony wciąż jest w głębokim wykorzystaniu właśnie artyleria.
So I could not really say much during those 20 seconds in the presidential debates, but looking at what's happening at the Ukrainian front line, it is true on the one hand that innovative technologies are game changers when it comes to battle. I think he's referring to drone warfare here, but it is also true that artillery shells are still being heavily used in this war.
Też w pana wywiadach i w spotkaniach też widziałem, że pan się do tego odnosi, no bo rzeczywiście bez amunicji używanie sprzętu nie jest praktyczne.
Dokładnie. Bo
And I've seen you talk about this in your interviews and many other meetings. And as you know that using military equipment without ammunition is a bit of a impossibility. Haha, funny joke.
Dlaczego ja o to pytam? Bo to jest dla mnie również bardzo ważna sprawa, podobnie jak sprawy tych traktatów unijnych, no bo o wolność trzeba walczyć, tak?
So why am I asking about this? I'm asking because this is a very important topic to me, just like the European Union treaties. And I want to, as you know, you have to fight for freedom.
Jeżeli nie będziemy w stanie obronić naszej suwerenności przed jakimś atakiem, to ją po prostu stracimy.
And if we cannot defend our sovereignty from any sort of attack, then we'll just lose it.
I trochę mi przeszkadza.
Just a quick reminder that Poland, by Polish generals, is estimated to be able to defend itself for about 2 weeks maximum before it runs out of everything.
Za to, że mam wrażenie, że polscy politycy, nie mówię teraz tylko o PiS, o wszystkich w zasadzie mówią, w ogóle nie doceniają powagi zagrożenia, nie rozumieją, że amunicja naprawdę jest potrzebna do prowadzenia działań.
So I have this feeling that Polish politicians, and I'm not specifying the left or the right, I'm saying all politicians don't understand the gravity of the situation, how important production of ammunition is, and that they just don't take it seriously.
Ja ostatnio, jak analizowałem wyniki wyborów, okazało się, tak z danych wychodzi, że około połowa polskich żołnierzy na mnie głosowała, pomimo
when I've analyzed the results of the election, I have seen that about half of our soldiers voted for me, which is weirdly interesting that half of the Polish soldiers apparently voted for Mentzen. I have no idea how to fact check this, so I'm just gonna have to take him at his word, but it is interesting if that's true, that half of the Polish soldiers decided to vote for Sławomir Mentzen.
Mimo tego, że ja całą kampanię, a może właśnie dlatego, mówiłem, że żołnierze nie mają amunicji.
Even though I've been saying throughout my whole campaign, or maybe because I've been saying throughout my whole campaign that soldiers don't have ammunition, maybe that's why they decided to vote for me.
Że Polska ma zapasów amunicji na 5 dni.
That Poland has stockpiled ammunition for 5 days.
To są słowa szefa Biura Bezpieczeństwa Narodowego.
These are the words of the chief of the security bureau of this country.
Od prezydenta Andrzeja Dudy.
From Andrzej Duda's, presidential office.
I to jest bardzo groźne, bo jeżeli
And that is very dangerous.
słyszę od bardzo dobrze poinformowanej osoby, że mamy amunicji na 5 dni.
Because when I hear from a very well-informed person that we only have ammunition for 5 days,
To czuję się przerażony, bo
then I feel terrified.
pytanie co 6 dnia. No i
Because the question is, what happens on the 6th day?
teraz jak sobie przypomnę, kto rządził przez poprzednie lata, to mamy
So when I look back at who was in charge throughout the last 8 years,
oczywiście tragiczne w tym momencie 1,5 roku rządu
we have, of course, the current 1.5 year of the current government.
Donalda Tuska, ale mamy wcześniej 8 lat rządów Prawa i Sprawiedliwości.
But we also have the 8 years of law and justice before the current 1.5 year.
Kiedy o to nie zadbano.
And it was not taken care of.
My jako Konfederacja jeszcze na samym początku 2020 roku mówiliśmy, że trzeba koniecznie zliberalizować ustawę o produkcji broni i amunicji w Polsce.
At the beginning of 2020, we as the Confederacy Party have said that the law around the production of weapons and ammunition have to be liberalized.
Bo ona w praktyce uniemożliwia powstawanie nowych fabryk.
Because the law as it's constructed now makes it impossible to create new production facilities,
Czy gdyby udało mi się na przykład przekonać posłów, że jednak amunicja jest potrzebna do
So
prowadzenia,
if I was able to I don't know, make the MPs realize that ammunition is actually important,
działań, to pan by podpisał taką ustawę.
would you sign this sort of bill if I was able to persuade politicians that ammunition is important?
Względnie oczywiście, tylko
Yes, of course,
jest
of course.
niezbędna amunicja
It is crucial. The ammunition is crucial.
do prowadzenia działań wojennych. Ja
It's important to be able to wage war at all.
umę się jednak tutaj za rządem Prawa i Sprawiedliwości.
But I will of course defend here and now the Law and Justice government because of course what an independent politician this guy is. Totally beautiful.
W tej kwestii, no bo w polskiej armii są rzeczy, które pan sygnalizuje, być może nie udało się zrobić, ale to był
There are things that you have signaled that were maybe impossible to do within the Polish army.
duży postęp polskiej armii, to znaczy
But Polish army has done a huge progress.
wystąpiła dynamika przyjęć do Wojsk Obrony Terytorialnej, do
The territorial forces, the territorial defense forces have accepted many recruits.
w ogóle PiS stworzył Wojska Obrony Terytorialnej pod
The Law and Justice Party has created the territorial defense forces.
wielką presją. To trzeba
It created it while being under great pressure.
też docenić, bo pan mówi
So please show some appreciation.
jakby o słabościach, a ja sobie pozwolę
You're talking about the weaknesses, but I will of course highlight the successes.
powiedzieć też o tym, co się udało. Jednak te kontrakty amerykańskie, czy na F-35,
Like the F-35 contracts with the United States.
na HIMARSy,
Zgadzamy
HIMARS.
się, że
Tak,
wojska obrony
Yeah.
terytorialne, jeżeli nie będą miały amunicji,
to jest pełna zgoda.
I mean, sure, you've got successes, but I think we can both agree that if the territorial defense forces don't have any ammunition, then you're gonna have a tough time.
Tak, no to znaczy zrobiono
Yes,
jeden krok, zrobiono krok stworzenia wojska, też
there was one step that was done, the step of creating an army. He's sidestepping the ammunition thing so hard. He is trying to defend his party so hard on this. This is so sad. Because Mentzen can just sit here, whatever he says about the creation of the army, about the purchase of weapons, about anything really, all that Mentzen has to do is to just sit here and say, oh yeah, sure, but if you run out of ammunition, then it's all worthless. No matter how big the army is, if they can only defend themselves for 5 days, then it's not exactly gonna be amazing. Poland still trusts the US for weapons. I mean, I think Poland still has contracts from before Trump's craziness, and I think those contracts have to be fulfilled.
Wyposażenie indywidualne żołnierzy jest, jak wiem, dużym problemem do dnia dzisiejszego.
As I understand it, also the individual equipment of soldiers is also a big problem. Apparently, Polish soldiers have to buy their own shoes for their own money, so...
I o te rzeczy też trzeba zadbać.
But we have to fight for the individual equipment, uniforms, etc.
Nie chciałbym
dlaczego
stworzyć...
Mariusz Błaszczak o to nie zadbał?
So why didn't Mariusz Błaszczak fight for this?
Właśnie mówię, o co zadbał.
Well, I'm telling you what he did fight for. Jesus Christ.
Żebyśmy w tym całym
Wie pan,
obrazie...
jaką ja mam teorię?
Do you know what my theory is?
Według mnie Mariusz Błaszczak, podobnie jak Władysław Kośniak-Kamysz,
I think that Mariusz Błaszczak, just like Kosiniak-Kamysz, who are like these main defense people.
zadbali o Abramsy,
I think that the people that I've just listed made sure that we have Abrams
zadbali o HIMARSy,
and HIMARS
zadbali o F-35,
and F-35s
dlatego, że na konferencji prasowej to bardzo dobrze wygląda.
because it really looks good on during a press conference.
Pokazuje się polityk na tle nowoczesnego
When a politician shows himself with some modern equipment behind them.
sprzętu, a przecież się nie pokaże na konferencji prasowej na tle stosu butów, mundurów, namiotów, śpiwów.
You're not exactly gonna look good if you're just gonna show yourself on TV in front of a pile of shoes, pile of uniforms and tents
albo amunicji.
A ja się jako
or ammunition.
prezydent Polski pokaże właśnie na takiej konferencji prasowej, że zadbam
O buty dla żołnierzy, żeby wreszcie mieli swoje
całe
buty,
indywidualne
żeby nie musieli za
wyposażenie
swoje
polskie.
pieniądze polscy żołnierze kupować.
I will go to a conference like that as the new president and I will show myself in front of a bunch of shoes, yeah? You're gonna get them a bunch of shoes so that they don't have to buy them for their own money. Finally, soldiers will just be, I don't know, given shoes to wear.
Może dlatego, że nie jestem politykiem? Tak, pokaże się
Maybe because I'm not a politician. Who needs uniforms? They can just all wear the same hat.
na takiej
To jest
konferencji
ważna
i
sprawa dla
i
żołnierzy,
będę
mieć
dumny.
buty.
I mean, it's really important for soldiers to have shoes. I guess
Tak,
so.
tylko że jak znów zestawiamy dwóch, oczywiście, że jest ważne i pokaże się na takiej
Of course it's important, and I will show myself at a press conference with the shoes. What the fuck is this? This is such a bizarre conversation.
konferencji będę dbał o indywidualne wyposażenie polskich
Of course I will fight for the individual equipment of soldiers.
żołnierzy i o to, aby powstały fabryki amunicji.
And I will also create I will also create factories that will create 155 caliber ammunition. Artillery.
Liczę, że na poparcie wszystkich środowisk politycznych
And I expect all political parties and everybody to support me in this.
bo naprawdę potrzebujemy fabryki amunicji.
Because we really need ammunition factory.
Jeśli chodzi o kwestię w ogóle polskiego przemysłu zbrojeniowego.
When it comes to the entirety of the Polish military industry, which I will talk about when I'm back. First, I'm gonna go to the toilet. I need to toilet. Oh yeah, okay. Nobody engages in my stuff. I'll be right back. Fajdo, chodź. Chodź, łobuzie. Ajajajajaj. I love that video. Welcome back, convenient Estelle. How convenient of you to be back. My dog is back as well. I'm gonna give him a snack to make him understand that he is being liked in this environment. But yes, the Trzaskowski interview is a lot more interesting. I'm gonna explain that it's more interesting, but it's also much more worrying, okay? I am worried. I'm so worried about that interview. I'm gonna tell you why when we get to it. I'm gonna tell you everything. I'm gonna lay my heart bare. Fido. I'm gonna lay my heart bare to you. It's gonna be awesome. What's worrying? I'm gonna tell you when we get there, okay? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're still doing the Nawrocki one. We're still doing the interview by Nawrocki, so let's not get ahead. You know? Let's not get too excited. You will be struck with I will be struck with ow. I will be struck with away. Okay, I've already did my evil mocking and now we have to continue.
My naprawdę powinniśmy stawiać na hutę Stalowa Wola, na bojowe wozy.
We really need our own steel, we need our armored vehicles.
Poty Borsuk na moździerze Rak. Huta Stalowa Wola jest
We
gotowa.
need our own mortars. Yes, that's right. We need our own mortars. We need our own everything, basically. We need to produce everything. Or at least I would say we should be able to produce something. That would be nice. If we actually produced anything.
Do tego, aby produkować polski sprzęt wojskowy i myślę, że tego też oczekuje się od przyszłego prezydenta.
Oh yeah, he basically says that Polish should produce its own brand equipment, Polish brand equipment.
Polski, ale zestawiając, aby inicjował jako zwierzchnik sił zbrojnych tego typu procesy. Natomiast rządy Zjednoczonej Prawicy, bo tu się jednocześnie pojawił minister Kosiniak-Kamysz i minister Błaszczak, no ja widzę przepaść pomiędzy tymi działaniami na rzecz Wojska Polskiego, bo jednak te wszystkie widzę przepaść pomiędzy minister Kosiniak-Kamysz i minister Błaszczak. No ja widzę.
So of course he says that the minister from the past of Law and Justice was much better, and the new one sucks, and that the new one isn't doing anything for the Polish military proper. And of course he was supposed not to talk about the opponents, but he cannot help himself because that is the Law and Justice modus operandi, just talking about the opponents all the time.
Przepaść pomiędzy tymi działaniami na rzecz Wojska Polskiego, bo jednak te wszystkie kontrakty, o których mówiliśmy, i te południowo-koreańskie,
All those contracts, the South Korean, the American ones.
i amerykańskie.
Ale amunicji jak nie było, tak nie ma.
Yes, you're talking about all the contracts, but we did not have ammunition and we still don't have ammunition, which is the main topic. You can deflect to all the contracts you want, but the ammunition shortage remains fact.
No, dlatego powinna być.
Świetnie, tak.
And that's why we should have ammunition. Brilliant. And that's the conversation. Hey, why didn't your party secure any ammunition for 8 years? They should have. Brilliant. Great. Amazing. Cool.
Ja mam jeszcze do pana jedną prośbę, jeżeli pan wygra te wybory.
I have one other request if you manage to win this election.
Niech pan przeczyta raport Najwyższej Izby Kontroli zdolności mobilizacyjnej i bojowe sił
Please read the report on the mobilization capability of Polish soldiers.
zbrojnych RP do realizacji zadań w trakcie wojny.
In order, please read the report on how many battle-ready soldiers we can sort of call upon.
Rozmawiałem o tym raporcie z prezydentem Andrzejem Dudą. Wiem, że
I have talked about this report with President Andrzej Duda,
się z nim zapoznawał. Bardzo pana proszę, żeby pan go przeczytał
and I would like you to read it as well.
i wyciągnął z niego
And I would like you to get some consequences.
najlepiej
I would like you to have some, I don't know, introspection on this.
konstruktywne wnioski.
Najwyższa Izba Kontroli mi się teraz źle kojarzy, bo nie wychodzi od pół roku z Instytutu Pamięci
To prawda.
Narodowej, ale jak jest to ciekawy
Ale
materiał,
to
to
jest,
się
ja go
It
czytałem.
was interesting read and I will read it.
Jestem jednym z niewielu polityków, którzy postanowili dowiedzieć się, w jakim stanie tak naprawdę jest nasze wojsko.
I am one of the only politicians that have decided to actually check what sort of in what sort of state our army actually is. Which, from as I am aware, the Polish reserves are. The average age of a Polish reservist is like 50 years old or something crazy like that, which is not good. That is not good.
Bardzo pana proszę, żeby pan przeczytał, jeżeli
I
pan...
would like you to read this report.
Przyjmuję ciekawą rekomendację, panie doktorze.
Bardzo
Jak
ciekawą.
I accept this interesting recommendation, dear doctor.
wygram, to z chęcią przeczytam.
If I read it, I will. If I win, I will read it.
Nie mogę
To rozumiem
powiedzieć.
Isn't that the average Russian soldier in Ukraine right now? 50 or is 50 something?
dobre dla Polski, żebym
I'll do it for Poland.
przeczytał.
Bardzo dobre dla Polski byłoby, gdyby pan to...
Also, that was not. Keep in mind, this is 3 years into the war. Okay, the Russian soldier average age. Okay, like that's 3 years into the war. In Poland, that's the default during peacetime. Okay, that is the default reservist that Poland can call upon in peacetime. It wasn't 50 at the beginning of the conflict. Jesus, very bad. Yeah, sure, but it's still bad, I think.
Przeczytał, ja nie mogę nic o tym powiedzieć, bo tajemnica. Niestety, to jest tajny raport, dlatego
I cannot talk about it much because it's a secret report.
żałuję bardzo, ale nie mogę powiedzieć, co tam jest, dlatego mogę tylko pana prosić, żeby pan przeczytał.
I cannot say publicly what's in there, but all I can do is ask you to read it.
Kolejny temat, niestety trochę skaczemy, bo już tylko 20 minut zostało.
Unfortunately, we're just jumping from topic to topic because we only have 20 minutes left.
W Polsce jest absurdalne prawo i praktyka poprzednich wszystkich rządów, również PiSu, w sprawie kryptowalut. To proste tylko.
There is a ridiculous law that all governments have adopted, including law and justice regarding cryptocurrency.
Pytanie, prośba. Czy znalazłby pan w tej kampanii 5 minut na rozmowę z przedstawicielami branży kryptowalut?
Would you find time to talk for 5 minutes to crypto bros during your campaign? Representatives of cryptocurrency, you know? Would you talk to the scammers? Yeah, it's a scam. Cryptocurrency is a scam, okay? Like, come on. Oh, I hate this.
W Polsce ma
There, of course, Mentzen will embrace it with all his heart.
więcej ludzi rachunki na giełdach kryptowalutowych niż rachunki maklerskie. To jest bardziej popularne. To jest 3
Cryptocurrency is more popular in Poland than regular stock exchange.
miliony ludzi. Czy znajdzie pan dla tych 3 rachunki
3 million people are into cryptocurrency in Poland. Will you find time for those 3 million people?
maklerskie? To jest bardziej popularne. To jest 3 miliony ludzi. Czy znajdzie pan dla tych 3 milionów ludzi, dla ich przedstawicieli branżowych 5
Would you find time for their representatives?
minut, żeby z panem o tym porozmawiali?
Will you talk to them?
Myślę, że tak, bo jak śledziłem statystyki i
I think so, since I've been looking into statistics.
zobaczyłem, że 18% inwestuje swoje środki w
18% of people invest their funds into cryptocurrency.
kryptowaluty,
I will accept your coin or token.
18% polskiego społeczeństwa, głównie ludzi, inwestuje swoje środki w kryptowaluty, 18% polskiego społeczeństwa, głównie ludzi młodych, a zdaje się 28%
18% of people, mainly young, invest into crypto. God.
złoto, więc widzę, że te wielkości
And into gold.
się zbliżają. Mamy sukces Blika, więc jakby Polska ma...
We have the success of Bleak.
Mamy sukces także nowych technologii.
We have the success of new technologies. Okay. Bleak is nothing like cryptocurrency. Okay, who here knows what the Bleak system is? What the Polish... I think it's a thing that... I'm not sure if it's something that exists anywhere outside of Poland, the Bleak system. Like, it has nothing to do with cryptocurrency. So I guess I'm just gonna wait a few seconds for the chat to tell me if you know what Bleak is. If you don't, I'll just explain it, because it's actually very, very simple. Okay? Bleak. No idea what that is. I'd say it's pretty bleak. I thought you liked it. I know someone... Okay. So bleak is basically you have your money on your account, and instead of showing your card or anything like that, you have a little bit of code, okay? You have, I think, a 4-number code that you input into the card thing. And that code is called bleak. And you can just pay for things by inputting this bleak code. And that's it. Okay? You pay from your bank account by entering a code. That's it. That's the bleak system. It has nothing to do with cryptocurrency, okay? It's silly to compare bleak to the cryptocurrency. But whatever. Basically, yeah. Instead of like taking out your card and paying with your card, you just pay with a code that displays on your phone. Well, no, because the code is randomly generated and is only active for like less than a minute. So you have to enter it quickly and then it just expires. Like it's a code that you have for individual purposes. How is it written? B-L-I-K. B-L-I-K. Bleak. In our case, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's just a one-time code that you have for a purchase. Like I buy milk, eggs, and bread, and I get a one-time code. I input it. I pay with that. It's actually a pretty convenient system. Like for example, sometimes when I don't have money, right? Like I'm gonna give you a great example for using this for convenience. I don't have money with me, right? And I want to buy something. And for example, I can, technically speaking, call my mom on the phone and say, hey, I bought myself a bottle of Coke. Can you give me a blick code to pay for it? And she just gives me a blick code. I input it and voila. You've paid it. You've paid for it. Even if you don't have a card with you, even if you don't have anything with you, you have 0 items with you, you know? You don't have a phone with you. You have not, I mean, you have to have a phone to call your mom, but technically speaking, I could not have a phone. I could ask someone to lend me their phone and call my mom and be like, can you give me the one-time blick code and get the item. So it can be very convenient. And be very convenient.
I
I still have some security concerns, but I got to use. So, like, putting aside any sort of security things, like, I actually think that using your phone for payment is much more insecure, you know? Like, instead of, you know how you can just get your debit card near the card thing and pay for it just by sort of proximity, you can do the same thing with your phone. That feels less secure to me. But yes, the bottom line is that Bleak has nothing to do with cryptocurrency, and Nawrocki sort of compared it in a weird way because he called it one of the new technologies that Poland has adopted.
Zanim odpowiem tak konkluzywnie na pana doktora pytanie, to chcę też zachęcić wszystkich, którzy nas oglądają w kontekście kryptowalut i nowych technologii, by zapoznali się z ofertą Instytutu Pamięci Narodowej.
Oh my god. So before I conclusively answer to your question, I would like everybody here to get acquainted with the offer of the Polish Institute of National Memory.
Prezesem, który zaczął robić gry komputerowe o Polsce.
Because the boss of the institute has started making video games about Poland, which probably again has a right-wing bend and probably is pretty twisting history a little bit. Like some of the publications of the National Institutes of National Memory have been lambasted, have been really criticized by historians for how much they narrativize history, how much they sort of twist history to glorify the nation, etc. It's not good. Like for example, when it comes to the participation of Polish people in the Holocaust and glorification of people that rescued Jewish people. Like it gets complicated, it gets controversial, it gets really it gets tense. It gets really, there's a big
O polskiej historii, o wojnie polsko-bolszewickiej z roku 20. Instytut Pamięci.
So there is a new video game about the Polish Bolshevik War from 1920.
Narodowej jest na Steamie. Mówię o tym.
And it's on Steam. Wait. It's on Steam? Okay, now I gotta check it out, okay? I have to Google it because of course he would not give me the title. IPN Gra Wojna Polsko-Bolszewicka. I wanna know what the reviews are. Okay, Bitwa Warszawska. I'm gonna check it out. I'm not gonna just let's see, let's check it. If it's on Steam, let's check it out. Oh, 0 results, huh? Maybe it's Battle for Warsaw. I cannot find it. I cannot find it. Only if I had Steam. A Warsaw Rising. No. Hold on. Okay, let's see Warsaw Rising. Okay. Yeah. This is mixed. Mostly positive, huh? Okay, let's see what games they've published. Cypher's game. Cypher's game. It is the end of 1920. The Polish Bolshevik War has been going for almost 2 years. The battle for Korsteń A key railway junction and technical supply base is underway. Break Bolshevik ciphers, ensure radio communication, and neutralize the fearsome armored trains. Okay, let's see. Very positive! Actually, this game has very positive reviews. And it's free. This game is free. I'm adding it to the library. Maybe we'll play it on stream. Maybe I will praise it, okay? It actually has very positive reviews. Let's read a review. Another good game, short but educational, about Polish history. Fun to waste an hour or so. Oh, wow, okay. Oh my god. But you could do a crossover with Shakespeare about this institute if you wanted to. Maybe I could. Cypher's game. Or with Dr. Kuba? Who is Dr. Kuba? A Polish-Canadian YouTuber who has worked for US Defense Department and taught in Vietnam. Wait, hold on. What? Is that his name, Dr. Kuba? Would he talk to me? Is this him? No, I don't think so. I don't think this is him. What is this guy's channel name? I don't think this is the Dr. Kuba. Oh, he doesn't have his own channel. Okay, I see. Would he talk to me though? This is Revolution? Is this a YouTube channel? This is Revolution Podcast. We'll get him in here. I'll talk to him. I'll gladly talk to him if he'll talk to me. I'm open to conversations. I'm a equal opportunity talker. Alright, let's continue. Bottom line is, Bleak has nothing to do with crypto.
Dlatego, że ja poszukiwałem w tak trudnej materii jak...
Yes, the National Institute video games, yes. We might play one or two of their games on stream, we'll see. Probably would, however he has associated with problematic people. I have not heard him say anything bad himself. What problematic people TM has he associated with? Listen, I don't guilt by association. I will even talk to problematic people. I need more people, okay? I need more conversation. I need stuff happening on this channel. I need to make this channel less rigid and stiff. I need stuff happening. I need debates and conversations. I need growth. Be friends with Ben, who is transphobic and anti-indigenous. I have no idea who's Ben. Lucy should talk to Yi. No, I should not. If it's the person that I think you're talking about.
Jaką jest pamięć historyczna i trauma XX wieku, rozwiązań technologicznych i patrzę
Yes, the trauma of the 20th century and the technological inventions.
w ogóle na Centrum Technologii Przełomowych, które chcę stworzyć w kancelarii.
So I want to create so many innovations.
technologii przełomowych w Biurze Bezpieczeństwa Narodowego jako na możliwość rozwoju państwa polskiego i
TLDR, what he's saying, I want to implement so many new technologies as president. It's not going to be cool and technological. It's going to increase our defense and it's going to be the best in the world. It's going to be so cool and good.
Kończąc, oczywiście te kryptowaluty ze względu i na statystyki, i na próby Polaków, także obrony przed obcym kapitałem czy zagranicznych firm są rzeczą, która mnie interesuje.
Yes, I'm interested in technologies that will defend us from foreign capital, from all the bad things and yes.
Ogląda pan czasem piłkę nożną?
Do you watch soccer? Yeah, I'm gonna say it. Football, I have been convinced that football is for the real good sport, you know? American football, okay? Hot take. You know? Europe has lost privilege to use the word football. It is now soccer.
Oglądam.
Bo tam
I
czasem
watch it.
jest tak,
It's boring. It's boring as hell. Just another hot take. That's why I lost the word football. Because it's boring as hell. At least football is kind of exciting to watch, I gotta say. You know, I thought it was very chaotic, but then somebody actually explained it to me, and I was like, oh damn, okay. Now that I understand the rules, it's a lot more cool than I thought. It's actually not boring to watch. What's your favorite American football team? I think you can guess, okay? All things... You know what? Guess. Try to guess what is my favorite American football team. I think you can do it based on all the clues and cues that I've left. No, actually not. No. Not the Baltimore Ravens. There's another team, but you know, there's another team. They used to have a problematic name. That is my only hint that I'm willing to give. I'd rather watch baseball. I watched some baseball. I watched some Japanese baseball. Apparently, Japanese high school baseball is more popular than professional baseball for adults because of the Koshien Stadium. Yes, that one. I think they're the Commanders. They're called the Commanders now. I'm pretty sure that's the new name. That's the PR name. Washington Commanders? Was that the name? Wait, they changed the name for them? Yes, for the ones that Random 3PO said yes.
Tak jest końcówka meczu, że piłkarz biegnie z piłką do rogu i tam gra na czas. Pan jest świetny w grze na czas. Pozbawił mnie pan bardzo konsekwencji.
Yes, you really... So he just said that in soccer you do a lot of stalling for time and that, that Nawrocki is really good at stalling.
Pan też lubi porozmawiać czasami.
Ja bardzo lubię.
Jak
You also like to talk a little bit. I love to talk. Jesus Christ almighty. This is so boring. This is so goddamn boring. I cannot wait to go to the actually interesting conversation, okay? I'm just finish it to cleanly end this as a segment, but oh God almighty. God almighty, the brown nosing is real. It pains me. It physically pains me to see so much brown nosing happening.
w ekonomię i w podatki, no to przecież miał pan 10-minutowy speech.
Uciekamy teraz.
He had a 10-minute speech when it comes to economy.
Mirosław Trzeciak był taki, pamięta pan tego zawodnika? On tak zawsze przy linii.
Okay, they're talking about soccer now. I'm not interested. I'm not even gonna translate this. Do you remember this soccer player? I'm not interested, okay? Crazy since Brown is not there. I know. It's incredible. My Brown video has made me a lot of views and a lot of comments. I'm so happy. I should move more. I guess the lesson is I should do more Grzegorz Brown content. I should do more Grzegorz Brown related content. I'm not even sure if I did segments out of the rest of the Star Wars things. Maybe I should do it. Maybe it's a signal from heaven that Grzegorz Brown is my ticket to growth for this channel to become more successful. Grzegorz Brown is gonna be the savior of this channel. 467 views. I should milk Grzegorz Brown, literally. If it's gonna reach 1,000, then I'm gonna be like, okay, Grzegorz Brown is the guy that I have to talk about, I guess. Moving forward, I have to pay attention to Grzegorz Brown, I guess.
Tak,
Mirosław Trzeciak.
tak, lata 90., jeżeli dobrze pamiętam.
Yes, football from the 90s, very interesting.
Oglądałem taki materiał o pana historii, o pana życiu prywatnym, to umieszczony na YouTubie i na jedną rzecz zwróciłem uwagę. Jakby na przykład mnie ktoś zapytał, jak wyglądało moje dzieciństwo.
So I've watched a material about your life, about your childhood, and something struck me. If someone asked me about my childhood,
Co robiłem w swoim życiu, tam bym
what I did in my life,
opowiadał, gdzie pracowałem, gdzie się uczyłem,
I would talk about where I worked, where I studied,
kogo znałem, kogo nie
who
znałem,
I knew, who I didn't know,
co robiłem.
what I
Natomiast
did.
u pana w tym materiale nagle wyskakuje Pilecki, Jan Paweł II, Kolbe.
But in your, there's like John Paul II, Pilecki.
Wydaje mi się to nienaturalne, w
It
sensie
feels so unnatural.
pan wyrósł na gdańskim blokowisku, tak?
You grew up in a Gdańsk block, sort of, you know, Soviet blocks.
Grał pan w piłkę, bawił
You
się
played football, you played soccer, sorry.
pan z dzieciakami, potem jakieś
You played with the kids.
pewnie jakieś tam bójki.
You probably got into fights. Oh yeah, he got into fights. Oh yeah. Like he got into soccer brawls in 2009 as an adult. But don't worry, he just called it a masculine form of noble fighting or something. I don't even remember it was something really bizarre. Nawrocki is a bizarre guy.
Zwyczajne, było jak było. Jeżeli mam w głowie człowieka, który pojawił się na tym blokowisku, trenował boks, potrafił komuś dać w zęb.
When I think about this Soviet bloc guy that trained boxing and was able to throw a punch. Wait, Nawrocki trained boxing? Nawrocki was a boxer? Wait, hold on, I'm gonna have to look it up. Okay, we're gonna look up the boxing career of Mr. Nawrocki. Now I'm fascinated. Now I have been captivated by this new revelation that I have. Nawrocki box. Let's see if he trained boxing or not. Do you remember this football player? Jesus Christ. I can't really find anything about him properly training boxing, but I can find only articles about him being a hoodlum and being friends with thugs and gang members, but whatever.
Mam wyobrażenie takiej osoby. A tu nagle, gdy pan ma parę minut dosłownie w tym filmie, żeby opowiedzieć o swoim dzieciństwie, to tam
And then you have a few moments to talk about your childhood.
pan zmieszcza Pileckiego, Kolbego, Jana Pawła II.
Then you talk about those Jan Paweł II and all these other famous people.
To jest nienaturalne. Czy nie ma
It's
pan
so forced.
wrażenie, że to jest takie, że młodzi ludzie nie kupują czegoś takiego?
Don't you feel that young people don't buy it?
Ale bo nie wiem, o którym pan filmie mówi, o tym, co
I
też
don't know what movie you're talking about.
Na plaży z rodziną jestem.
Nie, to był taki film, gdzie były rozmowy z pana siostrą,
There was a movie when people talk to your sister,
z pana żoną.
your wife.
Pan tam, być może pan tego nie reżyserował.
No nie.
Maybe you did not sort of worked on this movie, but
Nie reżyserowałem.
no, I did not produce it.
Moja ocena taka była, że to nie wyszło najlepiej, że być może, że
In my opinion, it was not done in the best way.
rzeczywiście dla trochę starszego wyborcy to
Of
jest
course,
dobre,
for
ale
an
taki
older
młody
voter,
człowiek,
it's pretty good.
trochę fałsz w tym.
But a younger person, to a younger person, it will feel very fake.
Wszystkim wyczuwa. Nie ma pan takiego zdania, że mogłoby
Don't you feel
tak być?
Nie,
that
nie.
it might be like this?
Mi się ten film podobał, oczywiście.
No, I like this movie.
Ja byłem jego reżyserem, no ale jeśli to jest pytanie pana doktora, to tak, ja
Jesteś po stronie Snooknum. Are you on the side of Nawrocki or Mentzen? Where are you from? Warsaw, and I'm on neither side. Why would I be on the side of Mentzen or they are both basically on the same side. Like they agree on most things. What do you mean? I just hope, God, I hope Mentzen will not endorse Nawrocki. Like, I don't even have sides to be on here because Nawrocki just kisses the ass of Mentzen in order to get his votes. Like, Trzaskowski conversation is much more interesting because they actually don't agree. Because they clash. So that one's gonna be interesting. This one's a snooze fest in comparison. This one's pretty boring, to be quite honest with you. So welcome to the stream. How did you find this stream? What brings you here? Do you watch any other streamers? Also, nobody here will understand you if you speak Polish because I primarily speak to an English-speaking audience, even though it's not gigantic.
jestem ze zwykłego blokowiska gdańskich Siedlec. Tam oczywiście
Yes, I'm from the not regular Gdańsk Soviet bloc neighborhood. I'm a regular bloke.
i grałem w kapsle i grałem w piłkę.
Yes, I played all those games that you used to play as a kid in the Soviet times.
Bawiłem się w podchody i w chowanego, więc to było
I played hide and seek.
takie standardowe dzieciństwo lat 90.
I had a very standard childhood of the 90s.
Na jednym z blokowisk i nie
I
wiem,
za mało o tym pan powiedział, bo ja bym chciał pana poznać właśnie takiego człowieka z krwi i kości. I tamtego
Well, I would like to meet you as an authentic, real person. So it's good. It's good that I can listen to this side of you. No, actually. Defophil Paugus is from the US. Random Free POS is from the US. Actually, most of the people watching this stream are from the US. So, no, if I started speaking Polish, nobody would get what I was saying. And I'm not just learning, by the way. Inkub is not from the US, but not from Poland. Greater Ain't is from the US. My editor that is in the audience is from the US. Yeah, but you're from Canada. You're not from Poland. Is what I'm saying. Okay? It doesn't really change anything, especially since Canada is about to become the next US state. Never. I don't know Polish. Wait, you're Polish Canadian? You're Polish Canadian? And you're telling me to speak Polish? Really? Well, my questions stand. How did you find the stream? What other streamers do you watch? Do you watch any other streamers? Do you watch any other political content creators? Insectoid whatever.
Nie zobaczyłem. Jakby pan opowiedział, jak pan na ustawki jeździł, przecież to jest niesamowicie ciekawe. Jak ja byłem dzieckiem i chodziłem czasem nastolatkiem na jakieś mecze, to nigdy nie brałem oczywiście udziału w ustawkach, natomiast uważam, że to powinno być coś legalnego, że nie mam nic przeciwko temu, że dwóch dorosłych ludzi chce sobie dać po twarzy. Gdyby pan
Oh yeah, he took part in those brawls, those soccer brawls between soccer fans. That's just, and they're talking about that. Then in 2009, Mr. Nawrocki took part in a big brawl between soccer fans, and he was one of them.
tym opowiedział, to jestem przekonany, że trafiłby pan dużo bardziej do młodszych ludzi.
No, jeśli chodzi o formy walki...
If you talked about those brawls, maybe you would have reached a lot more younger voters. For sure. Jesus Christ Almighty, the level that we're operating at right now.
szlachetnej męskiej walki.
Oh my god, the noble masculine fighting, of course. The noble masculine fighting of soccer fans beating the shit out of each other. Like, brilliant. This guy is projected to possibly win and be the next president. I'm ashamed.
Wręcz, no to w moim życiu tego było dużo. To jest rzecz naturalna. Przecież przez tyle lat boksowałem jako zawodnik gdańskiego stoczniowca. Byłem...
Oh, wait, hold on. He actually has been a boxer. Interesting. So this guy actually had a boxing career.
mistrzem Pomorza w wadze ciężkiej w boksie na takiej...
Wait, he was a champion, heavyweight champion in some area in Poland in boxing. Well, I'm gonna have to do a breakdown of Nawrocki's boxing career now. I'm gonna have to look into it.
zapadłej hali stoczniowca na terenie Stoczni Gdańskiej trenowałem do dzisiaj.
He trained in a shipyard. God. He made himself seem much cooler than he actually is. Like training, hardened boxer training from dusk to dawn in a shipyard. His 1-2s.
Czuję zapach naprawdę tej sali.
I can still feel the smell of the training gym. Wow, okay.
Dach i tak
Maybe I should vote for Nawrocki for his boxing career.
Emocje są w trakcie meczu, bo to jest mecz, tak? To się mówi mecz bokserski, czy...
A fun fact, one of the prominent members of Euromaidan and also former mayor of Kyiv was a boxer named Vitali Klitschko. Yeah, Klitschko was one of the faces of the opposition, political opposition.
walka bokserska albo mecz bokserski.
Większe
But a boxing match.
emocje są podczas walki bokserskiej, czy poprzez ustawki kibiców?
Ale jeśli
Większe emocje są podczas walki bokserskiej, czy poprzez ustawki kibiców?
So, are the emotions, are the tensions higher during a boxing match, or are the tensions higher during a soccer fan brawl? Jesus Christ, what a question.
ale jeśli chodzi o... co pan nazywa ustawką? Ja tego
What do you mean when you say, like,
Tak jak w lesie spotykają się kibice jednej drużyny
when in the forest you have fans of one team meeting and fans of the second team meeting,
drugiej drużyny i ze sobą walczą?
and they fight each other?
Nie, no to jeśli chodzi o sportowe emocje, czy to
When it comes to sportsmanship, tension,
walka 1 na 1
one-on-one fight
w ringu bokserskim,
on a boxing ring.
czy to nie wiem, 3 na 3 nawet na terenie sali gimnastycznej, czy w jakichś
Sometimes it's in a boxing gym. Sometimes you have 3v3 fights.
większych liczbach, no to towarzyszą temu te same emocje, bo jest
You have the same emotions
to walka sportowa, walka...
because sportsmanship. No, that's bullshit. I'm sorry. I'm calling bullshit. I'm calling total bullshit on this. Like, in boxing you have rules, okay? You have clear rules. You have a referee in boxing. A referee will stop you when you do something illegal, and if you do something below the belt or anything other, they will stop you most of the time. There were incidents when people put some things in their gloves and they killed or maimed their opponent, but when you have two soccer team fan groups meeting in a forest, then anyone can bring a knife, anyone can bring a broken bottle, anyone can just kill the person from the other side. And what sort of sportsmanship emotions are gonna accompany that? Ridiculous. You're Ukrainian, right? Who, me? Are you asking me, or are you asking the person in the audience? So big, so powerful. Some people are saying the best 1-2s in the Polish history. My presidential candidate. God dog. True. True. The boxing champion. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I'm just a French Canadian. Also, you haven't answered me the question how you found this stream and what other streamers do you watch. And if you like what you see, if you like this stream, you should press like, by the way. And you should subscribe. As you're answering these questions, I'm gonna check on the new VOD. I'm gonna check on this new wonderful video that has been uploaded. I'm gonna see if there are any new comments under the video that has been doing really well, actually. I'm really happy. 469 would be beautiful. Don't forget to go to the VODs and give them a like and comment. Lucy is making a list. Yes, I am making a list. I shouldn't. No, I'm not gonna go to that joke. It's too easy.
Która teraz już chyba ten rodzaj, co pan nazywa to ustawkami, ten rodzaj aktywizacji sportowej czy społecznej pojawia się też komercyjnie, bo widziałem...
So I've seen those sort of brawls, I don't know, enter into the commercial sphere. I have no clue how.
Kibiców czy grupy, które siedmiu tam
bo pan walczył w takiej 70-70, pamiętam.
So I remember that you thought in a group of 70 versus 70. I'm sorry, this is not sportsmanship. Anybody can die in those brawls, okay?
Z tego, co mi ludzie mówili.
Ridiculous, okay, to say, oh yeah, basically two groups of soccer fans just beating the shit out of each other. That's basically like boxing. The emotions are basically the same. Good one, Lucy. That joke deserves like a Pepe laugh.
Trochę wspólnych znajomych. Jednak i przyznaję, że mi to imponuje. W sensie uważam, że to jest coś, czym się pan powinien pochwalić, bo mało który prezydent tam w grupie kilkudziesięciu na kilkudziesięciu kibiców się bije. Dla mnie...
I have to praise you because not many Polish candidates will fight in a brawl of 70 versus 70 people, and I will applaud you for being a presidential candidate that took part in thug brawls. Like, okay, cool. I guess Nawrocki is standing together with giants such as Yanukovych. Brilliant. You see those football hooligans who went to fight for Ukraine? I mean, true. They did form some of those battalions initially, didn't they? Those football hooligans. I think there's a name for them. There is a name for a football hooligan in English. I forgot. I forgot what the name was. But yes. Yes. They were among those who actually formed the initial units.
I to jest naprawdę ciekawe.
W różnych modułach zawsze sportowych, szlachetnych walk
Oh my god, in different modules of noble sportsmanship fighting,
występowałem. Nie zawsze wychodzi
I have entered into many different modules of sportsmanship noble fighting, and I have not always emerged victorious. Yes, he actually said something along those lines, even if I did not translate it perfectly. This is so embarrassing.
wychodziłem z nich zwycięsko, bo
The facial expression when listening to this.
wychodziłem z nich
This facial expression tells me everything that I need to know, okay? Oh my god.
zwycięsko, bo
He's a noble warrior, you see, when he took part in a brawl of soccer fans, 70 versus 70 people beating each other to submission. That was sacred masculine sportsmanship talking. That was just part of his sacred masculinity.
ten sport, jak każdy sport, wymaga oczywiście i determinacji i tego, żeby być do takich walk przygotowanym, ale lubiłem aktywność.
You have to be prepared for those sort of fights, but I've always liked physical activity
Sportową. Lubię
and sport.
dalej, cały czas trenuję, o czym pan
I keep training.
doktor i państwo doskonale wiecie.
Wait, he keeps training boxing? Really? He doesn't look it, to be honest. He does not look like a guy that keeps training boxing, but maybe looks can be deceiving.
Te sportowe aktywności w jakimś sensie dały mi też charakter i gotowość do tego, żeby być dzisiaj kandydatem na urząd prezydenta.
And thanks to those sportsmanship activities, I am now ready to be a presidential candidate. Thank you. Oh yeah, this is brilliant. This is the best.
I jeszcze
You know what? I thought this was boring, but now it has gotten mildly interesting. A little bit more interesting. As it was super boring before, but now it has gotten a little bit more interesting, to me at least.
sprawa jest do wyjaśnienia, zapewne się pan spodziewa jaka. Ja mam
So there's a thing that needs explaining. You probably know what it is. A noble warrior presidential candidate, you saying that's giga Polish. I know, right? Cauliflower ear.
problem z panem w sprawie tego mieszkania. I tak uczciwie mówię.
So there's this problem with you when it comes to an apartment. So apparently this guy has taken advantage of some poor dude and got an apartment from him, promising the dude that in exchange for that apartment he will take care of him for the rest of his life. There was some weird arrangement, and then he just abandoned the dude after getting the apartment. So
Ja naprawdę mam z tym problem.
I really have a problem with the apartment thing.
Bo jak powiem panu, jak ja to widzę.
I'll tell you how I see it.
Sprawa została ujawniona w sposób skandaliczny, w sensie
So the thing has been exposed in a really scandalous way.
to, że prawdopodobnie te dokumenty wyciekły z tego postępowania sprawdzającego
The fact that the documents of this whole thing leaked.
ABW, to jest skandal i nie chciałbym,
It's really scandalous.
żeby służby ingerowały w kampanię
And I would not like secret services to interfere in presidential elections.
wyborczą. To nie powinno mieć miejsca.
That should not have happened.
Tu się myślę, że możemy
I think we can agree on that.
zgodzić. Natomiast pytanie jest inne.
However, my question is different.
Gdybym miał to ocenić z zewnątrz, to według
If I were to judge this as a person from the outside,
mnie zrobił pan błąd dawno temu, jako młody człowiek.
then you've made a mistake a long time ago as a young man.
Mając różne... Być może pan mnie zaraz sprostuje, że nie mam racji. Powiem panu
Maybe you'll tell me that I'm incorrect,
najpierw, jak ja to widzę.
but I'll tell you how I see it.
Że zrobił pan błąd.
You've made a mistake.
Zrobił pan coś, czego pan być może żałuje,
You've done something that maybe you regret,
czego więcej by pan nie zrobił.
that you would have not done again.
Natomiast mi bardziej nawet przeszkadza niż nie to, co zrobił młody Karol Nawrocki,
But I'm less bothered by what young Mr. Nawrocki has done.
tylko to, jak to ograł potem w kampanii wyborczej.
But I'm more bothered by how he played it in the presidential campaign.
Ja bym tu nawet, mi to się kojarzy z przypadkiem Lecha Wałęsy, który
It feels like a Lech Wałęsa case.
w dzieciństwie zrobił głupią rzecz,
You've done something stupid in your childhood,
i ona by była ludziom wybaczona.
and it would have been forgiven.
Natomiast to, że ile razy kręcił potem w tej sprawie, ten
But how much you've been sort of BSing about this.
było gorsze niż to, co się
That was worse even than what actually happened.
wydarzyło. Bo jeżeli najpierw mamy oświadczenie sztabu, że tam była ta pomoc,
Because if we first have an announcement of your campaign that there was help to this person,
potem wersja, że jednak nie było żadnej
and then there was a new version that there was no help,
pomocy, tylko zwyczajna transakcja,
and then that it was a regular transaction,
akt notarialny, gdzie pan podpisuje, że
a notarial, like a legal act,
zostało zapłacone, po czym
in which it stated that the apartment was paid for.
pan na wywiadzie u Rymanowskiego mówi, że to nie było zapłacone
But then in an interview you say the apartment was not paid for.
dopiero przez wiele lat. Ta historia się nie klei.
And this whole story does not add up.
Czegoś tam brakuje. Czy
There's something missing.
mógłby pan spróbować mnie przekonać, że mój pogląd jest fałszywy i że
Can you try to persuade me that my view on this thing is false
tam naprawdę wszystko się zgadza?
and that everything is in order when it comes to this whole apartment from a guy who you promised to take care of but abandoned?
Wszystko tam się zgadza i
Everything is in order.
powiem tak, ja bym zrobił dokładnie tak samo, jeśli
I would have done it exactly the same.
chodzi o mój stosunek do pana Jerzego i mimo tej historii chciałbym, żeby wszyscy, którzy to
And even though there's this whole story,
oglądają, nie wątpili w to, że warto pomagać drugiemu człowiekowi.
I would like there to be no doubt that it's worth to help another person.
Oczywiście są fakty, są prawne rozstrzygnięcia tej
There are the facts and there are legal judgments about this situation,
sprawy. Są też
legal decisions.
fakty publiczne, to
And
jak
there are also there's also public opinion.
to zostało pokazane, to jak to jest
How it was presented, how it was shown,
pokazane i przy jakim rygorze. Sprawa
and with what rigor.
dla mnie jest bardzo czysta i mam
The whole thing is very clean.
mam teraz możliwość przekonać pana.
And I have the opportunity to persuade you.
Jest 2007, 2008
It's 2007, 2008.
rok. Ja poznaję człowieka, któremu bezinteresownie na samym początku pomagam.
I meet a person who I help at the beginning from the goodness of my heart.
Ta dzielnica Sielce jest taka, że takich ludzi już jest kilku.
There's quite a few of people like him in his neighborhood
12, których gdzieś codziennie mijam. Większość
that I meet every day.
z nich niestety już nie żyje.
A lot of them are unfortunately dead.
Później temu człowiekowi po prostu pożyczam środki finansowe,
And
bo
so I started lending this person money
chcę się zabezpieczyć na to, aby wykupić mieszkanie
because he wanted to secure himself to buy an apartment.
komunalne. Nie miałem
Pan
wtedy
mnie pożyczył, idąc do banku i wpłacając te pieniądze.
No tak,
On
no
nie
bo-
zobaczył
So you've lent him the money by going to the bank and paying the money into the bank.
tych pieniędzy na oczy.
He never saw this money.
Oczywiście, że prosił mnie o to, żebym to zrobił. To
Of course he asked me to do this.
znaczy, zaraz panu podam kolejne przykłady,
To było tego
I'm gonna give you different examples.
samego dnia, co testament ten pan napisał.
Why is it on the same day that he wrote his will?
Czemu źle pan mnie ocenia? Zaraz panu to udowodnię,
I'm gonna prove to you that you're judging me incorrectly.
gdzie jest to clue mojego dobrego podejścia
And the main point of my good approach to this topic.
do tej sprawy. No później trafia do aresztu.
And then he went to jail.
Jest filmik,
And there's a movie.
mam nadzieję, że pan go obejrzał,
And I hope that you've seen it.
w którym 12 minut
In which for 12 minutes
czy 15 minut
or 15 minutes
opowiadam o tej
I talk about
sprawie, więc
this whole affair.
on w momencie, gdy jest proces wykupu tego mieszkania, które miało być jego
So when there was the process of buying this apartment that was supposed to be his,
Bezpieczeniem
that was supposed to be his security
na wiele lat, no to
for many years,
trafia do aresztu. Ten
he got arrested.
fakt i brak podania publicznego tego faktu może
And this fact and the lack of disclosing this fact publicly
wprowadził opinię publiczną w jakiś taki rodzaj rozedrgania i
maybe he could have unnerved the public opinion.
też może panu ten fakt pomoże spojrzeć nieco
And maybe this fact will allow you to look at this whole thing differently.
inaczej na tą sprawę. Ja oczywiście zgodnie z prawem,
Of course, according to the law,
gdy ten akt notarialny powstawał, bo to nie
when this legal act was being constructed,
był mój kolega notariusz, tylko to był
because it wasn't just my colleague lawyer,
notariusz, którego po prostu poprosiłem o to, żeby dograł tą
it was someone that I asked to take care of this thing.
sprawę po listach tego pana,
Yes, fact in Polish is fact.
które wysyłał do mnie. Karol, pomóż mi, weź klucze od mojego mieszkania. Tą sprawę po listach tego pana.
And I took care of it after the person sent me letters from jail.
Które wysyłał do mnie. Karol,
He sent me letters. Karol, help me.
pomóż mi, weź klucze od mojego mieszkania.
Take the keys to my apartment.
Te, które pan pokazywał Bogdana Remanowskiego, były z grudnia,
So these letters that you've showed were from the end of the year,
a testament i
and the will
wpłata pieniędzy była
and the payment
przed tym listem.
was before that letter.
Bo ten człowiek potrzebował zabezpieczenia na całe życie i
Because that person needed security for the rest of his life.
wiedział, że mnie nie będzie stać na to, żeby mu pomagać.
And he knew that I won't be able to afford helping him.
Rozumie pan?
You understand?
I najlepszym przykładem na to, że ja nie miałem w tym wszystkim złych intencji,
And the best evidence that I did not have bad intentions in all of this,
nie przejdę od razu do darowizny,
I will not go to being gifted right away.
jest to, że gdy ja w roku 2017
When in 2017,
staję się pełnoprawnym właścicielem tego
I became the full owner of this apartment,
mieszkania, zgodnie z prawem,
according to the law,
z prawem, spłacając już pana Jerzego, on
I paid off Mr. Jerzy.
mi ufał, to jest najważniejsze,
He trusted me.
że on nigdy nie kwestionował tego, że ja mu te środki finansowe przekazałem.
He never questioned that I gave them those financial means.
Na to bym zwrócił
I would
państwa
like to point that out.
szczególną uwagę, gdy w 2017 roku zostaję właścicielem tego mieszkania,
When in 2017 I became the owner of this apartment,
to jak się zachowuje czyściciel kamienic albo człowiek, który ma złe
how does a person that cleans apartments or has bad intentions act?
intencje? Zmienia zamki, wyrzuca
Changes the locks and throws out the person
i wchodzi do tego mieszkania albo jest
and enters the apartment.
Jest taka, że
i
By the way, opponents, just so we have a clear picture, the opponents of Nawrocki say that he used this ploy to get a communal apartment from this person, okay? To become an owner of a communal apartment and just to put it in on the private market. That's basically what people accuse him of.
wchodzi do tego mieszkania albo je
opinia
sprzedaje.
jest taka, że pan oczywiście ma dużo większe serce niż czyściciele kamienic
So the opinion is of course that you're much more soft-hearted than people that would throw away the person and sell.
i nie chciał pan tego człowieka zostawić na lodzie, bo kto
And you did not just want to abandon this person. That's the opinion that you're like a softie.
inny dokładnie w tej samej sytuacji,
Because somebody else in this exact same situation,
dokładnie te same dokumenty
exact same
podpisane,
document,
sprawił, że tego człowieka by już tam dawno nie było.
would have caused that person not to be there long ago.
A pan rzeczywiście przez lata pozwolił mu tam mieszkać.
And you actually let him live there for many years.
Natomiast co mnie zastanawia,
But what makes me think?
jest akt notarialny ze
There's an act from January,
stycznia
a document from January
2011 roku,
2011.
gdzie obie strony oświadczają, że doszło do zapłaty całości tej kwoty.
When two people say that the entirety of the fee for the apartment has been paid. What? What do you mean? Karatakos Eustace. Oh, of course. Ay. And what brings you here? Whatever. I'm just gonna... Who should I mod? There you go. I'm modding Estelle. So you have now the power to do whatever you want with this person. Ay. Well, I guess I get bigger reach in the algorithm now, as evidenced by the fact that I get new viewers. Yay! It's a win. Am I winning? What are on Twitch too? Maybe later. Alright. Yes, someone's misbehaving. Someone called me a creature and said the whole "you will never be a woman." Alright, let's continue.
I jak to zobaczyłem, to nie wierzyłem.
So when I saw this document that claimed that the thing has been paid off, I didn't believe it.
Że pan młody urzędnik wtedy ma wolne 120 tysięcy.
That you had 120,000 zlotys to just buy an apartment.
Absolutnie, tak.
Czy pan nie zapłacił wtedy?
So you did not pay it back then.
Ale w oświadczeniu jest, że pan
But in a statement, in a legal statement, it says that you did.
zapłacił.
Panie doktorze, tak, to jest zgodne z prawem, że strony po
Yes, it's according to the law that when sides sign documents together.
podpisaniu takiego, ja teraz dostałem opinię prawną i wówczas
I've just received legal opinions and I've received them back then as well.
dostałem opinie prawne. Strony deklarujące dogadują ze sobą możliwość i cały proces przekazywania tych środków finansowych.
Both sides agree to the method and timing of the entire payment.
Nigdy nie zakwestionował po 2011 roku ten człowiek tego, że wypłaciłem mu wszystkie środki finansowe, ale to, że
It was never disputed that I've paid all this money to this person after 2011.
w areszcie nie dałem mu alkoholikowi wyszedł z choroby alkoholowej.
And then I gave this alcoholic, he came out of alcoholism.
I z tego się też bardzo
And
cieszę.
I'm glad that he stopped being an alcoholic.
Uznaję to także za swój mały sukces.
I feel that this is my little success as well, that he's not an alcoholic anymore. I have no clue why.
Nie zostawiłem w areszcie 120 tysięcy złotych, których
I did not leave 120,000 zlotys frozen.
i tak wówczas nie miałem.
And I did not have that money back then anyway.
Chyba wydaje się rzeczą naturalną. No.
It feels natural.
Sytuacja jest taka, pan nie miał
Okay, the situation is this. You did not have 120,000.
120 tysięcy złotych, pan Jerzy nie dostał 120
Mr. Jerzy did not receive 120,000 zlotys.
tysięcy złotych, a obaj podpisaliście, że zapłacił panu 120
A to
tysięcy
jaki-
But you both signed a document saying that you did pay in 120,000 zlotys.
Ale jaki to jest poziom zaufania tego człowieka, że dostał kilkadziesiąt wcześniej tysięcy
But what sort of trust it is that he received a bunch of thousand before?
złotych, zresztą musielibyśmy to obliczyć.
What the fuck is this? Oh my god, this is getting so... Oh my god, okay, this is... Okay, alright, this... What is happening? Yeah, we both signed that I gave him a bunch of money that I didn't give him. But have you considered how much trust there was involved in me giving him a lot less before? What the hell?
Na to, żeby móc wykupić to mieszkanie, żeby
Yes, that I gave him this much smaller sum that he could buy this apartment,
By móc spłacić swoje długi,
so that he would pay off his debt
które miał w mieszkaniu
that he had in his communal apartment,
komunalnym. I potem jaki rodzaj pewności do mnie i zaufania,
and how much he trusted me,
które się potwierdziło w kolejnych
that sort of confirmed itself
15
in future years,
latach, musiał mieć, żeby zaufać mi, że to
to trust me.
Ja to rozumiem.
I dostał,
Ja
no
wiem,
tak.
że pan
Yes, I understand.
płacił przez następne lata,
I understand that you paid it off through future years
lat, tak.
płacąc te rachunki. To jest pełna
by paying those bills.
Nie tylko płacąc rachunki. Normalnie,
No, I didn't just pay bills, I paid everything.
regularne wpłaty.
Tylko, że w 2011 roku nie było tego zapłacone w akcie
But the fact remains that in 2011 it was not paid.
notarialnym.
And yet in the legal document it says that you did.
Nie drugiego człowieka.
Ja wszystko rozumiem.
Yes, but it was the trust of the other person.
Jakby mi pan powiedział,
Yes, I understand.
rzeczywiście mu nie zapłaciłem,
If you told me, yes, it's true, I didn't pay him,
płaciłem
To
wszystko.
mówię to
but I paid it.
no,
Well, I'm telling you,
płaciłem to przed.
I paid him the little sum before,
Notarialnym jest
Zapłaciłem
napisane,
and
że
then I paid after.
zapłacone.
No bo
But the legal document says that you paid him everything in 2011.
on zgodził się w tej dyskusji na to, w tej rozmowie i w swojej sytuacji, w której mógł zostać
That's because in his situation he agreed
albo pozbawiony mieszkania,
that he could have either lost the apartment
albo pozbawiony w ogóle możliwości funkcjonowania,
or he might have been deprived of functioning.
że uznał, że to, co dałem na poczet,
He agreed that what I gave him for the purpose of buying the apartment,
tej całej sytuacji, to już jest gwarancja tego, że
that as a guarantee
go w kolejnych latach nie oszukam
that I will not cheat him during the subsequent years.
i nie oszukałem.
And I did not.
Związałem się z tego.
A dlaczego
I paid it off.
panowie w tym akcie notarialnym nie zapisaliście, że forma zapłaty będzie taka, że w jakichś latach będzie pan to płacił?
So why didn't you agree in that formal legal document that the payment will be done in future years, not that it's been just paid off? Oh yeah, I certainly didn't consider that there was drama involved, and also his feelings been hurt. True. I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. I'll be right back. This is all getting interesting. Our bright star, a boxing star, saving people from their communal apartments. Brilliant. It's the best superhero story, backstory of a superhero that I've ever heard in my life. I'll be right back. I will be right back. No, I'll be right back. I'm just going to the toilet. Jesus Christ. Oh, you'll be back later. Okay. What do you do after this segment? I'm gonna do more politics. I'm gonna do the exciting new talk of Mentzen versus Trzaskowski. The one, my candidate that I voted for is going to talk to Mentzen, and they don't agree on anything, okay? That's basically a debate. They're gonna be at each other's throats, and it's gonna be far more exciting, trust me. I'm gonna be right back. Fajdo. No chodź. Chodź, Łosiu. Oh my god. Now that's real boxing, yeah, verbal boxing. Ah yes, the candidate that Lucy agrees with on everything. Yes, that one. I voted for him, so... it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be great.
Albo czemu tam nie było umowy dożywocia? Przecież w takich sytuacjach zwykle podpisuje...
Oh, why wasn't there an agreement for life? Which, by the way, I'm not gonna get into it, but my family members have gotten this deal for life. I'm not sure if I'm translating this correctly. It basically means that you sign a deal that allows a person to use an apartment till the end of their life. My father signed a deal like that with my uncle. I'm not gonna get into detail though.
się umowę dożywocia. Czemu panowie robiliście takie fikołki?
Why did you do these weird hoops in which you just lied about the thing being paid?
Podpisywaliście akty niezgodne z rzeczywistością.
Why did you sign fictitious legal documents about the apartment being paid in full?
Podpisać zwyczajną umowę dożywocia.
Why didn't you just sign a deal that would allow him to use the apartment for the rest of his life?
Nie wiem, czemu wybraliśmy taką formułę. Teraz panu
I don't know why we choose that sort of legal... And he had legal advice, supposedly.
powiem, ale
I don't know why we chose the path that we did.
ta sytuacja pokazuje, że ten człowiek po prostu ufał, a ja tego zaufania...
But the situation is that the situation shows that the person trusted me and I did not break the trust.
Nie zawiodłem.
He looks perplexed. Mr. Mentzen looks perplexed.
Bardzo mi przykro, ale nie czuję się niestety.
No to jakiś...
I'm sorry, but I'm very sorry, but I do not really feel persuaded. I don't feel persuaded either. The more I hear about this, the more convoluted and weird this whole thing sounds to me, to be honest with you.
Czego jeszcze pan by chciał powiedzieć?
What else do you want from me?
Muszę...
Bo wie pan, że to jest zgodne z prawem, że pan się jakby pomylił, że to nie jest zgodne z
You know that it's according with the law. You know that you're wrong that you say that it's not according to the law.
prawem. Dostałem i te analizy
I received an analysis
prawne wówczas i teraz,
back then and now
że jest taka możliwość,
that
gdy
there
obie
is such a possibility
strony deklarują, a same
where people declare,
dogadują się na możliwość
but then they agree to payment differently.
wypełnienia tego zobowiązania, więc jakby to
That they agree that the fulfillment of this declaration will be different.
sprawa prawnie i jest
So it's legally clean.
tutaj
Nie widziałem tej opinii prawnej.
I did not see this legal opinion,
Natomiast na mój prosty
but in my humble opinion,
rozum, jeżeli jest napisane, że zostało
when it says that it's been paid,
zapłacone, a nie zostało
but it's not been paid,
zapłacone,
zostało zapłacone.
it's been paid.
ale potem
Yeah, but it was paid later.
Tak.
Well, yeah.
I po, o tak.
Before and after.
część przed, że
Part before,
jakaś tam nieokreślona
so unspecified part,
po w przyszłości.
and everything after.
A zgodzi pan chociaż ze mną, że
Will you agree with me
ta umowa polegająca na
that
tym,
this deal,
że do przeniesienia własności dojdzie za 5 lat, gdzie
that the ownership will be transferred in 5 years,
pan jeszcze ma pełnomocnictwo do tego, żeby
that you still have the authorization
samemu sobie sprzedać to mieszkanie po
to just sell this apartment
5
after 5 years,
latach, że ten cały mechanizm był nakierunkowany na to, żeby przejąć, kupić
that the whole procedure was just in order to let you take over, buy the
mieszkanie
apartment.
komunalne,
That the whole procedure was basically for you to buy a communal apartment
przez osobę nieuprawnioną do tego,
by a person that is not really authorized to do so.
tej zniżki ceny, tak?
By a person that is not really authorized to, because communal apartments have special discounts, and Nawrocki was not really authorized for that discount, okay? So he bought the apartment through the guy that was authorized for the communal discount, and then the ownership was transferred to Nawrocki, which feels like a scam to me, but maybe I'm just wrong, okay?
Bo ta ona została wykupiona za 10% wartości.
Because this apartment was bought for 10% of its actual value.
I gdyby pan wcześniej niż po tych 5 latach przejął to mieszkanie,
And if you took over this apartment earlier than after those 5 years,
no to by trzeba było zwrócić wartość.
then you would actually have to give the full, you would actually have to pay the full value of this apartment.
Do mieszkania.
Nie, to już jakby jest konstrukcja, na którą panu nie odpowiem. No to jest
This is something that I cannot answer.
sytuacja, w której staje się właścicielem, to jest ważne,
It's a situation in which I become the owner, and this is important.
staje się właścicielem mieszkania w roku 2017,
I become the owner of the apartment in 2017,
do którego nie mam kluczy,
to which I don't have the keys.
w którym pomagam konsekwentnie
I help
człowiekowi, który tej
to the person that needs the help.
pomocy potrzebuje, i to jest historia mieszkania, które ostatecznie oddaję na cele charytatywne.
And that is the apartment that I, at the end of the day, give to charity.
Więc ja jakby powtórzę jeszcze raz,
I will
nawet
repeat once again.
przy tak wielce skomplikowanej sytuacji,
Even in this highly complicated situation,
przy tym, co zrobiły polskie służby wokół tego, nie
and what the Polish government has done around this,
chciałbym zniechęcać ludzi do tego, żeby pomagać, bo ja temu
I would like to dissuade people from helping,
człowiekowi naprawdę przez kilkanaście lat pomagałem
because I've been helping this person throughout many years,
i nie mam z tego najmniejszego zysku, ani
and I don't have anything to show for it.
nie miałem finansowego.
I had no financial gain.
Rozumiem.
I understand.
Podsumowując,
So to sum up,
widziałem takie badanie, zdaje się,
I've seen a little bit of I don't know, research or data.
w jednej z sondażowni, z której wynika,
Yeah, Paul.
że w pana wersję
It
wierzy,
seems like your version is believed by
że aż 92%
92% of voters believe your version of events.
wyborców Prawa i Sprawiedliwości.
Law and Justice voters. 92% of Law and Justice voters believe your version of events.
W związku z czym oni wierzą w to, co pan mówi, ale
So they believe what you say.
przynajmniej 92, tak.
92.
Natomiast 97% wyborców Konfederacji
But 97% of Confederacy voters
nie.
no,
Naszym
don't believe
widzom
your version of events.
Zostawiam pod ocenę, czy teraz
So I will leave to my viewers whether or not they believe you now.
się to zmieni, czy nie. Według mnie to jest istotna sprawa, natomiast
I think this is pretty important,
te wszystkie inne rzeczy również są bardzo
and all these other things are important as well.
Myślę, że
istotne.
to jest
Chciałbym, żebyśmy
najważniejsze.
o tym pamiętali, że udało się podpisać
Let's remember that we managed to get the signature,
deklarację toruńską. Pan Karol Nawrocki z wieloma rzeczami się z nami zgodził.
and that Karol Nawrocki has agreed with us on many great things.
To wy, drodzy wyborcy,
It is you, great voters,
decydujecie, czy pan Karol Nawrocki,
who will decide if Karol Nawrocki
prezes, przekonał was do
have persuaded you to vote for him.
głosowania na siebie, czy nie. Mam nadzieję, że zrobiłem wszystko, co mogłem
I hope I did everything I could
do tego, żeby wam pomóc
to
podjąć
help you make that decision,
tą decyzję, żebyście mogli mieć pełniejszą
for you to have a fuller picture
informację, co zrobić
what to
w
do
dniu drugiej tury
on second turn.
wyborów. I teraz zgodnie z obietnicą może
Now, according to the promise,
wrócić bezpośrednio do moich
you can address my voters directly.
wyborców. Nie będę panu
I
przeszkadzał.
will not interrupt you.
Pan chce mówić minutę,
If you want to speak for a minute,
czy dwie,
2,
czy trzy, to jest
3, that's your business.
pana decyzja.
Bardzo dziękuję panu
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Sławomirowi Mentzenowi za zaproszenie. Dziękuję za
for inviting me.
poświęcony mi czas.
Thank you for giving me your
Drodzy
time.
Państwo, 1 czerwca podejmiecie bardzo ważną decyzję. Ja gwarantuję Polskę suwerenną,
Very soon you will be making a very important decision. I guarantee a sovereign Poland,
Polskę bezpieczną.
a safe Poland.
Nawet w tych rzeczach, w których się nie zgadzamy, kwestia przyszłości państwa polskiego będzie dla nas, myślę, wszystkich najważniejsza, chociaż
Even in those things that we disagree on, the matter of the future of Poland will be very important for all of us.
jak widzimy po tej rozmowie, w wielu kwestiach mamy zbieżne stanowisko.
But as we can see from this conversation, on many things we have very similar worldviews.
To będą najważniejsze wybory w Polsce, myślę, że po roku 1989.
It will be the most important presidential election after 1989.
Jestem przekonany, że wspólnie możemy obronić Polskę taką, jaką jest, taką, jaką kochamy.
I think we can together defend Poland as it is, as we love it. So basically, it is a duel between a Poland that's nationalistic and wants to antagonize the European Union and all its allies, very isolationist, very xenophobic, and a Poland that is more pro-European and pro-integration and pro all that stuff. So, you know, it's not a low stakes race, I will say.
Zadbam o wasze bezpieczeństwo i o suwerenność państwa polskiego, bo
I will take care of your safety and the sovereignty of Poland. And by sovereignty of Poland, I will make sure Poland will have no allies abroad.
bądźcie ze mną 1 czerwca.
So vote for me.
Jeszcze raz dziękuję za
Thank you very much for being invited.
zaproszenie.
Jeszcze mieliśmy ankietę,
We had a poll.
zdaje się na YouTubie, czy
On
pytanie
YouTube.
było, czy Karol Nawrocki przekonał was do głosowania na
So the question was, did Karol Nawrocki persuade you to vote for him
niego w drugiej turze.
in the second round?
Wyniki ankiety głosowało
So the results are as such.
81 tysięcy
81,000 people voted.
osób, natomiast wiadomo, że głosowali nie tylko wyborcy Konfederacji,
So it is obvious that not only the Confederacy voters have voted.
bo był w tym momencie, zdaje się, najpopularniejszy stream na YouTubie na całym świecie. Bardzo
Because it seems that this has been the most popular stream on the entirety of YouTube in the world today,
dziękuję tym prawie 350 tysiącom
which is why I think this 350,000 live viewers. Today's conversation had like over 600,000 live viewers, by the way. I've seen it live. It had like over 600,000 viewers watching the Trzaskowski thing. Just saying. Wild. A wild live viewership for a stream. 600,000 people watching a stream live. Crazy. Crazy amount of people. All Polish, by the way. Just saying. Just saying.
ludzi, którzy w pewnym momencie oglądali to na żywo i spośród tych 80 tysięcy
So out of those 81,000 people that have voted,
głosujących tak 61%, nie
61% decided that you've persuaded them.
38%, to jest nie
38% decided that they weren't persuaded.
wiemy, kto głosował, natomiast zdecydowanie przekonał pan większość
So you definitely persuaded more people than not.
osób,
O,
które,
dziękuję.
które oglądały nasz
Thank you very much. A great success.
materiał. Naprawdę bardzo dziękuję,
Dziękuję.
panu.
Bardzo
Thank you very much for this
Za
talk.
rozmowę, bardzo
This worries me because the Trzaskowski one is much more antagonistic. So while I'm happy that Trzaskowski did not just bootlick and kiss ass Mr. Mentzen, I am a bit worried that more Confederacy voters will be persuaded to vote for Nawrocki than Trzaskowski, who was much more antagonistic to Mentzen. But we'll see.
Dziękuję, że pan przyszedł. Moim
Dziękuję
państwa
pięknie.
Thank you for
gościem
coming.
jest Karol Nawrocki. Bardzo dziękuję za,
Thanks.
za
That
to, że
was
tam
all
byliście,
great.
oglądaliście nas, a panu bardzo dziękuję
Thank
za
you for
Dzięki za
watching.
miłą rozmowę. Pozdrawiam serdecznie.
Very nice, very cool. He looks so happy.
Do zobaczenia.
See ya.
1,5 godziny na rozmowę między słowami.
All right. So 4,400,377 views. A lot. Quite a lot. Let's see newest comments. Nawrocki is lying. He abused an elderly man and he should be ashamed. Damn. Okay, let's watch. So that's a segment, and now we watch the discussion with the candidate that I have voted for. Yay! Yay, yay, yay. 5 hours ago, this thing has happened 5 hours ago. It already has 3.3 million views. 3.3 million views in 5 hours. Wild amount of views, and that's my worry. My worry is that as much as this is far more entertaining, this conversation is going to be far more entertaining. This conversation is going to be far more energetic. It's gonna touch upon a lot of points that are not just specific to Poland, but basically certain issues that you'll be able to sort of feel for internationally. And there's a lot of energetic debate, let's just say. And while I sort of like that on the entertainment scale, it's like entertainment value is much bigger for this than for the Nawrocki conversation, I am worried that Mentzen's voters will watch this and be like, Nawrocki agreed with Mentzen, we like Mentzen, but Trzaskowski argued with Mentzen, and we like Mentzen, so we're not gonna vote for Trzaskowski, which would give, unfortunately, the victory in the election to Nawrocki. But you know what? Maybe that's not going to be the case. Maybe Trzaskowski, even though he was antagonistic, has made such good arguments that Mentzen's voters are going to be, you know what? He's got a point. He sticks to his principles, and maybe we will vote for him. Yeah, but the problem is, arguing with Mentzen might energize his base. Oh, Trzaskowski's base. Maybe it'll energize more people that are from his own base to vote for him. That's a possibility as well. That he might actually energize people that were undecided and not from Mentzen's direct base. There were a lot of people watching this, and it can't be that they were all only Mentzen voters. Over 600,000 people watching this live. Okay, let's just jump into it.
Ten program, a moim przede wszystkim państwa gościem jest prezydent Warszawy, kandydat na prezydenta Polski, Rafał Trzaskowski.
So my guest is the mayor of Warsaw, presidential candidate Rafał Trzaskowski. Welcome. Ooh, look at this face. Maybe I'll use this for a thumbnail. What do you think? Is this a good thumbnail shot? I feel this is a really good thumbnail shot, personally. Wait, I'm gonna upscale this. Yeah, this is a good thumbnail shot. We're gonna use this. All right. So this is exciting. We've got our thumbnail shot, and we can now jump into it. This is gonna be much better. Okay. I'm gonna change the title of the stream. Okay. What the hell? Can I change the title? Why is YouTube why is YouTube being so naughty? I thought... Sorry, I was taking a shower. Never apologize for taking a shower, okay? But it's not something you should ever apologize to me for. Also, I thought President Sunday's viewers were political nerds. Why are there no President Sunday nerds in this? Why are only transphobes joining as new viewers? That is a gnarly lie. I know. Lib versus far right. Interview of Trzaskowski versus and Mentzen. Debate. There you go. If this will not entice people, then I don't know what will. I have no clue what will. They're all US political nerds. Listen, don't be a chauvinist. Don't be chauvinistic nerds, okay? Don't be chauvinistic. This one's gonna be interesting, actually. He looks so mischievous. Well, I'm gonna tell you that he is not gonna be happy for long. His face is gonna sour really fast, okay? It's gonna be really fast, okay? I'm gonna go grab a drink. Go grab a drink. You don't care about the lesser countries. Wow. President Sunday's viewers don't care about the lesser countries? Okay. That was a pretty strong statement right there, Estelle. You just said President Sunday's viewers are a bunch of chauvinistic pigs, okay? Chauvinistic, pro-hegemon pigs, okay? You just said that. You just called them that by saying these words. I'm very disappointed considering that everybody there always says, oh, hegemon this, hegemon that. It's bad for the hegemon to act like this. We should care about these other countries. They discuss from heaven on high international affairs. But when it comes to actually, getting a glimpse of how those politics look, it's like, oh, okay. I don't care about this lesser country. Sunday doesn't even care about his own country, only the US. I don't believe this. Okay. You just called a bunch of President Sunday viewers chauvinistic pigs. I will remember that. I will remember that. Next time I will call into President Sunday, I will be like, Estelle called you all a bunch of chauvinistic pigs. Don't you dare. I will do it. I will do it. Whew. All right. I will dare. I dare a lot. I'm a very daring person. All right. Let's get into this. This should be interesting. Before I start, let me check. Let me check. Boom, 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 boom. Zoom, doom. Oh. Oh, that's disappointing. I guess, I don't know what made this one video pop up so big, but the other ones are just meh, you know? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know what made this video, one video such a great hit and the others. Maybe I should really just focus on Grzegorz Braun. This should become a Grzegorz Braun channel, primarily. You know? Oh, goodness. A fan channel? Yeah, exactly. Something like that. Something like that. Something like that.
Bardzo cieszę się, że pan przyjął moje zaproszenie, że postanowił pan powalczyć o moich wyborców. Myślę,
Yeah, I'm so happy that you decided to agree to my invitation and fight for my voters.
że na pewno się odwdzięczą. Chciałbym,
And I'm pretty sure that they will show their gratitude to you.
żeby nasze spotkanie wyglądało mniej więcej według tych samych zasad, co rozmowa z Karolem Nawrockim. To znaczy wielka prośba, nie mówimy o PiSie, nie mówimy o Kaczyńskim, nie mówimy o Karolu Nawrockim.
What the hell is this camera? So I would like the thing for this to be basically to function along the same lines, according to the same rules as my conversation with Karol Nawrocki. I would like you not to mention the Lone Justice Party. I would like you not to mention the Lone Justice Party leader Kaczynski. And probably, finally, I would like you to not mention your political opponent in this race, Karol Nawrocki himself. What are those camera angles? I know, they were far better in the first conversation, but I guess they messed up.
Karol Nawrocki już bardzo dużo powiedział tutaj o PiSie i myślę, że nie trzeba nic
So Karol Nawrocki has spoken a lot about Lone Justice here, and I don't think we need to hear about that party anymore.
więcej dodawać. Starajmy się mówić konkretnie, także
Let's try to speak specifically.
żeby widzowie dowiedzieli się, jakie pan
for the viewers to be able to learn what your views are.
ma tak naprawdę aktualnie poglądy, co pan myśli. Myślę, że im
I would like to know what you think and not what you think about matters about what you will do and not what you think about the opponent.
będzie pan mówił jaśniej, prościej i na temat, tym bardziej
So I think that the simpler you speak, the simpler you'll talk on the topic, then the bigger the chance that you will actually win over my voters.
widzowie to będą doceniać. Możemy się tak mówić?
Can we agree to that?
Nie zawsze się pewnie uda, nie mówić o
Well, probably not always. I'll probably not always succeed,
PiSie, ale spróbuję.
but I will try.
Byłbym naprawdę bardzo wdzięczny.
I'll be very grateful.
Proszę też wszystkich widzów o subskrypcję na
So I would like everybody to subscribe, press like to lock in.
moim kanale. Wydaje mi się, że ostatnio dostarczam dosyć wartościowy
I think I've been giving you pretty good content as of late.
content, dosyć ciekawe treści, w związku z
I
czym
think I've been giving you pretty interesting material.
bardzo zobowiązany, gdybyście tam zasubskrybowali
So I would be really grateful if you would press that subscribe button.
mój kanał na YouTube. Jeżeli dobrze pójdzie, to może uda
If it goes well,
się przebić 1 000 000 subskrypcji.
then maybe we'll be able to go past 1 million subscribers. Oh my god, he did go past 1 million subscribers. Jesus Christ almighty. He did actually breeze past 1 million subscribers. I do not believe this.
Więc będzie co świętować. Zaczynamy
We'll have something to celebrate.
tak jak pierwszą rozmowę, czyli pomysłem wziętym prosto od Bogdana Rymanowskiego. 5
Just like in the last week, I'll have 5 questions, yes or no.
pytań, tak czy nie. Potem przejdziemy przez te punkty
Then we'll go through the pledge points.
deklaracje, potem jeszcze będą jakieś dodatkowe
And
pytania.
then I'll have a few additional questions.
To pierwsze pytanie.
So first question.
TVP Info to tuba propagandowa władzy i należy je zlikwidować. Tak czy nie?
TVP info, public television info is just a propaganda piece for the government and it has to be liquidated. Yes or no?
Ja byłem za tym, żeby zlikwidować TVP Info. To
I was in favor of liquidating TVP info. That's true.
prawda.
Kiedyś tak, a teraz nie.
You used to, but not anymore.
Ja uważam, że TVP Info można by było zlikwidować, bo każda kolejna władza
I think that TVP info can be gotten rid of because any new government that is populist could go back to using it as a propaganda tube.
To tak
populistyczna chciałaby używać jak tuby. Tak, ja bym likwidował TVP.
Yes, I would get rid of it.
Bardzo się cieszę, też mi się nie
I'm very glad. I don't like it either.
podoba obecny TVP Info. Pójdę w następnym Marszu Niepodległości, tak czy
I
nie?
will go march in the next Independence March. Independence March is a very highly nationalistic march in which many neo-Nazis were spotted. There were incidents of flare guns being shot into people's homes. I think a couple of fires have been started. It's not a good thing, okay? The so-called independence marches, just so you know. They've been banned actually a few times by this particular candidate who's the mayor of Warsaw. I'm pretty sure that he banned them a few times in Warsaw from happening. So asking him if he will march in those, I don't know.
Pójdzie pan ze mną, pójdziemy wszyscy.
Will you go with me? Will we go together?
Ja pójdę.
I will.
No ja mam nadzieję, że będzie taka okazja, że wszyscy będziemy mogli pójść w marszu. Tak.
Well, I do hope that there will be a march like this that will allow us all to go. So it will be inclusive, not just for the neo-Nazis, in other words.
Świetnie, to widzimy się
Wonderful.
17
So
listopada
I guess we'll see each other on the day, on the march
w Warszawie.
in Warsaw.
Trzecie pytanie.
Third question.
Podtrzymuję moje zdanie o tym, że najgorsze, co może się zdarzyć, to premier i prezydent z jednej partii.
I hold to my position that the worst thing that could possibly happen is to have a prime minister and a president from the same political party, which if he wins, that will be the case. So he will contradict himself. He is They're trying to catch him on a lie.
Nie, dlatego że sytuacja jest
No, because the situation is completely different.
zupełnie inna i zaraz to wyjaśnimy.
And I will explain this.
A co się różni poza tym, że tą partią jest Platforma Obywatelska?
To, że
So what is different apart from the fact that the party is called the Public Coalition? So he's going to make his own independence march with blackjack and hookers. Yes.
Andrzej Duda podpisuje wszystko, co mu Kaczyński daje do podpisu.
The difference is that Andrzej Duda, the Law and Justice president, signs everything that the Law and Justice party chief gives him to sign, and I won't.
A ja nie
basically.
będę podpisywał wszystkiego.
Czyli jak prezydent i premier są z PiS-u, to źle, a jak z Platformy
So if president and prime minister are from Law and Justice, it's bad. But if it's president and prime minister from the Civic Coalition, then it's good.
to dobrze.
Miał pan nie mówić o PiSie.
You were not supposed to talk about Law and Justice.
Pan miał nie mówić.
You were supposed to not to talk about Law and Justice.
A jak z PSL-u?
What about PSL?
Panie Sławomirze, to
A
jest
z
tak.
PSL-u mogą być, czy też?
To
Tylko z
jest tak,
Platformy?
ale mogę dokończyć.
Can I finish?
Chodzi mi o to, że
Got him.
była sytuacja taka, że mieliśmy prezydenta, który podpisywał wszystko w ciemno. Dokładnie tak
The situation was that we had a president that just signed everything that he was given without any thought, which incidentally is why he was nicknamed the Pen. Right? Which is incidentally why his little nickname was the Pen. Because he just signed everything.
jak Karol Nawrocki, który przychodzi, podpisuje
O którym
wszystko w
też
ciemno.
powinniśmy nie mówić.
I ja nie będę podpisywał w
Just
ciemno.
like Karol Nawrocki that will just sign everything in blanco. I will not sign everything.
Obiecuję.
Świetnie.
I promise I won't talk about Karol Nawrocki anymore.
Wstyd mi przed wyborcami, gdy przypomnę sobie, jak wiele obietnic z kampanii parlamentarnej nie zostało zrealizowanych.
Hold on.
Nic z kampanii Świetnie. Wstyd mi przed wyborcami, gdy przypomnę sobie, jak wiele obietnic z kampanii parlamentarnej nie zostało zrealizowanych.
I feel ashamed in front of my voters when I think of how many promises of the parliamentary elections have not been fulfilled. Yes or no?
Czy wstyd? Ale z której kampanii
Wait, ashamed? Which campaign are you referring to?
parlamentarnej?
No tej z 23
Well, I mean the one from 2023 where your coalition won.
roku.
Ale są realizowane i będą
But these promises are being realized and they will be fulfilled.
zrealizowane.
Czyli jest
Nie
pan
jest mi
zadowolony z
I'm not ashamed.
poziomu.
Nie, chciałbym, żeby
So we are glad you're happy with the level of the fulfillment of the promises.
było szybciej, ale nie jest mi
No, I'd like I'd like it all to happen faster, but I'm not ashamed
wstyd, bo duża część została wprowadzona w życie.
because a lot of it has been implemented
I jest przyspieszenie.
and there is a acceleration.
Dobra, czyli pan pozytywnie ocenia
So you're positive about your coalition's activity.
działanie rządu.
Ja chcę, żeby rząd działał dużo szybciej, ale
I want the government to act much faster,
to nie jest mi wstyd.
but I'm not ashamed
Bo pytał pan o wstyd.
because you asked about shame.
Tak, to
Jeżeli
prawda.
mnie pan zapyta, czy jest pan zadowolony z
If you ask me whether or not I'm happy
tempa, nie jest.
from how fast the things are implemented, I'm not.
Jeżeli mnie pan pyta, czy wstyd, nie jest mi
But if you ask if I'm ashamed, then no, I'm not ashamed.
Wstyd. Wszystko rozumiem.
I understand everything.
To przechodzimy do tych 8 punktów. Pierwsze,
So let's go straight to those 8 points.
zaproponował
Oh, on those 8 points, they're gonna butt heads. I'm gonna tell you already. There's gonna be some serious butt heading over these points. It's gonna be clash of clans, I guess. It's gonna be a serious clash, right? It's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be extreme.
taki punkt. Nie podpiszę żadnej ustawy, która podnosi istniejące podatki, składki, opłaty lub wprowadza nowe obciążenia fiskalne.
So I will not introduce any new payments, any new taxes, any new fiscal responsibilities to citizens.
Jakie pan ma zdanie na ten?
What is your opinion on this?
Jestem wrogiem nowych podatków.
I am an enemy of new
W
taxes.
związku z tym myślę, że tutaj moglibyśmy się zgodzić.
So I think we can agree here.
Prawda?
Tak. Niech
Really? Yes.
mi pan da przykład na przykład, dlatego dobrze,
Like if you can give me an example.
dobrze by było porozmawiać o rzeczach konkretnych. Ma pan
If you have some concrete example, we can talk about it.
jakieś przykłady w zanadrzu?
Tak, na przykład co
Yes,
by
for example,
było, gdyby Ministerstwo Finansów
what if the Ministry of Finance decided
postanowiło zmienić zasady opodatkowania fundacji rodzinnych?
if family foundation taxation was changed? If the Ministry of Finance decided to change the rules of taxation for family foundations?
Zmienić?
Tak,
To change it?
bo to była taka dobra ustawa wprowadzona przez PiS, Platformę,
Because
PSL i w
there was such a good thing that was implemented by Law and Justice, the platform and PSL,
zasadzie wszystkich. I teraz
everybody.
słyszę z Ministerstwa Finansów, że wpuścili ludzi w maliny, namówili
And now I've heard from the Ministry of Finance that they've been duped
ich do namówienia założenia fundacji rodzinnych i chcą ich teraz
Powinni się,
opodatkować.
and that those who were duped into starting family foundations will be now taxed.
powinien się minister finansów tutaj trzymać poprzednich ustaleń.
Też mi się tak
I think that the Minister of Finance should just stick to the previous agreements. Damn, Mentzen is being harder with his questions, little shameless.
wydaje.
I agree with you.
Bardzo cieszę się, że jesteśmy po jednej stronie.
I am so glad that we're on the same page. We're on the same side.
A niech mi pan powie, jak pan ocenia
So please tell me,
politykę podatkową pierwszego rządu Donalda
how do you judge the fiscal policy of Donald Tusk?
Tuska? Nie tego, w którym był pan ministrem, tylko
Not the one for whom you've been a minister of,
tego wcześniejszego, bo on wtedy powiedział,
but the earlier one.
że wyrzuci z rządu każdego ministra, który mu zaproponuje podniesienie podatków, a
But he said that he'll throw away any minister that will propose any raise in tax.
A pamięta pan, co się potem wydarzyło w
Do you remember what happened then?
świecie?
potem
Krach
był
finansowy?
kryzys finansowy, różne
Yes, there was a financial crash
rzeczy się
Oczywiście.
zdarzały.
and many other things happened.
Bo to jest właśnie, bo o to mi chodzi. To znaczy,
And
ja
that is what I'm talking about.
wiem, że pan jest zwolennikiem odpowiedzi tak lub nie i udzieliłem
I know that you're a fan of yes and no answers.
odpowiedzi, że
And I gave you an answer that I'm against raising taxes.
jestem wrogiem podatków. Natomiast sytuacja była, przyzna pan, wyjątkowa. No, cały
But you will admit that the situation was special,
świat się zatrząsł w posadach.
that the whole world was shaking in its foundation.
W związku z tym trzeba było ratować wtedy
So
finanse publiczne.
public finance had to be rescued.
Więc trudno mówić, porównywać te sytuacje do
Twierdzi
sytuacji
pan, że-
normalnej.
So it's difficult to compare these situations.
Z tego powodu wprowadzono opłatę od gier hazardowych, ponieważ
So that is why payment from gambling games have been introduced,
świat się walił, tak? A nie
because the world was trembling,
dlatego, że
Nie, ale ja mówię-
Zbychu i Miro
ale znowu-
spotkali się
ale
i
znowu-
rozmawiali o
and not because of some meeting.
Ale znowu pan totalne pytanie zadaje. Czy
But again, you ask a total, like a very closed
w
question.
takiej sytuacji można podwyższać jakiekolwiek podatki, kiedy świat się chwieje w posadach?
Can you raise any taxes when the world is shaking at its foundations?
Polska akurat przeszła suchą stopą przez ten kryzys.
No
I'm pretty sure that Poland has pretty much safely navigated through that crisis.
temu,
Dzięki temu, że podatki
dzięki- nie, nie.
podnieśliśmy.
Nie, dzięki temu, że był ten rząd. Dziękuję, że
Yes, it's because we were at the helm. Thank you for admitting that.
to przyznaję.
Ale czy dzięki temu, że podniesiono podatki?
But was it because the taxes were raised?
Nie, dzięki temu, że był dobrze zarządzany kryzys.
No, it's because the crisis was weathered well,
Dobrze.
I dzięki przede wszystkim Polkom i Polakom.
and because of Polish people.
Czyli o tym, że za czasów, kiedy pan był prezydentem Warszawy, podatek od nieruchomości wzrósł o 50%.
Tak.
Prezydentem Warszawy podatek od nieruchomości wzrósł o 50%.
Are you glad that, as with you as the mayor of Warsaw, the tax for the real estate tax has raised by 50%?
Tak, wzrósł.
Yes, it has.
Wiem, ale co pan o tym myśli?
So what do you think?
No, podnieśliśmy jeden podatek.
Well, we've raised a single tax.
A dlaczego?
Why?
Tego, że ten podatek był nieuaktualizowany od wielu, wielu lat.
Because this tax has not been actualized through many, many years.
Bo teraz zależy, o czym pan mówi, tak? No bo
It depends on what you're talking about.
jeżeli pan mówi o tym, że stawki są podwyższane, na przykład
If you're talking about rates being raised,
za lokale komunalne,
for example, for community apartments,
w momencie, kiedy mamy inflację, no
when
czy
we
uzna
have inflation,
pan to za podatek, czy pan tego
will you treat this as a tax
nie uzna za
or
podatek?
will you not treat this as a tax?
No bo to o tym rozmawiamy.
Because that's what we're talking about.
Nie, to na pewno nie jest podatek.
Dobrze.
That's not a tax.
W przeciwieństwie do podatku od nieruchomości.
Cieszę się.
Unlike the real estate tax, that is not a tax.
Że pan podniósł o 50%.
Tak,
Which you did raise by 50%, the actual property tax.
bo był na takim poziomie, na jakim był.
Yes, because it was on the level that it was.
Jednym z najniższych w całej Polsce.
One of the lowest in entirety of Poland.
Dobrze. Czyli generalnie zgadzamy się, nie będzie pan podnosił podatków.
So we agree that you will not raise taxes. No,
Bardzo mnie to cieszy.
I am very glad.
No, wrażenie, że to jest mój największy sukces w historii. Wcześniej nic
I think I have a feeling that this is the biggest success in history because earlier
niczego
pan?
mi się nie udało. Teraz
I did not manage this.
przekonałem dwóch
But now I have managed to persuade 2 candidates not to raise any taxes.
kandydatów
Są takie
na
programy,
prezydenta,
warto rozmawiać.
któryś
There are these programs called It's Worth to Talk.
wygra i obaj zgodzili się, że nie będzie żadnych podwyżek podatków.
Ale ja to mówię
So both of you agree that there will be no raise in taxes. Well, I've been talking about this for all this time.
w kampanii
Ale
2020
jestem bardzo
roku.
szczęśliwy
I've talked about not raising taxes in 2020.
człowiekiem. Jeżeli któryś z was to dowiezie do końca, to ja
If any of you manages to actually deliver, then I will be a happy man.
niczego więcej prawie od
I
życia
will
nie
not ask anything else from life if any of you actually manage to deliver on this promise.
potrzebuję.
to bardzo dobrze.
Będę mógł umrzeć spełniony.
I will be able to die fulfilled.
Dobra, to przejdźmy do drugiego
So let's go to the other point.
punktu. Nie podpiszę żadnej ustawy ograniczającej obrót gotówkowy i będę stał na straży polskiego złotego.
I will not sign any bill that will limit the flow of cash, and I will not, and I will guard the Polish zloty, which means I will not accept the euro. That is what that means in practice.
Będę stał na straży polskiego złotego
I will guard the Polish zloty,
i nie widzę powodów, żeby w tej chwili ograniczać obrót gotówki.
and I have no reason to limit the flow of cash right now.
Polacy lubią gotówkę
Polish people like cash.
Uważam.
i dobrze,
I feel so as well.
żebyśmy mogli z niej korzystać. Ja sam
And it's good for us to be able to use cash.
bardzo często płacę gotówką, natomiast
I pay with cash a lot of the time.
z drugiej strony musi pan pamiętać, że blik jest polskim wynalazkiem.
But you also have to remember that bleak is a Polish invention, which is interesting that bleak is something that only exists in Poland. Very interesting indeed.
I na
Bardzo
przykład
cieszę
moje dzieciaki używają właściwie tylko blika.
So for example, my kids only use bleak.
I bardzo dobrze, ja też używam blik.
Very good. I also use bleak. Bleak is pretty convenient. I've been using bleak lately actually. Bleak is actually pretty convenient.
Ja używam różnych przelewów bankowości
I use many different forms of cash transfers.
internetowej, kryptowalut, natomiast chciałbym mieć prawo do posiadania gotówki.
But I would also like the right to have cash on hand.
Gotówką, bo czego ja się boję?
What am I afraid of?
Boję się, że dalsze ograniczanie gotówki sprawi, że
Any
będziemy
other limiting of cash
inwigilowani. Będzie
will cause us to be, controlled.
nam bank centralny, państwo mówiło, co my mamy robić ze
Like central bank and the government will tell us what to do with our money.
swoimi pieniędzmi. To jest dobry przykład tego, co się wydarzyło w Kanadzie. 3 lata
It is a good example of what happened in Canada.
temu był strajk kierowców.
3 years ago there was a driver's strike.
Ciężarówek i kolega pana kolegi Donalda Tuska,
and the colleague of your colleague, the colleague of Donald Tusk,
Justin Trudeau,
Justin Trudeau.
twierdził, że
Kolega pana kolegi.
no,
Ja też znam Justina.
I also know Justin Trudeau, so it's not a colleague of a colleague.
to
Trudeau, może
nawet
pan powiedzieć
pana kolega, to jesteśmy
So
bliżej.
you can say your colleague.
W takim razie, no on stwierdził, że jak ktoś protestuje przeciwko rządowi, to jest terrorystą.
Nie, ale
So he decided that if someone protests against the government, they're a terrorist.
W związku z czym zamykano
Panie
ludziom
Sławomirze,
konta
ale panie
bankowe.
So their bank accounts were closed,
Odcinano ich od pieniędzy, nawet
and they were cut away from their money.
ludziom, którzy im wspierali finansowo, też odcinano dostęp
And
do
even people who supported them financially were also cut off from their finances.
systemu
dobrze, tylko że,
finansowego.
ale właśnie dobrze, że o tym rozmawiamy,
It's
dlatego
good
że
that we're talking about this.
zawsze można wynaleźć jakąś ekstremalną sytuację.
We can
Natomiast
always invent an extreme situation.
historia taka, że rzeczywiście były wprowadzane tego typu przepisy we Włoszech na przykład, żeby ktoś
But there were situations of law being introduced, for example, in Italy,
nie mógł za gotówkę kupić jachtu albo domu,
where someone could not buy a yacht or a house for cash,
albo po to, żeby ścigać terrorystów, którzy po prostu robili pralnię
To nie byli
brudnych
terroryści.
pieniędzy.
or to target terrorists that just did money laundering. I mean, my grandfather bought an apartment for cash.
Kierowcy
Ale ja nie
ciężarowych.
mówię o tym.
So there were truck drivers, but I'm talking about truck drivers. But I'm not talking about
Ale ja
that.
mówię o
Bądźmy,
tym.
ale
But I am talking about that.
dlatego, jeżeli mówimy o normalnym obrocie gotówkowym,
If we're talking about regular flow of cash,
przecież nikt nie będzie chciał ograniczać obrotu gotówkowego tak, że
then
pan
nobody will want to limit the flow of cash for regular citizens.
wyjmuje portfel i pan
That
płaci
you won't be able to take out your wallet and pay for groceries with your cash
za usługi, czy płaci pan w sklepie.
or anything or services.
Natomiast historia pod tytułem, że jest na przykład bardzo duża transakcja finansowa, tak? Chce
But let's say there's a huge money transaction
pan iść do, nie wiem, do dealera i kupić
and he
samochód
wants to go to a dealer and buy a car
za grube pieniądze,
for a lot of money, for cash.
gotówką, która jest nierejestrowana. No to
That is unregistered.
o tego typu sytuacje
We're talking about such situations,
chodziło, jak rozumiem, i w przypadku Włoch,
as I understand it, in Italy,
i w przypadku innych krajów, gdzie
as well as other countries
wprowadzono jakiekolwiek
that
ograniczenia.
have any limit in the use of cash.
Natomiast ograniczenia dla człowieka, żeby wyjmował i że nie może zapłacić kartą,
But there is no limitation for regular citizens when they don't want to use their card to not be able to use cash.
nie wiem, za posiłek, czy za,
Like if they want to pay for a meal
za zakupy, no to jest
or their shopping.
absolutna aberracja.
Też tak uważam. A co z tym
I
euro?
think it would be bad as well.
Nie wprowadzimy euro.
A dlaczego?
We will not introduce the euro
Dlatego, że w tej chwili złotówka nam gwarantuje odporność na kryzysy.
because we will not introduce the euro because right now the Polish zloty guarantees safety from various financial crises. It makes us immune to various financial crises.
Okej. A gdybyśmy zaczęli spełniać kryteria umożliwiające nam wprowadzenie
A ma
euro, bo
pan
wiem, że
większość
So if we
konstytucyjną, żeby zmieniać?
spełniać kryteria
So if we met the criteria that would allow us to accept the euro,
umożliwiające nam wprowadzenie
A
euro,
ma
bo
pan
wiem, że
większość
and do you have the constitutional majority to be able to do this?
konstytucyjną, żeby zmieniać?
nie chodzi mi o większość, chodzi mi
Well,
o
I'm
to,
not talking about the majority.
że nie spełniamy kryteriów
I'm talking about us not meeting the criteria
budżetowych, to znaczy
when
mamy
it comes to budget.
zbyt duży deficyt.
We have a big deficit.
W związku z czym, choćbyśmy chcieli,
Even if we wanted,
teraz nie możemy. I
we would not be able to get the euro now.
dlatego pan nie chce wprowadzić.
Nie
Is that why you don't want to introduce it? Hello, Wig. How have you found this stream? How are you? I don't think I've seen you here before. So welcome. I always ask people that I perceive as new how they found this stream, how they like this stream, etc., etc. No, I was there occasionally. Oh, okay. Perfect. Welcome. I'll just drop this link in case anybody wants. But yes, I'm translating a Polish election conversation. All right.
Nie ma tego tematu na agendzie, nikt nie chce wprowadzać euro.
That topic is not on the agenda. Nobody wants to introduce the euro to Poland. That is.
Prosta odpowiedź.
Simple
Nie
answer.
opłaca nam się to.
It's not viable right now.
Dzisiaj euro nam pozwala być odpornym na kryzysy i tyle. I nie ma,
jeżeli
nie ma,
przyjmiemy-
nie ma
Today our currency allows us to be resilient to crises,
tego w tej chwili w planach.
and there is no plan to introduce the euro right now.
Złotówka jest bezpieczniejsza niż euro.
So our currency is safer than the euro.
Nie ma nikt w tej chwili tego w planach.
Czyli dobrze zrozumiałem,
Nobody has that in their plans.
że złotówka jest bezpieczniejsza
Ale
niż
zależy-
euro.
So am I understanding correct that Polish zloty is safer than the euro?
To, co pan pyta, dlatego,
It depends on what you're asking.
że jeżeli chodzi o odporność na kryzys i o
When it comes to the resiliency to crisis,
niezależność, tak.
when it comes to independence, yes.
Jeżeli pan pyta, czy gdzieś euro może być pojmowane w innych państwach również jako gwarancja bezpieczeństwa,
But if you ask me if the euro can be a guarantor of safety in other
w
places,
pewnym sensie tak.
then I will also say yes.
Tego pytam, bo mnie to uderzyło, bo
I will ask this because it sort of struck me.
zrozumiałem, że pan mi tłumaczy, że niespokojne czasy, złotówka jest jakąś gwarancją bezpieczeństwa.
Jeżeli
dla-
chodzi
Because you're telling me that these are very unstable times and that our currency is a guarantor of certain type of stability
o kwestię niezależności, natomiast
when it comes to independence.
jeżeli chodzi o takie twarde bezpieczeństwo,
When it comes to hard security,
były takie argumenty w niektórych państwach Unii Europejskiej, że euro zapewnia bezpieczeństwo.
there were some arguments that the euro gives hard security.
Tak.
Bo nawet pan nie powtarzał, bo tu mam wypowiedź z października
No widzi pan.
24 roku, że jeżeli chcemy być bezpieczni, to jednym z najważniejszych argumentów jest przyjęcie euro.
No bo jest,
Because you said in 2024, last year, that for security, one of the strongest things that we could do would be to adapt the euro.
no dlatego panu tłumaczę.
Well,
że
that is why I'm explaining to you.
Euro byśmy byli bezpieczniejsi.
So in the euro, we will be safer.
w tym kontekście, że
In
jeżeli
the context of
mówimy o gwarancjach sojuszniczych, one
if
są
we're talking about guarantees of from our allies,
jeszcze silniejsze,
stronger alliances.
bardzo silne w Sojuszu Północnoatlantyckim,
For example, in the Euro-Atlantic, NATO,
ale jak jest stabilność waluty i wszyscy o te
when there is a stability of currency and everybody fights for that stability,
stabilność waluty walczą, tak, to
then yes, it gives a certain amount of safety.
dodaje bezpieczeństwa krajowi, ale w tej chwili nie ma dyskusji
But right now, there's no discussion on this topic. There's no talk on Poland accepting the euro. That's not on the agenda.
na ten temat, więc jakby myślę, że ta nasza dyskusja jest w tym sensie bezprzedmiotowa.
So I think that this conversation is pointless because accepting the euro is not on the agenda at
Dzisiaj
all.
nikt nie chce wprowadzać euro.
Nobody wants to introduce the euro to Poland.
Mam nadzieję, że jutro również nie będzie chciał.
I really hope that tomorrow also nobody will want to introduce the euro.
To punkt trzeci. Nie podpiszę żadnej ustawy ograniczającej swobodę wyrażania poglądów zgodnych z polską konstytucją.
I will not sign any. This is where they will butt heads. Okay, this is where they will butt heads. This is hate speech laws. Okay, this is going to be a discussion on speech laws. So he said, I will not sign any law that will limit, that will not allow people to express their freedom of speech, which is in agreement with the Constitution. Yes or no?
Nie ma takiej ustawy.
No,
There is no such law.
dopiero co w Sejmie taka...
Well, such a law has just entered the parliament.
Ale po kolei, bo
Okay, let's go step by step
panie Sławomirze, tu się naprawdę
because
musimy na chwilę zatrzymać,
Jasne.
bo ja
we
nie do
really have to stop here for a moment
końca wiem, bo ja słyszałem wielokrotnie
because I don't really know.
protesty posłów Konfederacji też
I heard many protests of MPs from the Confederacy Party
w mediach przy różnego rodzaju
and in different types of media.
wypowiedzi.
Tak.
O co tak naprawdę nam chodzi? Bo
What do we want?
jeżeli chodzi o to, że mówimy o wolności do wypowiedzi, która
We talk about the freedom of speech,
jest wartością jedną z najważniejszych.
which is one of the most important values.
Ale z drugiej strony mówimy o kwestii na przykład mowy nienawiści,
But we also talk about things like hate speech,
która jest po prostu zakazana. Czyli
which
mówimy
is forbidden.
o kwestii na przykład naruszania bezpieczeństwa państwa, albo
Or when we talk about a speech that endangers national security.
mówimy o naruszaniu dóbr osobistych. No jeżeli
And when it comes to something that endangers someone's property.
ktoś oskarży pana albo mnie o rzeczy, które nie mają miejsca,
If you sort of slander me or accuse me of things that have not happened.
jest jasne, że możemy iść do sądu, prawda? Więc
So it is clear that if you lie about me, that if you accuse me of things that did not take place, then I can take you to court.
oczywiście, że no nie ma przyzwolenia na to, żeby ktoś nawoływał do
Ale te
nienawiści.
przepisy-
So there is of course no agreement to allow people to call for violence or for hate.
Już istnieją, już
No
teraz jak
właśnie.
się
So those that law already exists.
kogoś znieważy,
Dokładnie.
If somebody slanders someone,
to jest na to kodeks karny,
Dokładnie.
then there's there you can take them to court.
tak? To po co nowe przepisy?
So why do we need new legislation when it comes to these things? Why do we need new law?
Rozszerzają kryminalizację,
Which one? Why do we need to broaden criminalization of speech?
No jeżeli mówi pan,
wypowiedzi.
znaczy jeżeli chodzi o kwestie dotyczące mowy nienawiści, mowa
If it comes to hate speech,
nienawiści powinna być zakazana.
then hate speech should be forbidden.
Ja słyszałem na przykład protesty dotyczące,
co
protesty
powinno być
dotyczące
zakazane?
mowa nienawiści,
A co jest-
What should be forbidden? Hate speech. And what is hate speech?
do
przykładem mowy
nienawiści.
nienawiści?
No jeżeli na przykład, no, pozwoli pan i
If, for example, if you will allow me,
państwo, że nie będziemy cytować, no ale to jest chyba jasne.
but
Jeżeli
I
pan,
think it's quite, you will allow me not to quote, but I think that it's pretty understandable.
czym innym jest komentarz
It's different to comment
na jakiś temat, a czym
on a topic,
innym jest nawoływanie do nienawiści.
and it's completely different to call for hate.
Że komuś trzeba na przykład zrobić krzywdę, albo
It's different when people call for somebody to, for example, to get hurt. It's like when there's call to hurt someone,
Zrobić krzywdę.
Na
A
przykład,
taka
no.
piosenka
for example.
Pisa 8-gwiazdkowa, to jest mowa nienawiści, czy to nie jest
So is certain types of songs hate speech or not?
mowa nienawiści?
no ale to jest
Bo tu pana koledzy to śpiewali na kampusie.
Because your friends on the campus have been singing certain types of songs.
okej, to
była
znaczy,
mowa
to moi
nienawiści, czy
koledzy
nie?
So was that hate speech or not?
nie śpiewali,
No
bądźmy,
ja- no-
bądźmy
Okay, let's make this clear. My colleagues have not been singing those songs.
Bardzo
bądźmy
przepraszam.
precyzyjni.
A pan
Let's be
Szwanka,
precise.
to nie jest pana kolega.
Bądźmy precyzyjni.
Ja w
Natomiast
pana książce czytałem, że to pana prawie że przyjaciel.
no dobrze,
In your book, this person that has been singing these songs is almost your friend.
ale ja nie mówię o tym, czy jest moim przyjacielem, czy nie.
Yes, but I'm not speaking of him being my friend or not.
Ja tylko mówię o tym, że
Ale
nie śpiewali
śpiewał.
tej piosenki, ale
I'm saying that he did not sing this song.
zostawmy w tej chwili to, tylko zastanówmy się,
Let's leave that aside
co to jest naprawdę nawoływanie
and let's talk about what hate speech actually is.
do nienawiści. Pan świetnie o tym wie.
You understand, and I think you understand very well what hate speech is.
Ja nie wiem, bo na
No, I don't know.
przykład wiem jak to wygląda na zachodzie. W Polsce
I know how it looks like in the West.
na szczęście jeszcze nie
Proszę
wprowadziliście
And thank God Poland has not implemented these sort of changes yet.
przepisów. Na przykład w zachodzie, na zachodzie, Wielka Brytania.
For example, in the West, he made a mistake there. He made a little bit of a mistake there. Let me see. Hold on. I'm feeling a bit cold. So in the West,
Według The Times rocznie policja
according to the Times,
planuje 12 000 aresztowań, czyli około
the police arrests 12,000 people in the West.
30 osób każdego dnia za wpisy
30 people are being arrested every day for entries in social media
w internecie, które są uznane za nienawistne.
that are seen as hate speech.
12 000
Ale
osób.
znowu pan
12,000 people.
dotyka zupełnie innego
Nie,
tematu.
z tytułu
But again, you're touching about a completely different subject.
mowy nienawiści. Dalej.
No, that is according to hate speech laws.
W tym momencie w Wielkiej Brytanii 3000 ludzi siedzi w więzieniu z przepisów o mowie nienawiści.
Right now in Great Britain, 3,000 people are in jail on the basis of hate speech laws.
Mamy przypadki skandaliczne, na przykład norweska feministka Kristin Ellingsen, której grozi 3 lata więzienia za to, że powiedziała aktywiście LGBT identyfikującemu się jako lesbijka, że nie może być matką. Aktywiście LGBT.
So we have, I'm quoting, okay? I'm gonna quote Mentzen now.
In Ellingsen. Mamy przypadki skandaliczne.
So we have scandalous examples like in
Na przykład norweska feministka
a Norway feminist,
Kristin Ellingsen,
której
grozi 3 lata więzienia za
who is facing 3 years in jail
to, że powiedziała aktywiście LGBT
for telling an LGBT activist
identyfikującemu się jako lesbijka,
that
że
identifies as a lesbian
nie może być matką.
that he cannot be a mother.
Stwierdziła fakt, ten mężczyzna
She has stated a fact that man cannot be a mother.
nie może być matką jak każdy inny
Ale-
mężczyzna.
As any other man, he cannot be a mother.
Pan
Grożą jej
obowiązujący,
3 lata
ale
więzienia.
And she is facing 3 years in jail.
Sławomirze, zupełnie
Mr. Sławomir,
czym innym jest nawoływanie do nienawiści.
it's something completely different to make a call for violence,
I ma pan sądy, które
and
takie
you have
rzeczy
judges that
rozstrzygają.
and you have judges that sort of rule on these things.
Tak rozstrzygają, że 3000 ludzi w
Ale
Wielkiej
chce pan-
Brytanii
Well, they rule in such a way that 3,000 people are in jail in the UK right now.
siedzi w więzieniu.
Chce pan ze mną dyskutować o tym, czy sąd może rozstrzygnąć, co jest mową nienawiści, czy nie? No właśnie,
chciałbym-
Do you want to debate me on? Do you want to debate me on whether or not the courts have the right to decide on what is and what isn't hate speech?
Żeby nie było takich
ale
przepisów
panie
na
Sławomirze,
podstawie
ale
Well, I would like there not to be laws based on which judges would make such a determination.
powiedzenie
But
mężczyźnie,
wait a moment.
że nie może urodzić dziecka,
Telling a man that he cannot birth children,
kończy się tym, że ląduje w
Ale-
więzieniu.
telling a man that he cannot birth children ends with the person landing in jail.
moment. Mówimy
One moment.
o tym, jakie decyzje będą podejmowały sądy.
We're talking about decisions that will be made by courts,
Mamy od tego apelacje
and we have appeals for that.
i zostawmy te rozstrzygnięcia sądom.
And
Dlatego,
let's leave those decisions to the courts.
że tak jak pan powiedział, gdybyśmy my mieli
Like,
tutaj rozsądzić dokładnie, gdzie jest granica,
because as you just said, if we were supposed to decide where the line is, I would like to see a completely transphobic source on this, Christine Ellingsen.
to być może mielibyśmy inne zdanie w tej
Then
sprawie.
maybe we would have a different opinion on this matter.
No, od tego są sądy, żeby to
But we have courts to decide on these things.
rozstrzygać. Natomiast dotknął pan internetu, to
But
jest
you have touched the internet.
zupełnie inna historia.
That's a totally different story.
Bo ja słyszałem też, że kontestowane są przepisy, na mocy których na przykład możemy doprowadzić do tego, żeby do dzieciaków nie trafiały treści, które powinny być zakazane i są zakazane prawem. Czyli do dzieciaków nie trafiały treści, na mocy których na historia. Bo ja słyszałem też, że
Because I've also heard
kontestowane są przepisy, na
that the law is being contested
mocy których na przykład możemy
that allows children not to receive certain adult material that they should not be receiving.
doprowadzić do tego, żeby do dzieciaków nie trafiały treści, które powinny być zakazane i są zakazane prawem. Czyli na przykład
So
ograniczamy
for example,
treści, którymi dzisiaj dzieciaki są bombardowane,
we limit the material that children are being bombarded with today.
pornografię,
Pornography
nawoływanie na przykład opowiadanie o tym, jak można popełnić samobójstwo.
or instructions on how to commit suicide.
Czy takie treści powinny być ograniczone w
Should these things be limited on the internet?
internecie? W moim poczuciu
I
oczywiście,
feel that they should,
zwłaszcza jeżeli trafiają do nieletnich.
especially if they reach underage people.
Więc to są takie sprawy,
Czyli
dzisiaj o
zgadza
tym
się pan, że
dyskutujemy.
So we should be talking about these things.
Które treści nie powinny trafiać do nieletnich.
Tak.
A te treści,
Takie sprawy,
czyli
dzisiaj o
zgadza
tym
się pan, że
dyskutujemy.
niektóre treści nie powinny trafiać
So you're talking about things that that children should not be exposed to.
do nieletnich.
Tak.
A te treści z Muzeum Sztuki Współczesnej również
And what about the Museum of Modern Art? Should things in there be exposed to children?
nie powinny trafiać do nieletnich.
No ale co ma jedno do drugiego?
What does one have to do with the other?
Kolego.
To mi się
Ale
skojarzyło.
chce pan ze mnie cenzora zrobić?
Do you want to make me into a censor?
A pan, znaczy,
No nie, no bo
ja właśnie próbuję, żeby pan nie był za bardzo.
No.
Well, I'm trying to make you not into one.
to właśnie, ale to po kolei, okej?
Okay, let's go step by step.
Jeżeli pan mówi, bo to trzeba wyjaśnić, dlatego że
Because we have to explain this.
ta debata, drodzy państwo, się wokół tego toczy.
Because the debate is basically around this.
Czyli jeżeli na przykład mamy taką sytuację,
If we have a
że
situation
jest zakaz targetowania młodych ludzi poniżej
when there's a ban on targeting children
14 roku
beyond 14 years old
życia reklamami.
with certain types of advertisement.
Jeżeli mamy zakaz tego, żeby docierała pornografia do
If we have a ban on pornography reaching children,
młodych ludzi, czy na przykład treści, które zachęcają do popełniania samobójstwa.
or if we have a ban on on messages that persuade people to commit suicide.
I dzisiaj mamy takie możliwości w internecie, żeby
And
to
we have those capabilities on the internet.
zablokować, żeby
We have blocked them.
nie miał dostępu do tego typu
We
treści.
can block young people from seeing those things on the internet.
Pan jest przeciwko temu?
Are you against that?
A pan to porównuje
And then you go and compare it
z tym, co jest w jakiejś księgarni. Że
to something that is in some bookstore,
ktoś ma tam iść i ma to cenzurować, czy jest jakaś
and that you should go and censor the bookstore.
książka w księgarni, czy nie. No to
And you should censor certain books in the bookstore.
notabene reklamę tej książce zrobili wszyscy ci, którzy z tą książką
Which, by the way, everybody, I have no clue what books they're talking about. So everybody did advertising for that book.
biegali
Ja
na
nie
lewo i na
robiłem, nie
prawo.
biegałem
Wiem,
z nią, bo nie
wiem,
pokazuje
I know,
się
yes.
zupełnie brzydliwie.
wiem. I teraz historia jest taka, bo to jest przez
So
cały
the
czas
story is like this.
dyskusja, te pytanie zresztą zadawali mi również zwolennicy Konfederacji na
And the Confederation people have been asking me about this
ostatnim spotkaniu z młodzieżą. A
with my meeting with the youth.
mianowicie pytali mnie, czy jeżeli jest jakaś treść w teatrze warszawskim,
If there's a play in the Polish theater
która mnie czy pana bulwersuje, to czy
that we feel is inappropriate,
to znaczy, że ja mam się zamienić w cenzora, który ma mówić, że te treści nie mają mieć miejsca, dlatego że
does that mean that I should turn into a censor and try to ban those plays because I find them to be bad,
mi się nie podobają? Wie pan,
because I
ile
don't like them?
jest treści, które się pojawiają na deskach teatrów warszawskich, z którymi ja się w żaden sposób nie utożsamiam?
Do you know how many plays there are in the Warsaw Theater that I don't really like?
I mam to cenzurować, czy nie?
And what? Am I supposed to censor it or not?
Więc
o tym
oddzielmy
mówimy.
zupełnie dwie
So
rzeczy.
let's divide these things.
I o tym, co
Ale-
robią
bo-
podległe panu instytucje.
I'm talking about what is happening, what is being done by the institutions under you.
Mówimy o zakresie wolności.
Ale
We're
to
talking about freedom of speech.
Jeszcze jeden
ale jest,
przykład.
ale
Wielka-
tylko,
And one another example.
proszę mi
nie
dać
znowu.
dokończyć, bo,
Please allow me to finish,
bo to jest ważne.
because
Dlatego,
this
że
is important.
uważam, że to jest chyba jeden z najważniejszych sporów, które dzisiaj toczymy. To znaczy,
Because this is one of the most important arguments that is being waged right now.
jeżeli w internecie mamy możliwość mechanicznego blokowania pewnych treści, tak?
We have the ability to manually block certain things on the internet.
I ktoś mi mówi, że to jest naruszenie wolności słowa.
And somebody tells me that this is breaching someone's freedom of speech.
To ja chciałbym o tym porozmawiać.
Then I would like to talk about it.
Że jeżeli mamy możliwość dzisiaj dokładnego określenia, jakie treści wychodzą z Rosji od ruskich farm trolli,
Because if we have the ability to control what sort of messaging comes out of Russian trolls and Russian misinformation machine,
to czy chcemy to blokować automatycznie
then do we want to block it or do we not want to block it?
w necie, czy nie? Bo ja bym chciał,
Because I
żeby
would like to block it.
Rosjanie nie mogli interweniować w nasze wybory.
Kto
I would like Russians not to be able to intervene into our elections.
I dzisiaj jest
And who should?
możliwość,
Amerykanie
And today we have our ability to block it. So the Americans should be able to intervene.
interweniować w nasze wybory?
No wie pan co, ja bym wolał, żeby nikt nie interweniował.
I would rather nobody intervened.
I Amerykanie
wybory z Zachodu.
również.
Tak.
So the Americans as well, yes.
Natomiast
A do tego
ale
wątku
wiem,
wróci-
This Christina Eglinson says, I have said men can be mothers and now I'm facing 3 years in prison. No mention of anything about an arrest, a court injunction or anything. I see. Of course.
Wiem, ale przyzna pan, że rosyjska propaganda jest dzisiaj wycelowana w całość. Dzisiaj jest
Amerykanie
możliwość
mogą
łatwego...
interweniować w nasze wybory?
No wie pan co, ja bym wolał, żeby nikt nie interweniował w nasze wybory
Amerykanie
z Zachodu.
również.
Tak.
So you'd like the Americans not to intervene in our elections as well? Yes.
Natomiast,
do tego
ale
wątku
wiem,
wrócimy.
But I know.
wiem,
I know, but
ale przyzna pan, że rosyjska propaganda jest dzisiaj wycelowana w całą Europę.
But you will admit that the Russian propaganda is right now targeting the entirety of Europe.
Wiem,
Przyzna
że
pan.
we mnie jest wycelowana
You understand that?
amerykańska propaganda w
I know that the American propaganda is targeting me.
tym momencie,
Rosyjska
ale do
propaganda-
tego wątku wrócimy.
Rosyjska propaganda jest wycelowana w całą Europę i oni, proszę mi wierzyć, oni nie są po stronie X czy Y, tylko oni chcą
Trust me when I say that the Russian propaganda is targeting the entirety of Europe and they're not on the side of X or Y.
po prostu wywołać totalny chaos.
They
Ja
just
wiem.
want to cause chaos.
Natomiast amerykańska propaganda jest przeciwko mnie i Karolowi
Ale
Nawrockiemu.
kończąc ten wątek, bo wiem, że chce pan iść dalej. Nie są po stronie X czy Y, tylko oni chcą po prostu wywołać totalny chaos.
Ja wiem, natomiast amerykańska propaganda jest przeciwko mnie i Karolowi
Ale kończąc ten
And the American propaganda is against me and Karol Nawrocki.
wątek, bo wiem, że chce pan iść dalej.
Yes, well, let's finish this topic because I know you want to go, you want to move on.
Kończąc ten wątek, chodzi mi o to, że jeżeli mamy możliwość automatycznego zablokowania treści,
If we have the possibility to automatically block certain messages
które są generowane przez rosyjską
that are
propagandę,
generated by Russian propaganda,
to jestem za.
then I am for.
Jeżeli mamy możliwość automatycznego zablokowania treści w internecie,
If we have the ability to automatically block certain messages on the internet,
pornografii, która
pornography
trafia do dzieci,
that is targeting children,
albo treści, które
Or
nawołują do popełnienia
things that are instruction manuals on how to commit suicide,
samobójstwa, to powinny one być zablokowane.
then
Tak,
that also should be blocked.
jestem za takimi
I
rozwiązaniami.
am for these solutions.
Jeżeli ktoś uważa, że to jest naruszenie
And if
wolności
someone thinks that it's a breach of freedom of speech,
słowa, to ja tego nie jestem w stanie zrozumieć.
then I will not understand that.
Ja natomiast nie jestem w stanie zrozumieć, jak można iść na 3 lata do więzienia za powiedzenie mężczyźnie, że nie może urodzić dziecka.
Well, I, for example, don't understand how someone can go to jail for 3 years for saying that a man cannot give birth. This has already been debunked in real time by Estelle Hill, as informed on November 17 that she was under investigation for speaking out against prominent Norwegian activist Christine Chittel on Facebook. So there's been no arrest. So Mentzen is lying here. Just so it's clear, Slavomir Mentzen is lying about a person going to prison for 3 years for insulting a trans woman.
Albo nie rozumiem jeszcze jednej sytuacji.
And I don't understand a similar or a different situation.
20 000 funtów grzywny dla pani Livii Bolt,
20,000 pounds of fee for Miss Bolt,
64-letniej chrześcijanki,
64-year-old Christian,
za to, że w Wielkiej Brytanii stała pod kliniką aborcyjną
because she was standing near an abortion clinic
z transparentem.
with a
Jestem
transparent.
tu, żeby porozmawiać, jeśli chcesz.
I am here to talk if you want.
To znaczy,
Ale ja nie wiem, bo pan
A ja-
wyciąga
a ja
jakieś
wiem.
I
przykłady.
don't know, you're giving me some examples
to nie są przykłady, są realne
from Great Britain.
przykłady.
Okej,
Są
ale nie
przykłady z
żyjemy w Wielkiej
Norwegii.
Brytanii.
Yeah, but we're not in Great Britain.
Ale wy chcecie wprowadzić przepisy takie jak
Yeah, but you want to introduce laws that are basically similar to that of Great Britain. What do you mean you feel sentimental?
obowiązują w Wielkiej Brytanii, na podstawie których właśnie
So it's according to these laws
to się dzieje i dlatego my
that people end up in situations like they do.
tych przepisów nie chcemy.
Transparent sobie każdy może trzymać,
Everybody can just hold a bill, you know, a transparent. Everybody can just hold like a poster,
chyba że sąd stwierdzi, że nawołuje on do nienawiści.
unless judge unless a court says that it's a call for hatred.
Pytanie,
I
co jest tą
wszyscy wiemy.
nienawiścią?
And we all know
Sądy będą rozstrzygać.
judges will decide on that. It's obvious they're making it up when you just look at what they're saying.
Panie
Wolałbym, żeby w
Sławomirze, no
takich
chciałby
sytuacjach
pan,
Mr. Slavomir,
sądy nie
rozstrzygać?
rozstrzygały.
would you like to decide on that?
a ja bym chciał, żeby rozstrzygały sądy.
I would like the judge. I would like the courts to decide on that.
Ma pan już dzisiaj zapis.
Czyli
o-
podpisałby pan
Ale-
to. O właśnie.
So you would sign
To,
Ale przepraszam
żeby to
bardzo.
zamknąć.
Ale
Bo
to close it off.
przejdźmy do, ale dobrze,
nie,
ale
nie,
przejdźmy,
bardzo
bo
przepraszam.
bo pan
ja
mówi
prowadzę
tylko,
tą rozmowę.
pan mówi
Przepraszam.
tylko o tym, a
Okay, I lead this talk.
jeżeli chodzi o antysemityzm, kto
Okay, when it comes to anti-Semitism,
ma rozgraniczać
who is supposed to separate
to, co jest zakazane,
what is forbidden and what is not?
a co nie? No sądy muszą rozgraniczać. To
The judges have to decide on that.
jest na
Oczywiście
podstawie
You're feeling appreciative and endearing towards people you know? That's nice.
jestem
polskiego prawa.
zwolennikiem
According to Polish law.
takiego pojmowania wolności słowa, jakie jest w Stanach Zjednoczonych. To jest ideał, do którego chciałbym dążyć. To
I would like freedom of speech to be understood as it is understood in the United States, and that is the ideal that I would like to move towards.
Okay.
to krótko. Czy gdyby
So, in short,
pan był prezydentem, a nie prezydent Andrzej Duda,
if you're the president and not Mr. Andrzej Duda,
podpisałby pan tą ustawę o mowie nienawiści,
would you sign this hate speech law or not?
którą do Sejmu skierował Adam Bodnar? Tak czy nie?
Ja jestem za tym, żeby
A
nie
czy by
było
pan ją
mowy
podpi-
nienawiści.
I am against hate speech.
Ale czy tą konkretną ustawę,
Would you sign this particular bill
która parę miesięcy temu była w
that
Sejmie,
has been in the parliament a few months ago,
której nie podpisał
that was not signed by Andrzej Duda?
prezydent Andrzej Duda?
Ja
Czy pan by
mówiłem
ją
o
Would you sign it?
Jestem za zaostrzeniem
Czyli pan
przepisów.
by ją-
I told you I am for making the law stronger in this regard.
podpisał?
Jestem za
Czyli
zaostrzeniem
podpisał
I am for making the rules stricter in that regard.
tą
Tak.
ustawę, tak? Dobra, to tu mamy protokół rozbieżności.
Jasne.
So we have a disagreement here.
To też jest cenne, bo
Ale o to chodzi.
It's precious.
wiemy na czym
Ja będę zawsze
stoimy.
walczył z mową
I
nienawiści.
will always fight against hate speech. Me? No, I'm not wholesome. I don't think so. At least. I don't think so.
Dobrze.
A pan przytacza przeróżnego rodzaju
Konsekwencje.
So
przykłady,
give me some types of examples,
które są
wprowadzenie pana
przykładami
ustaw.
absolutnie ekstremalnymi.
and you give me some extreme examples.
I ja pana zapewniam, że polskie sądy tutaj się na pewno zachowają zdrowym
And I
rozsądkiem.
assure you that the Polish courts will be reasonable.
Ja mam
tego
swoje
typu orzeczeń nie
doświadczenia z
będzie.
sądami
And I
polskimi.
assure you that those sort of judgments will not be made.
Mam
Myśli
tej
pan, że będą
pewności.
takie orzeczenia? Nie
Do you
będzie
think there will be judgments like that? I don't think so.
takich orzeczeń.
Mamy kolejny
Naprawdę
punkt
nienawiść jest
naszego
zła. Mowa nienawiści jest
protokołu.
zła, panie
Hate speech is bad, Mr. Sławomir.
Sławku.
Od
Proszę
razu
mi uwierzyć.
informacja.
Please believe me that hate speech is bad.
Śledzi nas w tym momencie na żywo na YouTubie ponad 450 000
Over 450,000 people are watching this right now live.
ludzi. Już znacząco podbiliśmy oglądalność
We have really upped the ante when it comes to live viewership.
poprzedniego
Mowa nienawiści
programu.
jest zła.
Przypominam o
Hate speech is bad.
Państwo,
subskrypcji
pamiętajcie.
Please remember, dear viewers.
mojego kanału na YouTubie i przypominam, że Rafał Trzaskowski podpisałby umowę, ustawę Adama
I will now remind all the viewers that Rafał Trzaskowski would in fact sign the hate speech bill.
Bodnara. Idziemy dalej. Tu
Let's
będzie
go.
ciekawie. Nie pod...
This will be interesting
Bo tu się wiem, że nie zgadzamy.
because I know that we don't agree here.
Od razu to wiem. Nie
Oh, I already know that we don't agree here.
podpiszę ustawy w sprawie ratyfikacji akcesji Ukrainy do NATO.
I will not sign a bill that will ratify the accession of Ukraine to NATO. So I will not be pro-Ukraine joining NATO. That is basically the gist of it.
Nie zgadzamy się tutaj, rzeczywiście.
Yes, we do not agree here.
Wiem.
I know.
Pytanie, dlaczego?
So my question is, why don't we agree?
Dlatego, że ja wolę, żeby sobie Putin wybił wszystkie zęby w Ukrainie, a nie
Ja
w Polsce.
również.
Because I would like Putin to lose all of his teeth in Ukraine and not in Poland.
No to się
Me
cieszę.
too. Well, then I'm
się
glad.
zgadzamy.
So I guess we agree.
W NATO.
So why? But why should Ukraine join NATO?
Dlatego, że ja jestem za tym, tak jak większość prezydentów, a właściwie wszyscy prezydenci do tej pory, żeby
Because just like basically all the presidents up to this point,
Ukraina była częścią Europy, a nie
I
żeby
would like Ukraine to be part of Europe,
była w łapach Putina.
and I would not like it to be in the hands of Putin.
I jak pan wie, Putin rozumie tylko i wyłącznie język siły.
And as you know, Putin only understands the language of strength,
I tylko wtedy nie będzie kontynuował wojny, jeżeli ta wojna się
and only and he will only not continue this war
skończy, jeżeli będą gwarancje
if
bezpieczeństwa.
there will be security guarantees.
Dlatego, że jeżeli tych gwarancji bezpieczeństwa nie będzie,
Because if there will be no security guarantees,
zwłaszcza amerykańskich,
especially the American ones,
to Putin się dozbroi
then
i
Putin will just rearm
zaatakuje jeszcze raz.
and then he'll just attack again.
Jak zobaczy,
Rozumiem, not rozumiem.
że jesteśmy słabi, to
And then if he'll see that we are being weak,
jest takie zagrożenie, że pójdzie dalej.
then there's a danger that he'll go further.
Czyli według pana, gdyby Ukraina została przyjęta do NATO, to znaczy, że konsekwencją byłoby to, że Putin by Ukrainy nie zaatakował.
Nie.
So if you think that, so you think that if Ukraine was accepted into NATO, then the consequence of that would be that Putin would not attack it. No, he would not.
Bo będzie wiedział, co stoi
Okej.
za
Czyli Putin nie
potęgą.
zaatakuje
Because he would know what stands before NATO.
Polski, bo Polska jest w NATO.
So Putin will not attack Poland because it's in NATO.
Putin nie zaatakuje Polski, jeżeli będzie wiedział, że jesteśmy zdeterminowani do tego, żeby bronić całego Sojuszu Północnoatlantyckiego.
Putin will not attack Poland if he will know that NATO is actually willing to stand behind its allies.
Ale uwaga, dlatego
But bear in mind,
się zbroimy, dlatego 5%
that's why we are getting armed. That's why we're spending over 5% of GDP.
PKB, dlatego znacznie silniejsza armia, dlatego zakupy,
That's why we're doing shopping. That's why we're getting a bigger army.
bo trzeba robić wszystko. Trzeba wzmacniać Sojusz Północnoatlantycki,
Because we have to strengthen our presence in NATO.
wzmacniać
We have to
również
strengthen
zdolności europejskie obronne.
we have to strengthen Europe's defense capabilities.
My musimy grać na wszystkich fortepianach,
We have to play all the pianos.
panie Sławku, to nie jest takie proste.
It's not that
Ale
easy.
ja to wszystko rozumiem, że musimy
I understand all that,
być mocni.
that
Natomiast
we have to be strong.
pytanie jest proste.
But
Czy
my question is simple.
Putin zaatakuje państwo NATO?
Will Putin attack a NATO state? That is my question. Will Putin attack a NATO state?
Jeżeli będzie wiedział, że jesteśmy zdeterminowani, żeby go obronić, to nie
If Putin knows that we are determined to defend NATO, then he will not.
Bo
zaatakuje.
moja opinia jest taka, że Putin może zaatakować państwo NATO. I teraz
Because I think that Putin could very well attack a NATO state.
mamy dwie możliwości.
And now we have two possibilities.
Załóżmy, że pierwsza Ukrainy nie ma w NATO, to znaczy
Let's say that Ukraine is not in NATO.
Putin może nas zaatakować.
So Putin can attack us.
Rozumiem, że bierze pan tą możliwość.
Because I assume that you take this possibility into consideration. See, he spoke about blocking damaging content online, and I have mixed opinions on it. All right.
Weź pod uwagę.
Biorę tę możliwość.
Donald
pod
Tusk
uwagę.
I take that possibility into consideration.
bierze ją pod uwagę, bo
Donald Tusk also takes this into consideration. All of us take this possibility into consideration.
żyjemy w czasach
Ale
przedwojennych.
wszyscy bierzemy taką
Okej,
ewentualność
tu się
pod uwagę.
zgadzamy. Tusk bierze ją pod uwagę, bo mówi, że
Wszyscy
żyjemy
bierzemy,
w czasach
ale wszyscy
przedwojennych.
Tusk said that we're living in pre-war times.
bierzemy taką
We all take this into account.
ewentualne
tu się
szkodowanie.
zgadzamy.
We agree here.
Putin może zaatakować
Może.
Polskę, czyli
Putin can attack Poland.
może zaatakować państwo NATO.
So he can attack a NATO state.
Ale nie zaatakuje.
Gdybyśmy
But he won't.
teoretycznie przyjęli Ukrainę do NATO,
So if he theoretically speaking would accept Ukraine into NATO,
wtedy Ukraina stanie się państwem NATO, w związku z czym
and then Ukraine will be a NATO state,
również jest możliwe, że Putin zaatakuje Ukrainę. Rozumiem, że
so there's still a possibility that Putin would attack Ukraine anyway.
zasady logiki formalnej są proste.
Like the logic here is simple.
Jest to możliwe. I teraz
to nie jest
idziemy
logika
It is possible. So let's go a step further.
formalna,
Oczywiście, że
It's not formal logic.
to są
skoro
sprawy
Putin może
międzynarodowe.
zaatakować
It's
Polskę,
international affairs.
dlatego że mimo że jesteśmy w NATO,
So if Putin can attack Poland even though it's in NATO,
to tym bardziej może
then he especially could attack Ukraine even if it was in NATO.
zaatakować Ukrainę, mimo że będzie w NATO. I teraz mamy dwie możliwości
So now we have two possibilities.
ataku.
Proszę
Pierwsza, stosujemy się do artykułu
First, we adhere to Article 5
5 i wysyłamy żołnierzy na
and we send soldiers to Ukraine
Ukrainę i włączamy się w wojnę z Rosją.
and we enter war against Russia.
Albo druga możliwość, nie
Or
wysyłamy
second possibility, we don't send troops to Ukraine.
żołnierzy na Ukrainę. Twierdzimy, że artykuł 5 to tylko takie pitu-pitu.
We sort of decide that Article 5 is not worth much. Grayon wannabe, thank you for translating, by the way. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. If you like what I do, okay, if you like these translations, if you like watching this content that I'm pretty sure is exclusive to this channel, then consider joining this page, okay? Consider joining this page and consider you know, consider donating or subscribing. So like the example he gave was suicide tips, but I think believe in letting people have the right to decide to die, like those places you can elect to do voluntary euthanasia after treatment he failed or whatever. I mean, that's true, but he also specified that he is against children having access to tutorials on how to commit suicide. Like, he was pretty specific there. He said, I'm against children being exposed to pornography, and I'm against children being exposed to tutorials how to kill themselves. The possibility is very possible because it's in the range of possibilities. Also because I said so. I mean, basically. I'll be right back. If you like what I do, consider donating or subscribing, especially since I'm gathering money to go to Ukraine. But yes, euthanasia is definitely a topic that is contested and that is discussed. Many people say that perhaps Terry Pratchett should have been allowed to end his life. All right. boy! Co jest, Gigi? When I make that noise, it means that I'm dubbing my dog's yawn. When my dog yawns, I add a special sound effect to his yawn to make things interesting. Okay, let's continue. There's really many ways to bar children from anything online unless there's parent supervision. I mean, apparently there are some ways. Agreeing with him only on one thing, that there's only two possibilities. He either becomes the president or Poland or not.
Się tym nie przejmujemy.
So we don't care.
Czym stajemy się zagrożeni, no bo wtedy Zachód powie, tu się tym możliwość, nie wysyłamy.
Second possibility is we don't send troops and we say that Article 5 is not worth much. Okay.
Żołnierzy na Ukrainę. Twierdzimy, że artykuł 5 to tylko takie pitu-pitu, się tym nie przejmujemy. Po czym stajemy się zagrożeni. No
And then we become a threat ourselves.
Zachód powie, no przepraszam,
Because the West will say, well, excuse me,
nie
Article 5
zobowiązuje Polaków, żeby
does not really force us to send any troops.
wysłać wojsko na Ukrainę. To tym bardziej nie zobowiązuje nas, żeby wysłać
If Article 5 does not sort of, make a commit Poland to send troops to Ukraine, then it especially does not commit us to send troops to defend Poland.
wojsko do Polski, jeżeli Polska będzie zaatakowana. Z tego
So if Poland gets attacked, the West would in turn not defend Poland.
właśnie powodu uważam przyłączenie się Ukrainy do NATO za wyjątkowo groźne dla Polski, bo
So this is why I see Ukraine joining NATO as extremely dangerous for Poland, because
większe prawdopodobieństwo, że Polska będzie w wojnie z Rosją, czego bardzo chciałbym uniknąć.
because it raises the possibility of Poland being in a war with Russia exponentially, which I would like to avoid. This is being on your hormones like menopause. No, it's the opposite actually. It's like going through second puberty. Also, if I don't have estrogen and I cannot take it, okay, when I'm on pause from hormones because I don't have them, I don't have a new prescription and I cannot take it for days, that is when it's like menopause. Okay, let's continue. That's also why I'm very emotional. I'm like very hysterical. I get outbursts of emotions. Like it's partially explained by the fact that this is like secondary puberty.
Nie zgadzam, dlatego, że bardzo dobrze.
Rosją, czego bardzo chciałbym
A ja
uniknąć.
się z panem
I don't agree with you.
fundamentalnie nie zgadzam.
I disagree with you fundamentally.
Dlatego, że bardzo dobrze znam Putina
I know Putin very well,
i bardzo go dobrze obserwuję.
and I observe him very well.
Ja go
Mówię o
przyznaję, że nie
polityce.
znam.
I'm talking about politics.
Mówię o polityce.
I'm talking about politics, Mr. Sławomir.
Sławku, nie łapmy się za
Please don't please don't try to, please don't try to get a gotcha on me.
słowa. Znam
I've had a lot of emotional outbursts.
Wiem, jak Putin działa. O to mi
I know how Putin operates. But then again, I've been very emotional before. I've been quite emotional before as HRT. Okay, so HRT has it's not been, I've been emotionless before HRT and then I started HRT and I became extremely emotional. No, I was extremely emotional before HRT and then HRT just elevated the already extreme emotions, okay? The emotions were strong already before and then they just went even more. Oh no, they're not easier to manage for me. They're just as difficult to manage as ever for me. So, you know. All right, let's continue. Let's continue this.
I rozumie tylko i wyłącznie język siły.
So Putin only understands the language of strength.
Wie pan, dlaczego walczyliśmy przez cały czas o to, żeby Ukraina była silna i żeby była częścią Europy? Z
Do you know why we've been fighting for all this time for Ukraine to be strong and to be part of Europe?
prostej przyczyny, że
It's for a very simple reason.
już Piłsudski 100 lat temu
Already Piłsudski 100 years ago understood
powiedział, że jeżeli będziemy mieli państwo buforowe,
that if we have a buffer state
które będzie miało gwarancję bezpieczeństwa,
that would have security guarantees,
to wtedy Rosja, jeżeli kogokolwiek będzie atakować, to
then if Russia would attack anybody,
łamie sobie na nim zęby,
then Russia would break its teeth on that country,
a będzie również widzieć determinację Zachodu.
and it would also see the determination of the West.
Dzisiaj, jeżeli będzie totalna determinacja
But there will be a complete determination
i Zachodu, żeby Putinowi
of Poland and the West
powiedzieć nie, no
to tell Putin no,
pan. I po prostu
and to simply
każda dalsza agresja
and to tell him that any further aggression
spotka się z naszą odpowiedzią.
will meet with our response. I mean, it should be happening, but unfortunately, all of Putin's aggression is not meeting with a firm Western response, and that annoys me. That's been annoying me for a long time. Like, I could do a whole rant right now as to how this nice sentiment is so far removed from reality that it makes me want to swear on stream right now, but I will refrain. But
To wtedy Putin tego nie zrobi. No
so if Putin understands that his actions will meet with a firm response from the West, then he won't do it, which explains why he does it, especially with the help of the United States.
odpowiedź, która jest gwarantowana przez traktaty.
So if the West's response will hold the weight of international treaties behind them, then he will not.
Żołnierzy na Ukrainę.
My nie wyślemy w tej
So we will not send soldiers to Ukraine.
chwili żadnych żołnierzy, ponieważ dzisiaj nie jest Ukraina w NATO. A wie
We will not send any troops today because today Ukraine is not in NATO.
pan, co
gdyby
będzie?
była, to
But do you know what will happen?
Pan, co będzie?
Do you know what will
Dzisiaj-
happen?
Ale to też jest jasne, panie,
But it's also very clear.
panie Sławomirze, a mianowicie my dzisiaj mamy zupełnie inne w NATO zadania. Dzisiaj
We have completely different tasks in NATO today.
w NATO mamy inne zadania.
We have different tasks in NATO
My
today.
dzisiaj zabezpieczamy naszą flankę wschodnią. Jesteśmy
We're supposed to secure the eastern flank. Putin will not attack Poland. Source, trust me, bro.
odpowiedzialni za całą granicę.
We're responsible for to the other border. I mean, let's be honest. If he could, he would, right? Like, I don't know. I've been skeptical. I'm just gonna share this once again because when the invasion started, I was pretty sure. Maybe I'm just a genius, okay? Maybe is it called there? Yes, it's called. Maybe I'm just a genius because when the invasion started, I was pretty sure that Ukraine would not fall in a couple of days. For some reason, I was pretty confident in that Ukraine would not just fall in a couple of weeks, days, or whatever. That it would actually hold. That was my prediction when the invasion started. But also, I remember thinking to myself, if Russia would attack, like if Ukraine would fall and if Poland would be attacked, then I don't really trust that Western Europe would invoke Article 5 and defend it. I was very skeptical already back then that Article 5 would defend Poland because I firmly believed already back then, or suspected, or was afraid that the West would basically say, you know what? Putin already won in Ukraine. Poland has been in its sphere of influence before. It's been part of the empire. It's been part of the Soviet sphere. And it's been fine back then. So why not just let him have this and that will guarantee peace and stability on the continent and globally or whatever. Like, I genuinely think that if the West would conclude that giving up Ukraine, giving up Poland, etc., would give Western Europe a sense of stability and security, then they would do it. They would do it in a heartbeat. But, you know, maybe it's just historical experience that made me jaded like this, but that is my concern in general.
Tak.
Więc nawet jeżeli, przyjmując ten hipotetyczny scenariusz,
So let's agree to your hypothetical scenario.
że Ukraina jest w NATO, to nie nasze
Let's say that Ukraine is in NATO. It is not our forces.
wojska będą na Ukrainie,
It is
tylko
not our armies that will be in Ukraine.
będą wojska europejskie, bo my
European armies will be in Ukraine.
jesteśmy za zabezpieczenie flanki.
Because we are supposed to secure the flank. Back to the Warsaw Punk is return to the monkey. I mean, you know, let's just say that we of this region have been sold out more than once, okay? For the sake of security and stability of the world. So I'm just looking at historical precedent.
Odpowiedzialni granicy. I
We're supposed to defend the border.
jeszcze raz panu mówię,
So I'll remind you once again.
chodzi o pokazanie Putinowi pełnej naszej determinacji.
It's all about showing Putin our determination.
To jest dzisiaj najważniejsze.
That is the most important thing, which is basically impossible because the brunt of NATO forces is made of the United States, and the United States are openly friendly to Russia right now. Whatever Putin does, Trump will excuse it. Trump just completely dropped the ball on any sort of negotiations. He is incompetent. In a private conversation with European leaders, he has basically admitted that Putin thinks that he is winning the war and that he has no intention of entering any peace. So, congratulations, Donald Trump. You have made things much, much worse. I've read reports and news about the fact that Russia, thanks to Donald Trump, has decided not to concede on things that it was ready to concede on before. Before Trump entered the picture, Russia was willing to concede certain things. But after Trump has basically made it clear to Russia that it can do whatever it wants, they decided, oh, wait, in that case, we don't have to concede anything, do we? And we won't. And they didn't.
Putin reaguje tylko na siłę. Jeżeli
Putin only reacts to strength.
będziemy silni, jeżeli wspieramy Ukrainę,
If we will be strong and support Ukraine,
to on się nie ruszy o krok dalej. Dlatego,
then
że
he will not move a step further.
mu się wydawało, i tu zrobił wielki błąd,
Because he thought, and that is where he made a huge mistake.
że Ukraińcy
First of all, he thought
się poddadzą,
that Ukrainians would give up.
B, że Europa i Stany Zjednoczone nie przyjdą Ukrainie
B, that Europe and the United States would not come to Ukraine's assistance. I mean, the second one, B, is becoming more and more true as time passes because I'm sorry to say, the United States are not assisting Ukraine at the moment. In fact, the United States are doing the opposite of assisting Ukraine right now. I would say that the United States are sabotaging Ukraine right now, but you know, I'm not a brilliant politician. I'm not a brilliant pundit. Who am I? If just not a micro streamer actually. I'm not even a small streamer. I've not reached that status yet. Okay, let's continue. I've done my little rant with my exclusive translation content.
z pomocą. I tutaj się totalnie przeliczył. I
So this is where Putin has completely miscalculated.
dlatego nie wygrał tej wojny. I
And
dlatego
that is why he has not won this war.
jesteśmy dzisiaj bezpieczni.
And that is why we today are safe.
I czym bardziej Ukraina będzie europejska, czym
The more Ukrainian will be European,
większe będzie miała gwarancje bezpieczeństwa,
the bigger its security guarantees will be,
tym bardziej Polska jest bezpieczna.
the more Poland will be safe.
Że Putin działa w ten sposób. Jeżeli
Because Putin acts like this.
przejął Ukrainę, jeżeli
If he would take over Ukraine,
Ukraina nie miałaby żadnych gwarancji
if
bezpieczeństwa,
Ukraine would have no security guarantees,
to my albo państwa bałtyckie bylibyśmy następni.
then we or the Baltic states would be next.
I to jest dla mnie rzecz absolutnie klarowna.
And that is completely clear to me.
Mamy różnicę zdecydowaną.
Well, then we completely disagree on this.
Zdecydowanie.
Ja nie wyobrażam sobie
I do not imagine
sytuacji, w której mamy Ukrainę w NATO,
I do not imagine a situation in which we have Ukraine in NATO
chodzi do ataku na Ukrainę i
and there is an attack on Ukraine.
wtedy Polska mówi nie, my nie pomożemy Ukrainie.
Ale
And I do not imagine a situation in which Poland would say, no, we will not assist Ukraine.
Wszyscy pomożemy Ukrainie.
We will all assist Ukraine.
Tylko, że rozdział
My
obowiązków
nie
It's just that the responsibilities will be divided differently.
walczą z Rosjanami.
rozdział obowiązków jest
Nie
taki,
wyobrażam
że
sobie
zabezpieczamy flankę.
We're supposed to support the flank.
Oczywiście
Ale
to,
Rosja nie
nie znam
zaatakuje-
historii tak dobrze jak pan, ale nie
I don't know history as well as you do,
pamiętam takiego przypadku
Rosja-
w
but I don't know such a case.
historii świata z
ale
takim
jeszcze raz
właśnie
chcę panu
scenariuszem,
powiedzieć.
żeby państwo
I've never heard of such a case
przyfrontowe
raz.
where the frontline country would not send its troops instead of flank countries. No, that's just a little sabotage on the behalf of military-industrial complex. They still need a justification for the increased military spending and Golden Dome project. I mean, Trump will find different justifications. He will invade Greenland and do some other conflicts, you know? My favorite professor from college was from Ukraine, and last I heard from her was she was considering going home to take care of her aging parents. I wish I still had contact with her. I hope she's okay. Yeah, it's tough. I am gathering funds right now to go to Ukraine. Full disclosure, I've received an invitation to an opening of a children's center in Ukraine. I would like to attend the opening of that children's center, or more like it's going to be a symbolic meeting of the place where the children's center will stand. There will be a bunch of interesting people attending that meeting, and I would like to go there. But for that, I need your help, okay? I need your help, and by that I mean I need you to go to this page. No, he did not deport Ukrainian refugees. They sent them a letter that they need to leave, after which they took the letter back and said there was a mistake. So yes, if you like what I do, and if you would like me to continue my work related to kidnapped children from Ukraine to Russia, then, you know, consider. All right, let's continue. Let us continue. Also, I'm very happy to see new viewers today, and I hope I will see you all next time, and I am hoping that together with your help, I will be able to raise above the status of a micro creator and finally become a small creator. All right, let's continue for real.
wysłała
Jeszcze
swoich
raz
żołnierzy
chcę
na
panu
wojnę,
powiedzieć.
tylko
I would like you to repeat. I would like to repeat to you.
Jeszcze raz chcę panu powiedzieć.
I will tell you once again.
Rosja nie zaatakuje właśnie wtedy, jeżeli Ukraina będzie w NATO. Przecież
Russia will not attack if Ukraine is in NATO.
na tym to polega. Na tym, ale
That
to,
is the whole thing, deterrence.
proszę mi dać dokończyć. Przecież odstraszanie nuklearne
Deterrence,
dokładnie na tym polega.
nuclear deterrence is exactly based on this doctrine.
Jeżeli dajemy komuś gwarancję, to Putin wtedy by wiedział, że atakując Ukrainę wywołałby wojnę nuklearną. On dzisiaj
If we give guarantees to Ukraine, then Putin would know that if he started a war, then he would start a nuclear war.
zaatakował Ukrainę, która nie jest w NATO,
Today he attacked Ukraine that is not in NATO
dlatego, że wiedział, że może sobie na to pozwolić.
because he knew that he could afford that. that he
Ponieważ
could allow himself to do that
nikt mu nie odpowie
because nobody would respond to him.
ewentualnie tego typu groźbą.
Tu mamy
Eventually, with such a threat.
Na tym
różnicę
polega
zdań.
cała
Czyli jeżeli dobrze
filozofia
That's the whole philosophy.
odstraszania.
Polska
That's the whole philosophy of deterrence.
powinna dążyć do przyjęcia Ukrainy do NATO.
Tak,
So, in your opinion, Poland should push for Ukraine in NATO? Yes, Poland should push. That is the candidate's response, by the way, as well. But it's also mine. Yes, Poland should push for Ukraine in NATO. NATO is woke and gay, and that's Putin's biggest fear. I mean, listen, I'm cringe and gay, so I myself am a bit cringe and gay.
dlatego, że
Okej,
tylko
dobrze.
wtedy będziemy
Rozumiem.
bezpieczni.
To
Only then we will be safe. Only if Ukraine is in NATO will we be safe.
tego,
I
znaczy to rozumiem, że
odstraszanie będzie
rozumiem
dopiero
pana
And deterrence will only be working.
opinię,
funkcjonować.
dobrze? Ale zróbmy
Tak.
krok dalej. Czyli Polska powinna dążyć do przyjęcia Ukrainy do NATO.
Tak jest.
So Poland should push for Ukraine to be accepted into NATO.
Nie
Yes.
rozumiem jednego.
I don't understand one thing.
Zupełnie oczywiste i ja to
It's completely clear to me,
wiem i pan to wie,
and I think you know that as well,
że nikt nie przyjmie Ukrainy do NATO.
that nobody will accept Ukraine to NATO
Z dwóch powodów. Po pierwsze,
for
mamy
two reasons.
nieuregulowane granice.
For example, for first reason is that it has border that it has undecided borders,
Że bardzo długo nie będzie miał
and I think the borders will be undecided for a very long time.
ich uregulowanych, w związku z czym nie spełnia przyczyn formalnych.
So it does not meet the formal, it does not meet the formal requirements.
I dwa, nie zgadzają się na to
And two,
Stany
the
Zjednoczone
United States and Germany don't agree for Ukraine to join NATO.
ani Niemcy. To Stany Zjednoczone za Bidena się na
Even Joe Biden's United States did not agree for Ukraine to join NATO.
na to nie zgadzają.
dobrze, ale-
Niech pan mi pozwoli dokończyć. W związku z czym
Let me
wszyscy
finish.
ludzie na całym
That is why everybody in the entire world,
świecie, nawet Ukraińcy,
even Ukrainian people,
wiedzą, że nie będzie
know
Ukrainy
that there won't be a Ukraine in NATO.
w NATO. W związku z czym pytanie do
To jest
pana.
nieprawda.
So that is why I ask you.
Dlaczego
Also, he interjected here and said that's not true. The candidate said, well, that's not true.
Polska powinna dążyć
So I ask you, why should Poland push for a Ukraine in NATO?
do realizacji
Why should Poland push for something that's just unrealistic?
nierealnych celów?
Ale panie Sławomirze,
Nie lepiej
pan
zająć się czymś,
stawia
co jest
tezy,
możliwe?
ale pan
You're putting forward thesis,
stawia tezy.
Ale każdy wie, że
ale pan
Amerykanie nie zgodzą się na
ale
dołączenie
stawia
Ukrainy
pan
do
tezy,
NATO.
but you're putting forward
które
theses
są nieprawdziwe.
that are just not true. How convenient, I guess. Georgia is not joining anytime soon, too. True. True.
Czyli Amerykanie
mianowicie-
mogą się zgodzić na to.
A mianowicie
So Americans could agree to that.
stawia pan tezy, które są nieprawdziwe.
You're just saying things that are not true.
Dlatego, że,
Because-
że nie zostało to rozstrzygnięte.
It has not been decided.
Czy ma
W naszej
nieuregulowane
racji, ale
granice?
Can you let me finish?
da mi pan dokończyć? Stanisław.
Please let me finish.
Naszą racją stanu
So it is within our national interest.
jest to, żebyśmy byli bezpieczni
Roz-
It is within our national interest for us to be secure.
i żeby...
I understand that.
Ale teraz już jest nie
wiedział, ale
temat, czy
to-
powinna,
If it is within our national interest for Putin,
czy nie
I
powinna,
przejdę
tylko czy
dalej.
please let me finish and I'll move on.
to jest na to realna szansa.
Przejdę dalej. Ja nigdy nie powiedziałem, że przyjęcie Ukrainy do NATO albo ewentualne przyjęcie, o czym pewnie też porozmawiamy, do Unii Europejskiej będzie procesem łatwym.
I never said that the accession of Ukraine to NATO or the accession of Ukraine to the European Union would be simple.
Powiedziałem tyle, że nie będzie bezpiecznej dzisiaj Europy i bezpiecznej Polski,
I said that there will not be a safe Europe and there will not be a safe Poland
jeżeli nie będzie amerykańskich gwarancji, jeżeli chodzi o
if there will not be US guarantees,
zakończenie konfliktu w
if
Ukrainie.
there will not be an end to the conflict in Ukraine.
I to jest dla mnie jasne.
And that is understandable to me.
Teraz, jeżeli mnie pan pyta, czy ja dam panu
And now
gwarancję,
if you ask me if I will give you a guarantee
że Amerykanie dadzą tego typu gwarancje bezpieczeństwa
that the Americans will give those sort of security guarantees
Ukrainie,
to Ukraine,
No właśnie na tym polega rola prezydenta
Well,
Rzeczpospolitej,
that
żeby
is the role of the president of Poland,
walczyć o to,
to
żeby
fight for that.
Amerykanie takie gwarancje dali,
It is the role of the president of Poland to fight for those security guarantees for Ukraine.
żeby tych gwarancji nie musiała dawać tylko i wyłącznie Europa.
It is the job for a president of Poland to fight that the United States gives security guarantees to Ukraine, and that those guarantees do not come just from Europe.
Na tym to
Mówimy o
polega.
Ukrainie w
That is what it's all about.
NATO według mnie jest to absolutnie nierealny
I
scenariusz
think that Ukraine in NATO is a completely unrealistic scenario
z przyczyn formalnych,
for formal reasons.
braku regulowanych granic i
Ale
The lack of decided borders.
z przyczyn politycznych
ale
Stany Zjednoczone
panie-
nigdy
And also the United States will never agree to it.
się na to nie zgodzą.
panie Sławomirze,
Okay, Mr. Sławomir.
dzisiaj trwa wojna, więc jeżeli
Today we have a war.
mnie pan pyta, czy
So
dzisiaj
if you ask me if today
możemy przyjąć
we can accept Ukraine into NATO,
Ukrainę do NATO, no to oczywiście, że dzisiaj nie przyjmiemy
then
Ukrainy
of course we will not accept Ukraine into NATO
do NATO,
today
bo trwa wojna.
because there's a war raging.
Jeżeli mnie pan pyta, jaki ma być nasz cel i co ma być naszym priorytetem docelowym,
But if you ask us what should be our goal, what should be our endgame priority,
no to odpowiadam, że tak, Ukraina powinna być w NATO.
and I will tell you yes, Ukraine should be in NATO,
Tylko wtedy Putin zrozumie,
and
że
only then Putin will understand
nie ma żadnych stref wpływów
that there are no spheres of influence,
i że połamie sobie zęby,
and that he will
jeżeli
break his teeth
będzie próbował dalej kontynuować tego typu agresywne
if he will continue to try this sort of aggressive action.
wojny. Problem polega na tym, że do tej pory Putinowi się wydawało, że Ukraina padnie, że
The problem is that so far Putin has been thinking that Ukraine will fall.
Europa i Stany
Dobrze,
Zjednoczone
to już
jej nie
słyszałem.
pomogą
He thought that Europe and the United States will not help,
Mamy
i wtedy
protokół
będzie
rozbieżności.
and then
rozchwalony. No
he
to
will be thinking that he can go further. Ukraine can join NATO because Biden was demented and also has the ass cancer. Listen, we're going to be in the big troubles if important decisions are going to be made like that. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I guess we're just all gonna be screwed sooner or later.
trzeba po prostu zrozumieć. Ten
You
facet
have
nie
to understand.
rozumie
Zgadzamy
niczego
się, że
innego.
się
Putin does not understand anything else rather than strength.
tutaj nie zgadzamy.
So I guess we don't agree here.
Kolejny.
We absolutely don't agree here.
Nie pozwolę na wysłanie polskich żołnierzy na terytorium Ukrainy.
I will not allow Polish soldiers to be sent to Ukraine. Yes or no?
Nie pozwolę na wysłanie
Polskich żołnierzy
żołnierzy.
na terytorium Ukrainy.
Nie ma w tej chwili takiej możliwości.
There is no possibility of that happening
Rozmawialiśmy o tym
now.
przed chwilą.
We've talked about this.
Dobrze, a gdyby Ukraina była w NATO, to wtedy by się pan zgodził?
Ale
And if Ukraine would be in NATO, would you agree?
teraz będzie Ukraina w NATO,
No
dopiero...
But will Ukraine be in NATO now?
Nie, ale będzie pan do
No ale
tego
mówimy-
dążył, to
ale
się pytam.
przepraszam,
But you will be pushing for that.
Jak się uda panu
oczywiście-
zrealizować pana
ale-
cel, czyli
ale
Ukraina w
jeszcze raz-
NATO,
ale
czy wtedy
raz- ale
zgodzi się
jeszcze
pan
raz
na
panu
wysłanie
powiedziałem,
żołnierzy
jeżeli
na
Pan pyta o to, czy wyślemy w tej chwili
A w tej
nasze
chwili
wojska. Nie
W
wyślemy.
trakcie pana dwóch
If you're asking me if we're gonna send troops right now, we won't.
kadencji
Jeżeli mówimy o tym,
potencjalnych.
jeżeli za 10 czy 15
If in 10-15 years
lat będzie Ukraina w NATO, no
Ukraine will be in NATO,
to oczywiście, że wtedy obowiązuje artykuł 5.
then yes, of course, we will send the troops because Article 5 will be in effect.
No właśnie. A
Exactly.
co by było,
I jeszcze raz
gdyby
przypominam
udałoby się
panu-
panu zrealizować pana cel, czyli
So what if you were able to get your goal? Yeah, Mentzen has a YouTube channel with over 1 million subscribers. Do you know how many people were watching this conversation live? I will remind you, okay? Because I've watched a bit of this live. Over 600,000 people were watching this live when this was happening. This conversation has been watched by over 600,000 viewers live. Vincent Gruya Lucy has a when? Probably never, considering that I'm on my... If you want this to happen, if you want Lucy Haza to be grilled by Mentzen, then I'm afraid you're going to have to get me to a status at least bigger than a micro streamer. Maybe if I were a small streamer, I would stand a chance, but as a micro streamer, the possibility is very distant.
Przyłączenie Ukrainy do NATO, wtedy rozumiem, że zgodziłby
So as I understand it, if Ukraine would be a part of NATO, then you would agree to send soldiers to Ukraine.
Porozmawiamy za 10 czy 15 lat.
We will talk about it in 10 to 15 years.
Jeszcze raz panu powiedziałem,
I will repeat what I just said.
że jeżeli chodzi o nasz podział obowiązków,
When it comes to the division of labor,
my zawsze mówimy naszym sojusznikom,
we always tell our allies
że my jesteśmy odpowiedzialni za wschodnią
that we are responsible for defending the eastern flank. I don't want to be the Captain Obvious, but in 12 years, Poland's troops are going to be 12 years older. I mean, yes.
flankę, za zabezpieczenie granicy.
We're supposed to be supporting the border.
Tam muszą stać nasze wojska.
We have to defend our troops there.
rozumiem.
Mówiłem
Bardzo bym chciał, żeby tak było.
I tak
Natomiast
I would like to be that way.
nie do końca
And
mam
that'll...
zaufanie do
Proszę wierzyć,
do
tak
rządu
dokładnie to jest
Platformy
podział
Obywatelskiej.
I don't trust the Civic Platform government.
Najzwyczajniej w świecie.
Bardzo bym chciał, żeby tak było. Natomiast
I
uważam,
would like it to be the case.
że osobliwe jest niezgoda z punktem dotyczącym NATO i Ukrainy w NATO, a
I think it's pretty weird that you don't agree with me on Ukraine joining NATO,
zgoda z punktem niewysyłania żołnierzy na Ukrainę.
but you agree that troops will not be sent to Ukraine right now.
Według mnie to się
Próbowałem panu to
łączy.
wytłumaczyć.
I try to explain this to you.
A ja twierdzę dalej, że to jest osobliwe. No,
I
idźmy
keep
dalej.
saying that is very peculiar. Let's move on.
Nie podpiszę żadnej ustawy ograniczającej dostęp Polaków do broni.
I will not sign any bill that will limit Polish people's access to guns.
A jest taki pomysł? Bo ja
Is there such an idea?
nie słyszałem.
A ja
o tym.
słyszałem.
I've never heard about it.
Na przykład, żeby
I did hear.
ograniczyć Polakom prawo do posiadania noży, tak jak w Wielkiej Brytanii.
I heard that there was an idea to limit Polish people access to knives, just as in Great Britain.
Nie wiem, skąd pan to wziął.
I had no idea where you took this from.
Z ludzi z pana otoczenia.
I took it from people from your camp.
Natomiast
Nie ma takich planów, jestem
There is no such plans.
przeciwko planom zaostrzania.
But I'm against any plans to to make rules around guns more strict.
Jakkolwiek
czyli
przepisów.
nie podpisze pan
Nie,
takiego.
bo nie
So will not sign any such bill. No, because there are no such plans.
ma takich planów, panie
A
Sławomir.
gdyby były
uspokajam.
takie plany?
Nie podpiszę.
I have to calm you. There are no such plans.
Nie podpisze, bardzo mnie to
You will not sign. Thank you.
cieszy. A czy zgodziłby się pan na poszerzenie prawa do posiadania
And would you agree to loosen the restrictions on gun laws?
broni?
I uważam, że dzisiaj to prawo jest dobrze skonstruowane.
I think the law is pretty well constructed right now.
No jest dosyć liberalne. jak
I think it's pretty liberal when you compare it to some other countries.
porównujemy to z innymi
Dlaczego
państwami.
Polacy są najbardziej rozbrojonym narodem w Europie?
So why is Poland the country with the least amount of guns
To niech mi
in
pan
Europe?
wytłumaczy w takim
Well, you
razie.
tell me.
A pan by chciał rozdawać broń w tej
Would
chwili?
you like to give weapons out to people right now?
Bym wolał sprzedawać.
Well, I would rather sell them than give them out.
Natomiast chciałbym, żeby Polacy mogli kupić
się panu
broń
udało.
Well, you got me.
trochę łatwiej.
Ja uważam, że to prawo, które mamy dzisiaj, jest dobrze skonstruowane.
I think the law that we have today is well constructed.
A mnie zastanowił taki fragment w pana biografii.
There is an interesting fragment in your biography.
Jakby pan opisywał, jak miał pan 18 lat.
You told me when you described in your biography being 18 years old. What a debate pervert. That's funny.
W liceum.
You told me about you told me. You described your high school experience when you were in your biography.
I był pan u kogoś, kto miał 100 sztuk broni.
And you told me that you went to someone's house that had 100 guns.
I pisał pan, że strzelałem wtedy ze wszystkiego, nawet z
prawda.
magnum,
You said that you shot from everything, from a Magnum,
urywa ręka, ale również z Glocka, Berety
from a Glock, Barrett,
i tym podobnych.
and all those.
Polsce
Dlaczego
też
młodzi
może pan.
Polacy, 18-latkowie
Ale
są
też w Polsce pan
pozbawieni
może.
takich
You can do that in Poland as well.
przyjemności, a w
Polsce-
Stanach można.
Ale po pierwsze, znaczy jeżeli
So why can you do this in the US and why can't you do this in Poland?
pan chce mnie naciągnąć na to, żebym ja chwalił amerykański system dostępu do broni, no to się totalnie tutaj różnimy. To znaczy,
If you want me to praise the American model of access to guns, then we will differ completely. I will never praise the way gun laws are organized in the United States. What is this gun rights NRA psyop? I don't remember Poland having a home invasion epidemic or a prolific gun culture. Why is this a topic of debate? Because I don't know, it suddenly became a debate topic for some reason. Access to guns. I have no clue why. You know? I just have no idea why.
Ja wiem, dlatego pytam.
więc ja nie jestem za tym, żeby dostęp do broni był tak łatwy jak w Stanach
A
Zjednoczonych.
zrobił pan
So I don't want the access to guns to be as simple as in the United States.
komuś
żeby to
krzywdę
było jasne.
strzelając z tego Magnum
Żeby to
w
było
Stanach
jasne.
And then have you hurt anybody in the United States by shooting from that Magnum gun?
Nie, bo
Zjednoczonych
strzelałem na
mając 18
strzelnicy.
lat.
No, because they did it in a shooting range.
A słyszał pan o tym, jak przez morderców, czy nawet przez dzieci są mordowane inne dzieci w szkołach?
And have you heard about all those school shootings in the United States?
Znaczy, znowu pan próbuje doprowadzić, bo to zawsze każdą dyskusję można doprowadzić.
Because we can reduce all discussions to absurdity.
Prowadzić do absurdu. To znaczy, jeżeli mnie pan pyta, czy chciałbym zaostrzenia przepisów. Nie,
If you ask me if I would like to make the restrictions bigger, I don't.
zaostrzenia przepisów. Natomiast jeżeli mnie pan pyta, czy chciałbym, żeby prawo dostępu do broni wyglądało tak jak w Stanach Zjednoczonych,
If you'd like to ask me if I would like gun laws to be exactly like the United States,
nie chciałbym.
no, I would not like that.
Nie chciałbym.
I would not like that.
Nie o to pytam. Pytałby, czy
I'm not asking about that.
pytam, czy gdyby była ustawa, która trochę luzuje.
I'm asking if there would be a law that would loosen up gun laws a little bit.
Polakom
Ale znowu, co
dostęp
to
do
znaczy
broni.
trochę luzuje? No
What do you mean by loosen up a little bit? You have to be specific.
porozmawiajmy, bo to
Mówię.
jest znowu pewnego rodzaju
Rozmawiałem tu z
absurdalna
Karolem
dyskusja.
This whole discussion is becoming once again absurd.
Nawrockim. On dostał prawo do posiadania broni
So I have talked to Karol Nawrocki, the other candidate,
do ochrony osobistej. Mało
and he got his permit to for personal protection.
komu się to udaje. On mówił, że
Not many were able to get this permit.
w tym roku w jego województwie udało się aż 4 osobom.
He said that only 4 people in his region were able to get that gun permit.
Wydaje mi się, że to mało. Mi
I
się
don't think that's a lot.
nie udało dostać prawa do
A ma pan
posiadania.
taką
I was not able to get a gun permit. Well, did you have a need to get a gun permit?
Miałem, byłem właściwie
Yes, I did. I was owner of a small pawn shop.
kantor, byłem napadany, nosiłem przy sobie dużo.
No, wait. I was not a pawn shop. I was an owner of a currency exchange.
Ale jeżeli pan
Miałem
ma...
sklep z bronią.
Oh, I had a gun store.
To jest absurdalne. Miałem sklep
This is the absurdity. I had a gun store.
z bronią. W moim sklepie były kałasznikowe,
You had Kalashnikovs in my store.
dubeltówki
You have many other types of guns.
i tak dalej. I mogłem, no normalnie miałem dziesiątki, jeżeli nie setki sztuk
I had tens, if not hundreds, of guns.
broni. Ale mi nie można było pozwolić na posiadanie broni.
But I was not able to have a gun legally.
I policja,
Jeżeli by pan-
policja
And the
powiedziała,
police told me
że mogę się bronić roletami
that I can defend myself by anti-break-in shutters in my windows.
antywłamaniowymi. Czyli przychodzi ktoś do
So
mnie do
let's say that somebody comes to my store,
sklepu, napada mnie,
they want
chce
to rob me,
mi zabrać 10 kałachów, które
they want to take my 10 Kalashnikovs that I have in my store,
mam na magazynie. To ja mam mu wtedy powiedzieć,
and should I say, sir,
nie, ale ja mam tam rolety
I
antywłamaniowe.
have my anti-break-in shutters.
Bój się pan i ucieka.
You should be afraid and run away.
Tak wygląda w tym momencie prawo w
Jeszcze
Polsce,
raz.
którego
This
nie
is how the law in Poland looks like, the law which you do not want to change.
Chce pan zliberalizować.
Nie chcę zliberalizować.
I
Rozumiem.
don't want to liberalize that law. I understand.
Mamy
Proste.
protokół. Akurat nie
Ale
ma.
jaki protokół?
Tu się
Nie mamy
zgadzamy.
protokół. No widzi
What protocol?
Tu
pan.
się zgadzamy, że bo
Nie
prezydent w
mamy
sumie może
protokołu.
tylko zawetować. W sensie zgadzamy się z tym, że nie należy zaostrzać. Nie
We agree that it should not be harshened,
zgadzamy się, czy można
Nie,
poluzować.
but we don't agree that it should be loosened.
Pewno nie naciągnie mnie pan na chwalenie tego, co jest w Stanach Zjednoczonych.
You definitely won't persuade me to praise the model that is present in the United States.
A ja nie zamierzam nikogo na nic naciągać.
To
I
się
don't
cieszę.
want to persuade anyone to anything. I'm glad.
To nas różni od jednego konkurenta.
Idziemy
That definitely differs us from the opposition candidate.
dalej. Nie zgodzę się na
Let's go. Let's continue.
przekazywanie jakichkolwiek kompetencji władz Rzeczypospolitej Polskiej do organów Unii Europejskiej.
I will not allow any further competency to be given away to the European Union from the Polish
Unia
government.
Europejska wchodzi. Co pan myśli na ten temat?
What do you think?
Żeby rozszerzać
Should the jurisdiction over Poland be broadened of the European Union?
kompetencje Unii Europejskiej kosztem
One są
polskiego
już
rządu.
tak mocno rozszerzone, że ja nie
Those
widzę...
competencies are already so broad.
Zastanawiałem się, odpowiadając na to pytanie, szykując się
To answer this question, when I've been preparing for this meeting, I've been actually thinking if there were any examples of such competencies.
do tej naszej dyskusji, czy gdzieś jest w tej chwili jeszcze obszar, gdzie te kompetencje mogą być rozszerzone i trudno mi taki znaleźć.
And I just can't find any examples.
Bo ja na przykład, jeżeli chodzi o kwestie dotyczące podejmowania decyzji w polityce zagranicznej, uważam,
When
że
it comes to the international relations, when it comes to foreign relations,
tam dalej powinna obowiązywać jednomyślność.
I think that there should be the rule of everybody must vote in favor.
Dlatego, że mamy możliwość konstruktywnego wstrzymania się od głosu.
And that is why we have the ability to hold from voting.
Mamy możliwość podejmowania decyzji na przykład tak, żeby Orban ich nie blokował.
And we also are able to make decisions in a way that Orban will not be able to block them.
Natomiast i trudno mi sobie też wyobrazić, na przykład, nie wiem, przyjmowanie nowego członka do Unii Europejskiej bez zgody wszystkich państw członkowskich. Więc
And I cannot imagine agreeing to accept a new European Union member without the agreement of all its members.
nie widzę na razie takiego obszaru.
I don't see any region in which the European Union could take away any competency from the Polish government.
gdzie Unia Europejska mogłaby poszerzać swoje kompetencje. Więc jakby uważam, że w tej chwili ta rozmowa jest bezprzedmiotowa. Jeżeli
So I don't think there's anything to talk about right now.
znajdzie jakieś przykłady,
If you'll find me any examples, then we can analyze them.
na tym zastanawiałem.
If not, then there's not really anything to talk about. I've been thinking about this.
Jeżeli na przykład, jeżeli gdzieś w polityce
For
energetycznej
example, if anywhere in energy policy,
moglibyśmy udowodnić, że moglibyśmy zrobić coś jeszcze,
if we could prove that we could do something more
gdzie wykonując te kompetencje wspólnie
by having those competencies together with the European Union,
zabezpieczylibyśmy nasze bezpieczeństwo, może należy to rozważyć, ale
maybe
wydaje
you
się,
should think about it.
że zrobiliśmy w tym obszarze już właściwie wszystko.
But I think we've done already everything we could in that.
Finansowym.
And when it comes to the financial sector,
No proszę mi dać przykład.
well, give me an example.
Na przykład powinniśmy wprowadzać nowe unijne podatki, tak
Should we introduce new European Union taxes
żeby Unia Europejska miała więcej pieniędzy.
for the European Union to have more money?
Myśmy się sprzeciwiali w wprowadzaniu nowych podatków, dlatego że te wszystkie pomysły najczęściej były tak skonstruowane, że to było po prostu wbrew polskiemu interesowi.
We have rejected all the ideas for new taxes because usually those ideas were constructed in such a way that they were against Polish interest.
A nowe składki
And what about additional payments
na rzecz Unii Europejskiej,
for the sake of the European Union?
podwyższenie składki członkowskiej.
What about the increase of the membership fee?
Ale to już zupełnie co innego.
Well, that is a completely different topic
Moment.
because that is not giving away Polish government's competency to the European Union.
Wiem, ale pytam.
I know, but I'm still asking about that.
Ale też wyjaśnijmy, tak?
Well,
No
let's just make it clear.
bo dlatego chciałem wejść głębiej w ten
That's why I
temat.
wanted to go deeper into this topic.
bo to nie jest przekazywanie kompetencji.
Because this is not giving away any sort of competency to the European Union.
To jest
To
zmiana.
prawda, ale pytam.
Nie wiem, czy nie będzie w pewnym momencie to konieczne.
I don't know if at any point this will not be necessary to increase those membership fees.
Wydaje mi się, że to może być konieczne,
I
dlatego
think it might be necessary
że dzisiaj mamy coraz więcej celów, które stawiamy
because we have more and more goals that we are sort of deciding to do as a European
przed
Union
Unią. Na przykład jeżeli chodzi o inwestycje w zbrojenia.
when it comes to our investment into armaments.
I podniesienie składki może być w pewnym momencie konieczne. Tylko,
And
że
I think that the making of the membership fee higher might become in time necessary.
proszę pamiętać, że dzisiaj na składkę płacą tak zwani płatnicy netto i to są
Please remember that today those fees are being paid by those so-called netto members,
Niemcy,
netto players, which is Germany.
to są Holendrzy, to są
It's the Dutch, right? I think that's the translation. I don't know why, but I always trip on this. The Netherlands. The Dutch, yes. So it's the Germans, it's the Dutch,
Austriacy,
it's the Austrians,
to są Szwedzi.
it's
My
the
na-
Swedens.
przez cały czas
Ale
jesteśmy
niedługo
beneficjentem.
będziemy
So we're still to this day beneficiaries.
płatnikami.
Nie, będziemy bardzo długo. Jeszcze Hiszpania,
It will take us a long time before we'll be not the beneficiaries.
proszę państwa, Hiszpania jeszcze do niedawna była beneficjentem.
Spain was a beneficiary to not so long ago.
Państwo od nas bogatsze, także
A country that is richer than us. So
nie ma w tej chwili tego zagrożenia.
I don't think there's a danger of us not being beneficiaries anymore anytime soon.
Nie zgadzam się z tym, żeby przekazywać Unii więcej pieniędzy, natomiast
So I don't agree for us to send more money to the European Union,
cieszy mnie to,
But
że
I-
jest pan akurat spójny tutaj, bo
but I agree that you are being consistent here
znalazłem właśnie pana wypowiedź, że państwa członkowskie muszą się zgodzić na płacenie więcej na Unię Europejską.
because I found your statement from before when you said that the European countries must agree to pay more for the sake of the European Union. So now what? He's going to debate them on what's competent of what or what not? Come on, Mentzen, get over here.
Że potrzebujemy większej integracji Unii
that we need a bigger integration within the European Union
w wymiarze finansowym, więc
when it comes to finances.
ta odpowiedź mnie
Ale
akurat
nie-
cieszy, bo się z nią nie
So I'm very glad. I don't agree,
Ale jeszcze
zgadzam, ale
raz,
chociaż pan sobie
tylko
nie
mówię, no,
but at least you're not contradicting yourself.
ale to nie jest nowa kompetencja.
Okay, that's not a new competence. We're not giving anything away. We're not giving away any decision making from the government to, that's a different topic.
To pełna
Okej.
zgoda. A wracając
Yes,
do tych
I agree.
kompetencji. Czy
Proszę.
na przykład Unia Europejska powinna decydować, jakiego rodzaju uzbrojenie kupujemy?
Ale
So let's go back to those competencies. Should the European Union decide about what types of weapons we buy?
przecież wspólnie to robimy.
But we already decide on this together.
Jak wspólnie?
What do you mean
Dlatego, że
together?
dochodzi-
What do you mean we decide on this together? Well, it's because
Dochodzimy w tej chwili do sytuacji takiej, że
we are reaching a situation right now.
Polska podejmuje swoje suwerenne decyzje, co chce
Poland makes its sovereign decisions on what it wants to buy,
kupować. Natomiast dzisiaj wspólnie decydujemy o tym,
but
że
also we're deciding together on this
będą dodatkowe
that there will be additional European Union funds
pieniądze na to, żeby wydawać na budowanie naszych własnych kompetencji i
for us to build our own capabilities when it comes to defense.
zdolności obronnych. Czyli na przykład,
So, for example,
jeżeli dzisiaj kupujemy sprzęt amerykański,
if
dzisiaj
we're buying today American equipment,
kupujemy sprzęt europejski, a co
if we're buying European equipment,
Ważniejsze, inwestujemy w nasz własny przemysł obronny.
And what's most important, if we invest in our own defense capabilities,
To ma absolutnie sens.
it makes perfect sense.
Do końca chyba ma sens kupowanie koreańskiego sprzętu, jak mamy lepszy
I don't think it makes sense to buy Korean equipment
polski.
if we would have better equipment that's Polish.
Natomiast jeżeli pojawią się dodatkowe pieniądze, które
But
będziemy
we have additional money
na przykład mogli zainwestować w to, żeby robić sprzęt razem w korporacji europejskiej, w której będzie
if we get additional funds from Europe to produce weapons within a framework of our European Union corporation,
uwzględniona i polska fabryka,
where a Polish I keep forgetting, where a Polish factory will be included,
i fabryka francuska i
and
hiszpańska.
a France and a Spanish factory will be included,
Dlaczego nie?
then why not?
Ta pomoc SAFE, te 150 miliardów
Dodatkowe
euro
pieniądze, tak.
pożyczek.
Ale one nie wszystkie
Chodzi
idą
o
na
to, że
tego
tam
typu.
ta pomoc SAFE, te 150
So this
miliardów
is this European assistance of
pożyczek.
Ale one nie wszystkie idą.
100.
Ta pomoc SAFE, te 150 miliardów
Dodatkowe
euro.
pieniądze.
This is those. So it's this 150 billion of assistance money.
Tak.
Pożyczek.
Ale one nie wszystkie
Yes, but not all of it will come to defense.
Chodzi o
na
to, że
tego
tam
typu-
trzeba składać wnioski o uzyskanie tej pożyczek i one są
So you have to fill in forms to receive those loans,
warowane różnego rodzaju ograniczeniami.
and those loans have several limitations.
Idealnie, jeżeli zakup dokują dwa państwa Unii
So it's ideal when the shopping is done by 2 European countries.
Europejskiej oraz pewien
No jasne, będzie taniej.
procent,
Of course, it will be cheaper.
65 musi być procent tego sprzętu musi być produkowane w Unii Europejskiej.
And a certain amount of that equipment has to be produced within the European Union.
No i myk polega na tym, że
And the devil is
niemieckie fabryki zbrojeniowe spełniają te
that
kryteria.
the German weapon factories meet these criteria,
Nie, że
and Polish factories don't.
polski krab by się na coś takiego nie załapał.
Ale
So the Polish crab weapon would not find itself covered by this system.
no to dobrze, że pan o tym mówi.
I'm glad that you're talking about this.
Dlatego, że właśnie w tej chwili ta decyzje, jeżeli chodzi o decyzje, które podjęła Rada Ministrów,
So that is why the Rada of Ministers, yes, I will use the word Rada,
są właśnie w ten sposób zmienione, żeby nasz przemysł mógł się łapać.
we will make changes so that our weapons industry will be able to be part of this system.
Na wspólne tego typu inwestycje.
That will be able to have these joint investments.
Dlatego, że były najpierw pomysły, które mogłyby nas wykluczyć z tego typu
Ale zostały
inwestycji,
There were ideas that we would exclude us from those investments.
przegłosowane.
ale one już w Parlamencie Europejskim, a decyzję podejmuje Rada i dzisiaj
So the European Parliament has made that decision, but the Rada is making these decisions. So God, dog, make them then when you're the president.
Rada wczoraj czy przedwczoraj podjęła decyzje właśnie, które umożliwiają i
I think the decision has been made
właściwie spełniły wszystkie nasze żądania.
To do ile
that would meet all of our demands.
Po to, żeby...
to spadło?
Ja nie pamiętam dokładnie o ile
Skąd
procent,
pan
ale
wie, że
nasze...
spełniło nasze żądania?
No bo rozmawiałem z ministrem na ten temat.
I've talked to the minister about this topic.
Spełniło się to, co chcieliśmy wynegocjować.
co-
We got what we wanted from those negotiations.
Ale chcę
wynegocjować.
dokończyć, bo ja chcę wytłumaczyć jedną ważną rzecz Państwu.
I want to finish because I want to explain something really important.
Że nie uciekajmy od tego. A
Let's
mianowicie,
let's not run away from this.
wie Pan, jaki jest dziś
Thank you, Greater Raint. I might go to sleep soon and finish this tomorrow.
dzisiaj największy problem? Dzisiaj
You
największy
know what the biggest problem is right now?
problem polega na tym, że my wydajemy jako Europejczycy olbrzymie pieniądze na zbrojenia.
The problem is that we as Europeans spend a lot of money on defense.
Tylko że każdy wydaje te pieniądze w taki sposób, że nie bierze pod uwagę tego, że pewne rzeczy możemy robić razem i że
But everybody spends the money separately and takes not into consideration that we could be spending money on certain things together.
możemy dzięki temu wydawać pieniądze w sposób znacznie bardziej efektywny.
And that is how we could be spending our money more effectively.
I to jest dzisiaj tego typu dotarcie do pewnego rodzaju specjalizacji doprowadzi, że
And that is how we would reach a certain type of specialization.
będziemy mogli wydawać pieniądze w sposób bardziej efektywny.
And that is how we could be spending money in a lot more effective way.
Przy wzmocnieniu naszego całego przemysłu obronnego, który
By
dzisiaj
strengthening all of our defense industry
na szczęście zaczyna kwitnąć.
that thank God is starting to blossom.
Tu się różnimy. Według mnie ten
And this is where we differ, according to me.
program i tak będzie wspierał niemiecki sektor
I
zbrojeniowy.
think this program will just support the German arms sector
Oraz francuski, a my będziemy
and
Nie
the
będzie.
French one, and it will discriminate against the Polish one. It will not.
Czas pokaże.
Nie
To
będzie.
Time will tell. It will not.
Zobaczy pan.
Czas nas
Ale
You
to
will see.
wszystko, ale tylko dokończę,
Let me finish,
bo to ważne.
because it's important.
Dzisiaj wszyscy musimy produkować w Europie więcej
Ale
amunicji.
się
Today, all of us need to produce more ammunition in Europe.
Wszyscy.
zgadzam.
Everyone,
I
all of us.
jeżeli Polska będzie produkowała amunicję, to
And
oczywiście
if Poland will produce ammunition,
że ona będzie mogła być współfinansowana z
Pamięta
tego
pan,
then of course it should be allowed to be co-financed by the European Union.
Pomoc na produkcję amunicji unijną, jaka
Ale w tej
część
chwili-
trafiła do Polski.
Ale w tej
So how much of the European money has found itself to Poland in order to finance the production of Polish shells?
chwili jesteśmy w zupełnie innej
But
sytuacji.
we're in a totally different situation now.
Dzieje.
Dlatego, że niech
Czas
pan zobaczy,
zweryfikuje.
jakie kontrakty idą do polskiego przemysłu
Look what sort of contracts come to the Polish industry.
obronnego.
czas
I
zweryfikuje.
ostatnie zdanie.
Time will verify it. Last
Dzisiaj jest w
thing,
interesie wszystkich Europejczyków,
it is within the interest of all Europeans today
żeby nasz przemysł obronny mógł rosnąć.
for our defense industry to grow,
Bo to dzisiaj my jesteśmy wzorem tego, jak się
because we are the example
należy zachowywać, jeżeli
of how you should act
chodzi o
Uważam,
bezpieczeństwo.
when
że
it comes to security.
celem Niemców jest to, żeby niemiecki sektor zbrojeniowy rósł.
I think it is within Germany's interest for the Germany defense sector to grow,
Ale my nie mamy już żadnych
and not Poland,
kompleksów.
Ja też
where we don't really have any inferiority complex.
nie mam żadnych kompleksów,
Well, I don't have an inferiority complex here either,
dlatego nie chcę, żeby to Bruksela
and
decydowała
that's why I don't want Brussels to decide
o tym, gdzie będziemy produkować
where we will produce our weapons and ammunition.
Ale my będziemy decydować jeszcze
But
raz.
we will be the ones deciding. I will say it once again.
To nie jest tak, że te przepisy
It's
europejskie
not like those European regulations
zastąpią naszą suwerenność, jeżeli
Ja
chodzi.
wiem.
will take our sovereignty away when it comes to the production of weapons.
To jest tylko dodatek.
Ja
It's
wszystko
a supplement.
rozumiem, tylko
I understand all of that.
obawiam się, że te pieniądze trafią do Niemiec, a nie do Polski, ale
I just worry that money will go to Germany and not Poland.
jak będzie, to zobaczymy,
But
przekonamy
how it will go, we will see with time.
się za jakiś czas.
We will see in some time. All right.
Punkt 8.
Point number 8. So I guess we'll finish here before point number 8, and I will finish this tomorrow. What do you think? Does that sound like a good idea? We've been streaming for about 6 hours. I think that's a long stream. I think that's a long time to stream. I will finish this tomorrow, and I will see you. Okay? Invite all your friends, family, and colleagues to tomorrow's stream, alright? Let's have a nice time. I'll see you tomorrow, which is today, and lots of love, and bye bye. Bye bye. And if you like what I do, as always, you can support Lucy. By the way, Lucy, of the topic, no matter how cheap America is trying to produce drones, it always produces tens of millions of dollars drones. Yeah, it's very weird. Alright, so I will see you, okay? I will see you. My goal is still to become a small creator instead of a micro one. So keep that goal in mind, and please consider coming here for next stream, and then maybe we'll have 30, 40, or even more, maybe even 50 viewers. I'll see you next stream. That is, help me make my dreams come true. Bye bye.